Is there a VTuber simulator? I'm gonna Google it. Hang on. Let's see. VTuber. If I just look up VTuber, what comes up? VTuber Maker, VTuber Editor, VTuber Connect. Ooh, VTuber Connect is a visual novel. VTuber Connect is a love letter to VTubers as a medium, one that hides nothing but embraces everything. Whether you're a VTuber or a viewer, we all form connections in our own way. How will you connect? Wait, this is so cute. Wait, it's free. Wait, I want to play this. So it looks like TCG Shop Sim won that poll. But before then, should we play this cute little game? I don't know how long it is. Should we play it? Okay, let's play this game real quick, just because I want to know what it's like. Let's play this game real quick. VTuber Connect contains depictions of mentions of sensitive topics, including depression, anxiety, and self-hate. Whoop. Well, and that's what it means to be a VTuber. I'm sorry. So the game isn't short. What? I thought it said it was short. Average session, a few hours. Okay, let's give it a shot and then see what happens. How about that? Is there sound? Oh. Aww. She's so cute. Behind itself, landing a direct blow to the player. Did you forget about the attack pattern? Oh no, she's one hit away from death. If she dies here and restarts again, that means another 10-minute long dance where she has to dodge 10 attacks for every one she gets in. Also another 10 minutes where I get the urge to backseat and don't get to eat. The starry-eyed girl starts leaning forward in true gamer fashion to indicate that she's completely focused. Within the game, the armored player manages to land a successful string of hits. The health bar of the boss almost drops to 0, but there is not enough time to get another hit in before the boss can retaliate. Showing perfect restraint, the girl manages to roll away in time to dodge the counterattack. This is it. A sliver of health on both sides. Any one successful hit will mean victory. The boss leaps into the air. The player character paces back and forth as if to accurately measure the distance between them and the descending foe. Right before the moment of the landing, the player character rolls immediately to the side. Anticipating the follow-up attack, another roll is performed in immediate succession. The timing ends up being flawless as there is now a golden opportunity to strike. The sword of the armored character is brought down, slashing through the boss monster. The boss falls to its knees and starts disintegrating. Finally! I immediately start clapping in joy that both the girls and my immediate suffering has come to an end. It's done! The girl's body sinks back to indicate that she's expended most of her energy. A monologue from the armored character starts playing to indicate the end of the journey. The end credits start rolling as the screen fades away to black. Ah, that was a great game! It truly was. I cross my arms as I nod my head in agreement. It took a while, but it's finally over. I really loved the feel of the controls. It felt like I had complete agency over my character's movements. I can tell they put a lot of effort into the way that the character moves. It also helped that the quality of the soundtrack, art, and direction made for overall immersive experience. And the female lead, just look at her design. I was basically drooling the whole game. Oh my god, she's me. I might draw some fan art of her later. Of course you would. Same? No, she's mine. Dang, I didn't think it would take me this long to finish the game. Alright, I might stop here for today since I have some stuff I should get done today. But first, I might step outside to take a walk. Step outside? You? Yes, I'm doing what they call touching grass. Shocking, I know. But actually, I went downtown yesterday for the first time in a while. It was because of the new line of graphic cards had just come out not too long ago. I was trying to buy 2 for myself. But guess what? They were only letting people buy 1. Makes sense, given they're normally sold out in most places. I know it's because of the shortage, but still. The employee actually looked annoyed with me that I wanted to buy 2. Maybe he thought I was a scalper or part of the reason that there's a shortage. I was told that I'd have to wait a month before buying another one. I think I might just look online and order them instead. I would think you could just ask someone to go with you and have them buy one as well, but I guess I shouldn't be talking. Ask a friend? Nah, I don't want to inconvenience other people. Okay, who was the one that said I had no friends? Oh no. I'm too tired to hunt you down. I'll spare you for today. There wouldn't have been any problems if there was someone with me, though. Why don't you come with me next time? Okay, why the cringe responses? Okay, I'm leaving now. Bye. No. Yeah, that's right. Feel bad about it. No, but actually I have to get going now. Ending the stream here. I'll catch up to Super Chats tomorrow. Thank you everybody who subscribed, donated, and came to watch at any point. Oh yeah, and I want to remind everyone that my anniversary stream is in 9 days. That's weird. I would have expected her to sound a bit more excited about her anniversary. Maybe she's just a bit tired. Thanks again for coming to Mana's stream. Bye-bye. Oh my god, she sounds just like me. Help! Help! Check it out, it's us and Pocky. Every VTuber in chat is being called out by this. Guys, I hate this. I hate it already. Super chat, this is on YouTube. Explains why there's no rain. I close the lid of my laptop as I get up to stretch the muscles I've neglected to use that day. Not that I use them much anyway. Another day, another great Mana stream. I can't believe it's almost her first anniversary. It's hard to imagine that she's been able to grow so much in a short amount of time. It's only been half a year since I started watching her, but I've made sure to make it to every single stream, which hasn't been an easy road. I could feel myself almost transcending from my human form during one of her subathons. But this is what it's called being a Mana. But this is what being a Mana fan means. We walk this harsh path of silent hole-digging endurance streams and meme song karaoke sessions along with her. Sometimes we are graced with situation ASMR streams or professionally made song covers. I suppose I can check out some other VTubers I follow while Mana is offline. I still haven't eaten today, but if streams are not watched live, then what's the point? Watching a recording of a stream after the fact is akin to watching an anime months or even years after it's aired. You miss the experience of having live reactions and being in the moment. People would have already moved on to the next thing to talk about after a stream ends. I scroll through the list of currently live VTubers. Born too late to explore the Earth, born too early to explore the universe, born just in time to live through this VTuber boon. I truly am living in the best timeline. Everybody, right now, everybody go stretch. This is my call out to you. Go fucking stretch. I pick up my ringing phone to see a familiar name displayed. Hello? Yokoni? What's up? Shoma! That's what I should be asking you. Have you spent all day watching VTubers again? Of course not. I stepped outside to take out the trash earlier today. You haven't eaten a bite today yet either, have you? I have been consuming the entertainment media of live streaming. Quite filling if you ask me. Oi, don't make me come over there and punch you. Look here, I know it's the first summer after you entered college, but how long do you expect to just watch VTubers all day? This isn't a phase, it's a lifestyle. I hate it here. Puppy! Oh my god, hi Raiders, hi Puppy. My name is Pocket Trash. For those of you who don't know me, you can call me Pocket Pucky Trash or yours if you want. Bubba Girl. Did I say Puppy Trash again? I don't know what I said. Anyways, hi Raiders, welcome on in. How are you? We are currently playing VTuber Connect, which was a free game on Steam that I saw when I searched up VTubers. And we're all feeling a little called out right now. It's very rude. How was Resident Evil though? I hope you had fun. Refresh if it still says just chatting. Oh my god, yes. Everybody refresh. Not them actually saying what I say about VTubers. Yes, it's not a phase, it's a lifestyle. Puppy Trash, you're adopted now. Okay. Hi, Fanto. How are you? Can I get a shout out for Fanto, please? Welcome on in though, everybody. Raiders and Puppy, make sure you guys are doing some after stream care. Grab some water, grab something to eat, grab something to drink, and just vibe. We're here and we're judging ourselves heavily in this game because I feel like we're being called out. Besides, I watch anime and play video games as well. And it's not like my grades are bad. It's not your academic performance that I'm worried about. Have you given up on trying to make friends? I know with the recent pandemic and all, it might have been more difficult to meet new people. And you might not have found what you were looking for in your first semester. But you should still make an effort to try and form some sort of meaningful relationships. I have been forming meaningful relationships, just with streamers instead. I would have Robert, but I'm Eepy. I think it would have been funny if Puppy shouted himself out. Oh, that would have been really funny. I have some time to kill before church tonight. Hi, Daniel. How are you? Come on in. Am I the MC? Oh my god, me. 10 to 1 that Yoko is actually Mana the streamer. That's what I was thinking. Is this dude talking to an AI prompt? Maybe. Why go through the pains of in-person relationships when I could just spend my time in the comfort of my room? There's no worrying about having to awkwardly acknowledge people if you make eye contact or wondering if asking them for a favor will inconvenience them. We both know that those are two very different things. There are some things you can't get out of watching a streamer that you can get from interacting with people. I can't be like you. I don't come off as friendly or amiable unless I'm really forcing myself. Compared to me, you get along with everybody pretty much effortlessly because of your positivity and kindness. You don't have to be like me. I guarantee you there are people out there that will like you for you. And what you said isn't completely true. I have plenty of struggles in my own relationships, and there are people out there that I don't get along with despite me trying. You have your own unique qualities that will allow you to connect with people. I actually did go to a meetup recently. It was a week ago. I couldn't connect with any of the people I met. They would just talk to me about sports or their classes. There's nothing wrong with those topics, but I couldn't relate at all. They just seemed so carefree and uninspired. Like they were going with the flow of life without any issues. They couldn't relate to any of my interests either. It took less than an hour for me to become exhausted from all of it and go home. I hear the sound of a long sigh escape from Yokoni's mouth. Don't you think that there's more to them than what they were just showing on the surface to someone they had just met? Even if they had some deep-seated passions or problems in their lives, they probably wouldn't want to show it to someone they had just met, right? Of course, I'm not expecting you to make friends with anybody and everybody. I think having a few intimate relationships that you value and take comfort in is completely fine. Trying to make more friends isn't necessarily always better. I get what you're saying, but can I really be expected to try and get to know each person on the chance that I might like them? I'm fine as it is watching VTubers for my fill of relationships. This bitch is about to CVT us! Hi, LaRoque, how are you? Well, crap, I guess that means I have to stop watching Pocky. Bye! Gotta go touch grass because this game is calling out too hard. Don't call out my mask. Oh, so it's this kind of game? I don't know, it was free. Look, I'm really appreciative that you ended up picking up this lifestyle change. Before then, I know you weren't in the best headspace. VTubers helped you more than I ever could, and I'm grateful for that. It's true. I was powerless when you needed support, and I don't want that to happen again. It's apparent that you enjoy watching VTubers, and that's completely fine, but I don't think those are the only interactions you should have. Could you try to make an effort, an honest effort again, to try and meet some people? Like maybe joining a club or going to a local event, please, for me? I won't be touching grass right now because it's 11 p.m. So bam! Suck on that video game. Yeah, video game! All right. But in exchange, I don't want you blaming yourself for how I felt back during winter break. Sounds like a deal. By the way, I'll be in town briefly for business in a few days. I'll stop by your place, so let's grab dinner that night. Sure thing. Just call me beforehand when you're on the way instead of barging in like you usually do. How cruel. You should be glad your older sister comes for a surprise visit. Oh yeah, I wanted to mention, remember that time I asked you for some recommendations on VTubers because I was curious? I finally got around to checking some of them out. Oh? Can't say this is personally my thing. I didn't really get much of what was going on. I don't really play video games, so I didn't understand any of the gaming streams, while a lot of the other ones were mainly chatting about topics I didn't really understand. Some clips I saw just consisted of really simple things, like a girl sitting down on a chair, or another falling down off camera. There was another clip of this girl saying FAQ. FAQ? What's up with that? Don't question it. The irony is lost when I have to explain it. But that's about what I expected. I even told you that you wouldn't understand much. Hey, I wanted to try and understand your interests a bit more. Can't say I understand any better after checking it out, though. FAQ? FAQ? FAQs? FAQs? But that's alright, as long as it's something you personally take solace in. Just remember that there are other things out there that can bring you happiness. Anyway, I gotta go now, so let's catch up in a few days. Sounds good. See you later. Bye-bye. I lay my phone on the desk and let out a sigh. That sister of mine. She really doesn't have to worry about me so much, but that's just like her. I feel peace of mind when I know she's looking out for me. I guess I can try and follow her advice, but I'm not really expecting much. Even if I did, it would probably end up being something superficial. Thanks for fucking me on stream. It's pronounced fuck you? Oh, fuck you! There was a clip of this tiny purple-haired girl saying, "Dee-hee, She do be effing on my cue till I A? What? Dissecting a joke is like dissecting a frog or something. Huh. Wait till Yoko watches Kobo? My what? My rub? The type of relationship where we would pretend to care about each other's interests and only associate with each other when there's something to be gained. This is why I stick to watching VTubers. There's no expectation for me to live up to a certain standard, aside from behaving in chat. These streamers share my passions and interests, so I won't be judged or misunderstood for what I do.
Awkward,
I'm always awkward, you leave me alone. Hang on, I drink. Imagine he doesn't actually have a sister. Huh? I don't expect people I meet off the street to be able to understand me. I let out a long sigh and look out the window. I might as well stop by the convenience store to grab a bite. There should also be a new issue of the weekly VTuber magazine. VTuber magazine? Huh? I expect Pocky to be the prettiest girl at the party. Lies. Bro said, I'm not like other guys. I'm the prettiest girl at the party. I am gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. So true, VTubers don't expect anything except a tier 3 sub or using your free Twitch Prime subscription. VTuber magazine, right? I want a VTuber magazine, the fuck? VTuber Connect! Kiss, kiss, fall in love, dinner. I'm greeted by the harsh glare of the sun as I get my first exposure of sunlight for the day. I arrive at the local store located a few blocks down from my apartment. As I approach the magazine section, I see a figure of a girl staring at the last copy of the VTuber magazine. I immediately notice the dark circles under her eyes, reflecting the weary aura that's exuding from her. Even I don't ever look this dead inside when my donations get ignored. Even I don't ever look this dead inside when my donations get ignored. I'm dead. I would 100% believe there's a VTuber magazine in Japan. What about using their gamer subs code? Ooh, woo, you're so right. The idea of making a magazine about VTubers fills me with anxiety. The amount of politics, hurt feelings, FOMO, and shit. Fair enough. Hi, Lena. How are you? Can I get a shout out for Lena, please? We're doing good. We're watching this, or we're playing this game called VTuber Connect. It's a reference to Japanese Hololive member named Sakura Miko. Her English is sometimes broken and sounds funny sometimes. Also, cute girl saying swear word. Oh, ignore this. Okay, fair enough. Couldn't ignore that. Love you. Thank you for the biddies. Needless to say, it was a meme. Oh, I see. I see. Me when Pocky ignores me? Bye! 100% of VTuber mag would be horrendous as those VTuber news. Fair enough. Okay, hang on. Can I? Oh, here we go. I want to turn down. I feel like the music is really sharp in my ears. I don't know about for you guys, but it's really sharp in my ears. I don't like it. Okay. This might be a grim reminder of the harsh realities of the 3D world. It's a stark contrast to the positive atmosphere of VTuber streams. Guys, help! She appears to be lost in thought, staring at the image of Mana on the cover of the magazine. She notices my presence and turns my way. Oh, sorry. Did you want the last copy of the VTuber magazine? Wow, even her soul sounds like she's dead inside. I'm so used to hearing voices full of life on stream that I didn't realize that people could sound like this. Were you gonna buy it? If you were, then that's all right. Thanks for the lurk, Daniel. Brother is lost in the sauce. No, that's okay. Do you want it? Huh, I guess she's being nice and letting me have it. Thanks. Yeah, I was planning on getting it. Well, in that case, I'll be buying it first. Huh? Jokes. You can take it. This girl, I guess she does have a bit of life in her. Thanks. I take extra caution picking up the magazine in case she tries to mess with me some more, but she just looks at me with a smug smile. So, you're a fan of VTubers? That's an understatement. VTubers are my lifeblood. Oh? Just curious. Why do you like VTubers? Offering a chance for me to talk about my favorite thing in the world? Say no more. First off, there's an implicit assumption that these people with anime avatars are going to share a common interest in Japanese entertainment media. Oh no! I don't know how I feel about this. I automatically build a connection with them because of that, as well as the immediate attraction that I have to a well-designed model. Next, VTubers often have a wide breadth of talents, including drawing, singing, dancing, and voice acting, which appeal to people. VTubers are just generally entertaining people that are nice to be around. When I'm watching a VTuber stream, it's almost like I'm hanging out with them. Overall, VTubers are just these incredible bundles of character and talent. It's almost otherworldly. I beam with pride at my detailed explanation, but I'm met with a blank expression. I see. She doesn't look very impressed by my explanation. I'm starting to think I might have creeped her out a bit. Maybe I should have said I like them because they're cute or funny, but hey, she's the one who asked. Say, have you ever thought that these VTubers aren't real? It's Mana. I feel like this is Mana. Huh? What do you mean? There are real people behind these avatars. I know, but what if that VTuber persona is not really who they are? What if the person behind them acted completely differently? It's almost like the VTuber doesn't exist as a person. I pause at the abruptness of the question. This typically wouldn't be the type of questions that you would ask someone you just met, but I don't like the implications that are being made about VTubers, so I'll bite. Well, I don't doubt that there are differences in the way that people present themselves on stream and the way that people act in their personal lives. People act differently depending on the situation, like how to act in front of strangers versus how you act at home. That's true for VTubers as well. I guess it also depends on their situation. Why are they acting differently? That's true. What about this? You have a person that acts a certain way, but for the sake of playing a VTuber persona, they have to adopt a different personality and act in a way they usually never would. Would you consider that VTuber to not be real? That the person was just playing a character? The idea that an idolized VTuber isn't actually real is one that wouldn't sit well in anybody's mind, but thinking about it, there is some validity to that idea. I watch VTubers all the time, but I always just assumed there was a person behind the avatar that acted the exact same way. As much as I hate to admit it, I guess there's always the possibility that there might be a real person behind the avatar who's just playing a part. But does that necessarily mean that the VTuber isn't real? What would even constitute them as being real? This is making my head hurt. I guess there's an argument to be made that because there isn't a person that would act that way completely naturally, that identity might not be real. But at the same time, it's pretty difficult for a person playing a character to hide their individual quirks or mannerisms, even if they're adopting a completely different personality. That might just end up being a different side of a person? I mean, they're together on the title screen, so I just assumed they were the same person. Oh, bro almost got stun-locked IRL. This is a reality shock for so many people. I feel like maybe all VTuber watchers need to play this. I see this argument often, but I don't believe it. Most of the time, I think VTubers are more true to themselves than a lot of people think. Yes and no. I'm sure, like, I think there's a lot of people who aren't similar to themselves, but I think that's like anything. I think it's probably on a spectrum, and it's like, you know, how far are you from your IRL self? You know what I mean? I see. I don't think it's exactly as simple as separating yourself from the part that you might be forced to play. There will likely always be a part of that person that shows. At the very least, in some mind of the fans, the experiences and memories that they have with that VTuber are real. Maybe that's what matters. Did you take that line from your favorite anime? You got me, but there is some truth to it. I don't want to believe that my experiences with a VTuber would all be for nothing because the person behind the avatar is just playing a part. Well, it wouldn't necessarily be for nothing. It's just that I'm sure a lot of fans would feel betrayed if that wasn't who a VTuber actually was. And the VTuber themselves might not be able to act the way they want or do the things they normally do. Speaking of which, I also want to ask, would the motivations of the person behind a VTuber avatar even make a difference? Say you have a person who's really shy, but they want to be able to put themselves out there and be more open, so they use a VTuber avatar to reinvent themselves and be a more outgoing person. Then you have another person who's shy, but they take solace in that, and they continue being shy as a VTuber, but they're forced to play the personality of an outgoing person, maybe because the agency they joined forced them to. Can both of those VTubers in those scenarios still be considered to be the person's self? I'm gonna be honest, for some people, if they acted 100%, people would be concerned of the person more so than supporting them. Fair enough. Hi Noah, how are you? I'm way more laid back IRL than I would be when I'm behind the tables. Fair enough. I think this mostly applies to corpo VTubers. That's also true. My gut reaction is to say that VTuber persona of the person who voluntarily plays that personality is more real than obviously themselves. But even if someone didn't want to play that outgoing personality, that might still be themselves acting in a way. And they might find themselves naturally becoming more outgoing, and therefore that becomes their self. The first example definitely seems like it's someone who's themselves when VTubing though. But if they only act that way when they adopt that VTuber identity, then is that really themselves? I love you, Plum! Isn't that similar to putting on a superhero suit or transforming into a magical girl? I've watched enough magical girl anime to know the answer to that. Transforming empowers the girls to perform feats that they otherwise might not have had the courage to do, but their true strength was always in their hearts, regardless of their transformation. Oh, that's interesting. These two are having such a philosophical argument at the store. I know, right? The fact that you watch magical girl shows, that is, not what you said. I hope by interesting, you mean that with a positive connotation. There's nothing wrong with watching magical girl anime as a young male adult. I find the stories to be inspiring. Oh, I agree. I just wish it was that simple in reality. Or maybe it really is that simple and I'm just overthinking things. Last question. Does the audience perception of the VTuber's identity matter in determining if that identity is real? I don't follow. Say you have a VTuber that wants to express themselves on stream, but how the audience sees that VTuber is different from how that VTuber wants to be expressed. So that VTuber acts how the audience wants to see them. Is that VTuber identity considered real? And can that even be considered the person's self? Has it occurred to the girl that most VTubers use a persona simply as a means of anonymity? Maybe. I love that it's just tired girl. Yes, she's just here. I guess it's real in the sense that this is how a real person acts in a situation when they feel forced to act in a certain way. And also in the sense that the audience's perceived identity is fulfilled. And it's not real in the sense that this isn't the way that the VTuber would normally act, and that they might just be playing a persona. I don't really know if that's still considered the VTuber's self. Sorry, is there supposed to be a clear, correct answer to these questions? I feel like I haven't given a single one. I don't think so. At least, I don't really have a clear, correct answer. I'm mostly just asking so I can see another person's point of view. It might be naive, but I wish it could always be as simple as just be yourself, and everyone will accept you, and you will succeed as a VTuber. Maybe for some, it is that simple, and there's no problem. Some VTubers just be themselves on stream and enjoy what they do, and there's nothing wrong with that. But even then, not everyone might accept you, and you might have people who push a different identity onto you. What people want might end up being different from what you want to express. Maybe it causes a disconnect between that person and their VTuber persona. Or maybe there's actually them. If there's a disconnect, then it probably becomes more pronounced when you adopt a new name and appearance. Probably. Then in that scenario, is that VTuber self the fake and their usual self the real self? Or maybe they're both different, but are real sides to the same person. Or maybe they're both fake. I guess? How would that even work? I don't know. I just said that to mess with you. I applaud your ability to crack jokes right after asking such serious questions. How did I even get into this situation? I almost forgot why I came here in the first place. Can't say I necessarily hate this though. I hadn't really put much thought into what it means for a VTuber to take on a new identity. Even if that conversation we just had felt like a jumbled mess, I feel like I gained a new perspective on VTubers. Oh yeah, this all started from being asked why I like VTubers. What about you? Why do you like VTubers? Assuming that you do. What if I said I don't watch VTubers? I would demand my time and energy back. Here, I thought I found a kindred soul. I love you too, Justine. The only correct answer is Pocky. I'm pretty sure this girl is a major VTuber. Oh yeah, 1000%. Do you hate yourself, Pocky? Are you feeling it, Mr. Krabs? Yes. Yes. The only correct answer is Pocky. I know that not all VTubers are, but most of them simply use their models as a way to remain anonymous. This is deadass the convo Neo has in the Matrix, huh? So I'm about to pivot like LeBron James in his prime and cross the line between shenanigans and tomfoolery, huh? Sorry, I'm drinking. I love how weirdly deep this is. When I sit here like, I'm a VTuber because I'm too lazy to get dressed for stream most days. That's fair. I do think this probably applies to more like corpo VTubers. I mean, that's why VTubers who do IRL content either blur their face or wear a mask. Yeah, girl is Gura, but yeah, probably a major one in the game. Yes, chat, let's explain VTubers to Pocky. Yes, do it. I'm not stinky, you're stinky. See, look, I'm not stinky. You see that? You see that? It says not stinky. It says not stinky. Hi, Pocky, remember you're cute, and also I don't know what's real or not anymore. Well, the only thing that matters that if it's real is me. I'm real. Pocky's obviously using a face cam. Yeah, what do you mean? This is my face. I'm an anime girl. She fucking got you, chat. Okay, yeah, I watch VTubers. Why I like them? Let's see. VTubering can be a shelter for those that need it. Sometimes you have nowhere else to go. Sometimes you just need to get away from everything. Sometimes you aren't happy with the way things are, and you need somewhere to express yourself in ways that you normally couldn't. In the world of VTubing, you're free from the threads that tie you from becoming who you want to be. You can choose how you look, how you act, and just be able to reinvent yourself. I'm suddenly reminded of my own experiences of when I started watching VTubers. I really did have nowhere else to go. For the first time in who knows how long, it feels like someone might have finally understood me. Thank you for head pets! I love how 70% of the game so far has just been in the specific grocery store. I can relate to that. Oh? Sometimes we just need to feel like there's someone else there, talking and chilling with us. There might not be anywhere else to go to get that human connection. I realized that I said I had no friends in a roundabout way. Even if there are people in your life that you can go to, it might feel like nobody understands you. Sometimes you just need a break from everything. Others might not even have the luxury of having friends, so they go to VTubers. She looks at me when she says that, as if to emphasize the idea that I might not have friends. Why are you looking at me with that expression when you said that? Come on, you're supposed to look at people when you're speaking to them. You didn't think I was implying anything, did you? This girl is giving me a smug smile. She knows what she did. Nope, not at all. Must have been a coincidence. I must have been mistaken. Sorry for suspecting you. I give my best exaggerated display of poor acting. Good. I accept your apology. I was about to break into tears if I was to be suspected of implying that you have no friends. Hey, you're not supposed to point that out. So you were implying that. She gives a hearty laugh, then quickly goes back to her deadpan expression. I don't know what you're talking about. But going back to what I was saying, she's changing the subject. Even if there's nowhere else to go, that's not to say that people should go and pour their troubles out to a streamer. You don't do that, do you? Hey, what do you take me for? My struggles are so pathetic that even if I wanted to inconvenience others, they would just think of me less than they already would. I don't think that's something you should be proud of. But I don't think it matters how pathetic your struggles are. There might always be others out there who are going through a rougher time, but that doesn't make your struggles any less important to you. What matters is how you deal with them, right? There's too much I don't get about this girl. Why did she suddenly start asking me difficult questions about VTubers? What's with the sad looks she's giving? At the very least, I don't think she's being nice for the sake of seeming nice like other people do. Honestly, my struggles really are pathetic. Why would I ever inconvenience VTubers to listen to the troubles of someone as insignificant as me? Even this girl in front of me, I'm not going to try and earn any pity from someone I just met. I'm sure my struggles are not worth the time or emotional energy from even random people. Thanks. I didn't want to push back in case she ends up expending any more energy on insignificant things. So, why were you asking me all these questions? Do you typically interrogate everybody you meet? How rude. Of course I don't do this to everybody. You were just a prime victim. In what way was I a prime victim? You're a VTuber fan, for one. You also looked like you had nowhere else to spend your time. What you said was contradictory. Being a VTuber fan means I have no time to spend on anything else. Yeah, sure. That proves my point. What is happening? Drama dumping? Yeah, trauma dumping? Yeah, I agree. I guess because I understand that there's a face behind the model, I don't have that objectifying demeanor I tend to see from other viewers. But ouch, I feel so targeted. Wow, relate with the VTuber. I see it how it is. Hashtag FleshTuber rise up. Have seen. They felt alone and happened to discover VTubers at a time when they didn't have other places to go, and VTubers kind of filled that hole they have. I'm not entirely convinced she would just randomly start asking me weird questions without any reason, but it doesn't seem like I'll get any answer from her. I might as well take the chance to ask her about her thoughts on other things. You said you were a fan of VTubers, right? What about Mana, the one on the cover? I guess you could call me a fan. Isn't she the greatest? That cool voice, that great sense of humor, the ability to handle any situation with confidence, the talent she has in so many fields? It ain't much. Huh? There are a ton of other VTubers out there that are more talented and put in just as much work. The stars just aligned for her to make it big. I take back what I thought about being understood. You might as well be kicking me down and stomping on me. Hey, some people are into that. There's no way she was just lucky or got to where she was to get to where she was. Well, that's the reality of the VTubing world. It's all about timing and luck. That's just wrong. You can't just make nothing out of their talents and efforts. Believe me, I really do respect the talents and efforts of VTubers, but the reality is, no matter how talented or how much effort some people put in, it won't be enough. They won't make it. Others with less talent who put in less effort might make it big instead. Maybe it would be because they came across the right opportunity to join an agency. Maybe that one clip they had went viral. The internet isn't a place that perfectly and accurately rewards work and talent. Oftentimes, the success of a VTuber will bend to the whims of whatever's trending at that time. And if that was easy to just predict or figure out, then anybody could make it big. I have to stop myself from getting angry. I know I shouldn't get defensive about things I like, but any affront to the VTubers I like, Mana in particular, feels like an attack on myself. I think I've calmed down. Thinking about it, there is some validity to what she's saying. The internet can be unpredictable, and how a VTuber can make it big isn't often something that's so easily determined. I watch plenty of smaller VTubers myself, and to say that they're not making it big because they're not working hard enough or that they're not talented enough is disingenuous. But at the same time, you can't just make it big by timing and luck alone. People aren't going to just keep watching because you got lucky. There has to be some appeal to get people to stay. Sorry, I got a bit emotional. I think you're right about some things. We can't predict who will become big. There are plenty of VTubers out there that could have been the next big thing but never did.
So fucking awkward, bud.
I'm always awkward. You leave me alone. This game is, they don't know I'm a VTuber simulator. This is true though. I feel like I think everybody on Twitter who's like involved in that fucking newest drama about how many viewers you have, I feel like they need to play this game. But there's no way a VTuber would remain successful without having the hard work and talent required to do so. I don't believe that Mana could be as successful as she is just by getting lucky. I'm sure there was some of that involved, but the reach she gets by touching the hearts of her viewers isn't a product of timing or luck. Everything here is true. Even the MC has some good points. Thank you for the Pucky care package. I drink. I truly believe that who she is as a person and the work that she puts in is the reason why she continues to appeal to so many people. She just looks at me with surprise. Who she is, huh? Sorry, I got a bit emotional as well. Maybe you're right. Regardless, popularity isn't the only indicator for success for VTubers, is it? There are a ton of VTubers that are satisfied with the community they've built, regardless of size. I'm sure there are people who think that way, but at the same time, I think in the back of their minds, a lot of them also think that it would be nice to make it big. There are also plenty of VTubers out there that have single-digit average viewers and desperately wish to grow. Can't say I've been through that or know what goes through their minds, but you have a point. I've seen many VTubers try to put themselves out there on multiple platforms to try and grow. And imagine how many of their stories have been denied before they could even get going because they started at the wrong time or got unlucky. Did someone kick you down this morning or something? You don't seem to have the most optimistic outlook on things. This morning? Someone's been kicking me down every day. Well, you should probably tell that person to stop. Yeah, well, that someone is life. I'll make sure to tell them next time. Hey, yo. Me as the MC, do you think she needs an editor? I think most VTubers who did make it big, even a lot of the agency VTubers, did earn their success. Pocky, are you satisfied with your community? I am. I love my community. I won't sit here and say that there isn't a part of me that wishes that numbers grow or that we had enough money where I, didn't have to do subathons or didn't have to rely so much on donos. Like, I won't sit here and lie to you guys and say that I don't look at my numbers. Numbers are important, and when you look at them and you start looking at VTubing as a full-time thing instead of a hobby, it's hard to see numbers as something analytical and not something that is judgmental of your worth as a streamer. But I like my community. I think I've been very lucky. I think that the way that I started as a VTuber, I got very lucky in finding so many amazing people. But I also won't say that I didn't put in work. I have put in work. I don't think I've put in as much work as I think people give me credit for. I think that a lot of the reason the community is the way it is because of you guys. And I think that a lot of people think it's me. But in reality, a lot of you are just willing to hear me out. And I feel like that's so important in a community and like building communities. So I don't know. The thing about success is that it varies between person. Success to someone can simply mean getting 50 plus viewers and still be happy. Forgot I made that joke about how agencies have a lack of melanin. It's true though. Damn, girly is relatable. Wait, you can count? No. I didn't know how serious you were about to get. Please ignore me. Numbers are important from a business sense, so it's good to look at them. Can still be proud and love everything so far. I mean, it's a thing with all streamers. Numbers are important for growth, but they shouldn't be your end goal. I mostly stream for the fun of it, but hey, number go up, give brain happy chemicals. That's undeniable. Hugs, you're such a sweet being. I love you. Of course you. I try to be as authentic as I can. Like, you guys know a lot about my life that some people consider like a little too much information, but I don't know. I think that if you're looking at VTubing as a small business, yes, numbers are important. Yes, numbers can give you a sense of what kind of content can you continue to make, what kinds of things does your community like. But if you're thinking of it as I'm just enjoying what I'm doing, numbers don't really need to mean anything, and it doesn't really need to be anything, but it is very difficult to feel like, oh, my numbers were low today and I thought I was doing good, you know, what have I been doing wrong? Like, and I won't say that isn't a thought that has crossed my mind, because it happens all the time, and I feel like it happens with the majority of streamers that I am friends with, the majority of the streamers that I watch. A lot of streamers have that fear of, am I going to be forgotten? Am I going to, like, have I already passed my prime kind of thing? Which is why I always try to tell people, like, make sure if you love a creator, make sure to let them know it. Like, as much as we of course appreciate lurkers, and I've had so many lurkers who just hang out and don't say anything in chat. But if you ever feel comfortable enough to do so, I would absolutely encourage people to be like, hey, just so you know, I appreciate you and your content is good, because those comments mean so much to streamers. Yes, words of affirmation go a long way for streamers. I agree. I know I'm so fucking proud of you in so many forms. You deserve the world, bestie. I'm happy you're here. I'm happy you're here, Sylvie. You assume streamers can math. Ha! You're so right. It's like a VTuber I follow regularly says, do what makes you happy. I feel like a community reflects the streamer. If you were different, you'd have a different community. One you might not like as much, but feel you have to appeal to it. No, that's true. It 100% comes up to a creator's mind, even if they don't want to admit it. Hi, Kimro. How are you, cutie? Okay, I go again. Okay. I love you 3,000. I love you 4,000. Throne. And if you can't bring yourself for words of affirmation. Like, y'all don't even know, but streamers will literally think about it forever if someone just out of nowhere goes, I hope you know I appreciate you and your content. It's true. Sorry I'm not here too often, but love the Pocky Corner and the comfy vibes. That's okay, Chips. I love having you here no matter what. I adore you. I adore you too, Talon. It's true though. Like, I mean, I still think to this day about the fact that, so for those of you who don't know, Jobo, who's like a very consistent person in our community. When I first started streaming, Jobo and Fanto were two of the first people to join my community. And it was at a time when I decided I was going to make my content 18 plus, not because I was immediately going into the Funsley kind of things, but because I wanted to keep myself safe, and to keep, you know, my community being the way that it is without worrying about minors. So unfortunately that meant at the time Jobo had to leave because Jobo was underage. Months pass, like, and I'm talking like the majority of a year passes, and on his 18th birthday Jobo comes back and is like, I would like to be reinstated as a trashy. And the fact that all that time passed and he didn't forget me means so much to me, and like I think about it all the time. I think about the fact that Fanto stayed and like still stays. You know what I mean? Like, it means so much to me that you guys hang out and you guys vibe. We love Jobo here. R.I.P. Jobo. If only Jobo was here. His internet is hating on us right now though. The other thing is when you set your expectations so high, it's hard to not look at your results and not get discouraged. But when you don't expect to get big results, you genuinely enjoy what you do with your community. That's what makes you successful. Hi, Juggernaut. How are you? Share the love, everyone. Share the love. So streamers are like men. A man will remember compliment years later. Do you think women don't? Hi, Belle. How are you? My sailor mouth alone means that I have to take my shit 18 plus. Fair enough. I think I joined your community like not long after you went 18 plus. You have a big impact on the trashies, my love. You have a big impact on me, my lovely bean. Now the little rascal is a trashy for life. If only he wasn't doing dishes. No, his internet sucks, so he's not even here. I'm happy I got to come back. I'm happy you did too, Talon. Y'all get compliments? I'm dead. You're welcome, my friend, and you bet I'll be here for many years to come. I hope so. Women tend to get compliments more often is the point. Women get compliments more from other women. This channel is 18 plus? Yes, Belle, if you are not over the age of 18, unfortunately, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave. But you can come back once you turn 18. But yes, what was I gonna say? Women do get a lot of compliments, yes, but women also take time to compliment each other. I do think that men would also get a lot more compliments if they felt more comfortable to compliment other men, because unfortunately the reality is as a girl, if I compliment my guy friends, I shit you not, 9 out of 10 of those men end up having feelings for me because I was nice to them. And it's like, I'm not trying to fuck you. I just wanted to let you know that you are a great person or something. In your case, Pocky, there's one reason only why I watch you, because I enjoy what you do. You are what I look for in a creator, someone who doesn't necessarily worry about numbers, but enjoys the time they spend with their community. I've enjoyed every moment I spent here. Well, you're so sweet. Careful with those jokes. Some streamers will ban you. It's true. Be careful. What are compliments? I don't know, man. You know why, Pocket? Why? The only thing I can say is I'm older than YGO by a bit. Does that mean Yu-Gi-Oh? I remember following you on Twitter in sometime late June of 2022 and then joining your Discord server early September 2022. I love that you remember these things. I don't remember shit because we men never get compliments. But like, do you think that maybe you could compliment other men so that, you know, I don't know. My point is that if men would like to receive more compliments, the first step is feeling comfortable in complimenting your friends and creating a space where the men in your friend group understand that you can compliment each other. Look at Grave and Foggy. You know, Grave and Foggy compliment each other all the fucking time. You know, same with some of their other guy friends, you know, and I think that's one thing that I love about the Trashies is that you guys have never shied away from complimenting each other. You know what I mean? I fucking love Yu-Gi-Oh! I don't. Dyslexia! I'm crying. I could never because I don't expect a single compliment to give me the green light for fornication. Dead. I got a compliment in high school once. Does that count? Yes. Always lift the gym bros. I've been trying to compliment my fellow men. Yes, kids don't believe me when I tell them I'm older than mobile phones, personal computers, the internet. Oh no. Compliments are so great. I agree. Is we're divorced, Grave, a compliment? I'm dead. Of course I remember these things. I'm best at remembering things that have to do with the people I care about the most. I'm gonna cry. Get out of here. We're not supposed to bawl today, okay? I'm in a very emotional state, okay? I'm bleeding. I've been bleeding for like a month, okay? I will cry. Don't be mean to me. Pocket, have you been to Kenya? I have not. Anyways, we're gonna keep going so I don't cry. Girl, we bleed together. I know. Can you be any cuter? Ah! What the heck? That was so cute. What the fuck? I compliment my male friends' art. Does that count? Yeah. I feel like you can also compliment them on their like traits too, you know? Pocket is a beautiful soul. No, you! Okay. Yeah, well, that's someone's life. I'll be sure to tell them next time. Anonymous, thank you for gifting us up to Period Puddle 69. I appreciate you, and please tell Period Puddle to stop bugging me. Compliments aren't exclusively about appearance. I agree. Okay, let's see. But anyway, since we're talking about Mana, what if the one behind Mana is a completely different person? You mean what we were talking about earlier? Do you mean that person behind Mana acts completely different? That's a bit hard to believe. I don't know. Would it actually matter? What do you mean? Even if Mana is completely different off stream, then does that really matter? I mean, like you said earlier, there could be a ton of reasons for it. You wouldn't feel betrayed? That she was lying to you in a way? I think in the back of my mind, maybe I would, but she doesn't owe it to any of us to act a certain way. Do you guys see that? I like that. This is a good sentence. I like this. She doesn't owe it to us in any way to act a certain way. Applause in chat. Everybody applause in chat. Applause. The applause. Hi, Stormy. How are you? Welcome in. Thank you for the Pocky Care package. I drink water. Everybody applaud. Applaud. Louder for the folks in the back. I agree. Meets Pocky in real life. Doesn't realize it because Pocky is not Pocky IRL. No, real though. I like that. Especially because I'm pretty sure this is Mana in real life. I feel like that must feel so nice. Like, I don't know what I would do if I met somebody who watched me and didn't know that me IRL was Pocket. I think I would cry a little hearing any of this, like any of the love that they have for my stream. I think I would bawl. VTubers don't owe their lives, morals, what and who they do in their lives to chat. It's true. How are you today? I'm good. I just in a little bit of pain because my period. You're telling me you don't act like you on stream offline at all times to everyone, no matter what? Sometimes I do. Other times, not really. I mean, it's the point of being a VTuber, I guess. Is that so? What about you? Aren't you Mana's fan? How would you feel? I would feel betrayed. That I found inspiration in someone so amazing, but she turns out to be pathetic in reality. That she was just putting up a front the whole time. That's really harsh. That really wasn't the answer I was expecting. I guess there really are harsh Mana fans out there? I would have thought everybody liked her. I doubt that's actually the case, though. Well, reality has a tendency to disappoint. I'm surprised you even have expectations in the first place to disappoint. You're right. Let me rephrase. Reality has a tendency to be exactly as I expect it to be. I can't help but give a chuckle at the absurdity of this conversation. How long have we been standing here? 20 minutes? What the fuck do you mean pathetic? Fuck, it's me! At me! Upon meeting IRL Pocky, gushes about favorite VTuber being Pocky and how sweet she is. Makes Pocky burst into tears in front of me. Wonders what I did. Hey, I love my Oshi even if she is a girl failure. I don't even know this girl's name, but I can tell that she's unique, to say the least. By the way, I don't think I caught your name. Trying to slide in my DMs, I see. Luring me into this long-winded conversation and when trying to get my information out of me. Hey, you were the one that started asking me questions. And don't make me out to be a predator just for asking your name. My name is Makoto Kagurazaka. Wow, that's a mouthful. My name's Shoma Hasegawa. Well, Hasegawa? Oh, I should get going. I think that's what she said, right? I should get going now. Yeah. Oh, I remember what Yoko requested of me earlier. I'd much rather spend my time playing games or watching VTubers than try and converse with strangers, but talking with this girl wasn't all that bad. She has a certain bitterness towards the world that I admire. A lot of other people I've met just seem to passively agree with anything, but she doesn't seem to be afraid of speaking her mind. And she has some interesting takes and questions. But I don't even know anything about her, and we just happened to meet here by chance. There's no excuse I can use for us to converse again. I can't just ask for her email or number. Why would I think that she would want to continue associating with me anyway? I'm just being selfish. I'm not going to inconvenience her any further. Sounds good. It was nice talking to you. Maybe we'll see each other around. Well, I'll be here around the same time tomorrow. I didn't get to buy the magazine I wanted. Isn't that just a roundabout way of telling me to come back tomorrow? Maybe I'm getting too ahead of myself. See ya. I watch as she walks away down the street. Surely people haven't changed this much since the last time I talked to them. I'm sure she's just an oddity. My stomach suddenly reminds me of the reason I came to the store. I take the VTuber magazine and a prepackaged meal to the counter and check out. Peace, bitch! Yeah. What
is it now? Dad.
Oh my god. Anonymous, thank you for gifting a sub to I love a good nipple rub. It's true. Makoto. Makoto? It's an anagram for mata or whatever. Mana? Pocky, hi, Aninishi! I love her. I hope nothing bad happens to her. Me too. I even remember what you were playing the first time I watched one of your streams. It was Fire Emblem Awakening. You remember that? Ah, you're so nice. The man still forgot to eat? Yes. I plop down on my chair and lay the contents of my plastic bag on my desk. As I open the plastic casing of my meal, I stare at the cover of the magazine. Mana's face adorns the front cover with her signature winking peace sign. I can't imagine that whoever is behind Mana might actually be a completely different person. Even if that was the case, would that necessarily be a bad thing if that was by choice? If the Mana persona is used to become another someone that they want to be, then that's fine, isn't it? If that wasn't the case, how could someone not want to be Mana? She's basically perfect in the eyes of the VTuber community. She's a pillar of strength and proof that you can make it to be to the top with talent and hard work. I've never played Fire Emblem. You should do it. You were playing A Date with Death when I first showed up? What a great game. What is it with these names, bro? What do you mean? I mean, they're just Japanese names, are they not? I came into the mention of Fire Emblem Awakening, one of my favorite Fire Emblem games of all time. Gasp. Hi, Zenny. How are you? I recall what Kazuruzaka told me earlier about her success being a result of luck and timing. There's no way that's completely true. The reason she's so successful is because she's so amazing. How can anyone ignore that fact? I don't think there's much point in thinking about this though. Mana is someone who's out of reach for any of us, especially someone like me. The most interaction you can get from her is a verbal reading of your donation. The amount of attention is enough. It's selfish and delusional to think that you can get any more than that. I put down the magazine and flipped through some of the VTuber streams to occupy myself for the rest of the day. Interesting. Hi, Zenny. I'm doing good, I promise. A Date with Death was good, I agree. Mana has so much pressure on her, I know. No, Pocket, one RPG at a time. All the RPGs at all the times. Not the last name of the game. Oh, the last sub. Oh, I understand. I thought you were talking about their names. I was like, that's so mean. My first introduction to Pocky was Pocky redeeming Mega Milkies. Pocky, you're a good person. Please don't let any of the pressure of VTubing get to you. I try my best. I try. I remember observing stream for like a week before following. Really? Aw, what did you think of me? I stand up from my desk, content as I think about the productivity of my day so far. I've managed to make a sizable dent in my gaming backlog while not missing a single second of VTuber streams I wanted to check out. Unfortunately, the limitations of the human body are preventing me from going any further, as my body tells me it's time to eat. I remember what Kazuruzaka told me the day prior. It's almost time for her to be at the store. Well, I have to go get food anyway. I might as well check if she's there. Well, Pocket thinks I mean? No! I just wanted to make sure. I love you, Stormy. The sun once again batters my eyes with its ray of light as I step outside for the first time today. The storefront slowly comes into vision as I approach. I don't see Kaguruzaka anywhere. Did I just miss her? No, I'm pretty sure I just deluded myself into thinking that she would want to meet me again. I guess I'll just get my food and head back. Hey. I hear the familiar voice of someone who sounds like they've given up hope in the world. Oh, Kazuruzaka. I saw you looking disappointed. Did you think that I already left? Did you miss me that much? The only disappointment I get from life is when VTubers cancel their streams. Oh, sounds like a satisfying life if that's the only thing that disappoints you. What brings you back here? Oh, you know, that thing your body does when you haven't eaten. I also wanted to check out the new Jump chapters. You mean you wanted to get this? Kaguruzaka looks down at the stands, her eyes on the last edition of Jump available. Is she going to mess with me again and take it? Curses, store manager. Why don't you restock your shelves? No, that's not the one I meant. Oh, okay. I guess I'll take it then. Wait, no! Sure, you can have it. I can't remember the last time I had the chance to catch up to manga. Kaguruzaka gives a somber tone. Is it because she's too busy? If she has the time to talk to me like this, then I would imagine she has time to catch up on manga. Which manga do you read? I read a lot. Well, used to. But I would like to catch up with Heroes of the Sky. I have the volumes for those if you'd like to borrow them sometime. Kaguruzaka looks at me weirdly as if I'm misunderstanding something. Sure, I'll take you up on that offer. Don't spoil anything before then, though. I'll murder you. Well, you already act like you have nothing to lose. You might very well do it. How rude. I haven't given up on everything yet. There are plenty of things still worth living for. Like cute anime girls, and that amazing parfait at the cafe down the street. Right. Well, you know what they say. Suffering is how you know you're still alive, and can appreciate the happy moments even more as a result. Just because something's comparatively better doesn't actually make it better, does it? I don't know. Isn't it all comparative? One person's level of suffering might be another person's regular level of living. True. Maybe my suffering is just a state of being for me at this point. That's how you're going to interpret it? Our conversation is interrupted by the sound of my stomach. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean to keep you from getting food. No, that's all right. We also probably shouldn't just stand around here. Do you, want to head to the park just up ahead after I get some food? A smile suddenly forms against Kazurozaka's face. Oh. Oh. Hey, stop making it weird. I'm quite the busy person, but I guess I'll spare the time to stay with you so you aren't lonely. Yeah, I'm sure you spend your time very wisely. What was that? Nothing. I grab some rice balls, tea, and the last copy of Jump magazine from the shelf and take them to the counter to check out. When I came back out, Kazurozaka is just staring out into the distance, lost in thought. What are you up to? You know, existing. Sounds rough. I missed it. I've got what I wanted to buy so we can go now. Are they flirting? Speaking of food, I should eat, so I lurky. Thanks for the lurk, Stormy. I burnt myself out hard on finishing JRPGs lately. I went through a heavy phase of those games a few years back to the point of short-circuiting myself out. Oh my god. Sadly, that is what it is with most VTubers. The more fam VTuber is, the harder... The more famous VTuber is, the harder there is to comment. Oh, is harder. Yeah. The more famous a VTuber is, the harder your comment is to read. Yeah, I understand. I do that with every creator, though. Gotta make sure no one's acting a fool. It's me. I act in fools. Oh man, I remember being told, hey, you should lurk in this stream real quick. You'll enjoy her. And then lurking for a day or two before working up the courage to say hi. What the heck? You guys are so cute. Living for anime girls is good copium. I agree. Oh, hey, they flirting? I know, they flirting. I'm chugging on my gamer subs. Okay. We head down the street to the nature park. Oh, I'm Chibi. Okay, hang on. I got, oh, fuck. Hang on. Chibi, cat, Chibi, small Chibi corner. Aha. Okay, hang on. I wanna, there we go. Oh my god, a baby. It's me. I'm the baby. We head down the street to the nature park ahead. Kazurozaka stares straight ahead, but it doesn't seem like she's focusing on the scenery in front of her. I realize I know next to nothing about her, let alone what she could possibly be thinking about. We arrive at the walkway next to the park's lake and stare at the surface of the water. As I'm eating my rice balls, I think about how I can get to know Kazurozaka better. Say, do you also go to Numazu University? Kazurozaka breaks her focus and turns to me. Oh, you too? I do. Can't say I'm particularly a fan of studying and attending classes, though. There are people who are out there who are fans of that? If you're passionate about what you study, then sure. I'm mainly just doing it because society's so adamant about sending everybody to get higher education, and so that I can have some security in the future. Can't say I'm particularly passionate about what I read from those textbooks. No, I get that. I can't say I'm particularly passionate about the topics in class either. Most of my passions lie outside of what I do in class. And they are anime, manga, video games, the types of inspirational and heartwarming stories and characters that are portrayed from ones I can't get from other mediums. I love you! Thank you for the head pats. Did the head pats pop up? Or no? Here. Hey Trash, just out to tell you you're amazing, about to go to sleep. Night-night! So Pocket, will you be my mana? Hey yo! Frick yeah. Oh shit, I missed it. VTubers are as well, of course. Being able to share in those experiences is also nice. Consuming creative media lets me experience journeys, feelings, and thoughts from others that I normally wouldn't be able to experience on my own. So you're what they call an otaku. Haha, very funny. I'm sure that concept is very foreign to you. And like that wasn't obvious enough from the conversations we've had. Sorry, please don't talk to me anymore. Her deadpan delivery of that line gets a laugh out of me. No, but that's something I completely understand. You're able to make a profound connection with something or someone, even if they might be fictional. What about you? What are you passionate about? Me? He's a neat! I'm dead. Hi, Scourge! Can't get a shout out for Scourge. Your small form is adorable. Thank you! It's a Pocky. Hi, Leonidas. How are you? How are you? How are you? Hello, hello. Of course, I like the same things you mentioned as well. But if I had to describe it... I like creating things as a way to share my own experiences and convey my feelings. There are just some things I can't convey through words alone, and being able to create things lets me share that with others. When I draw that piece of art of that one scene that resonated with me, or sing that song about an experience I wish to convey, I'm able to express myself and hopefully make that connection with others. Is it tea, Pocky? Yeah, them. When I'm able to bring happiness to others by doing so, then that's fulfilling in ways that words can't do justice. Aww. So it's a bit similar to what I said, but from the creator side. You draw and sing, though? Sing, draw, dance, voice act, make content? Can't say I'm particularly great at any of it, though. Wow, that's a lot. I'm curious now. Can I see any of the stuff you make? Yeah, not in a million years. Ouch. I understand, though. It really is one of the best feelings, though, when something you created is able to touch the hearts of people who experience it. It's like they were able to understand me and form a connection. It's like I made a difference in this world and that I matter. This was a bit unexpected, but I feel like I'm getting a bitter glimpse into her. What she's saying only reminds me of my own feebleness. How do people have the courage to put themselves out there like that? What if everybody hates what you create? What if the thing that you wish to convey is misconstrued and harms people? I recall what Kazurazaka said the day prior about why she likes VTubers. That VTubers can be a way for people to express themselves in ways they normally couldn't. As a VTuber, it's like you're reborn as a new person and have a fresh start. Nobody can know who you actually were unless you tell them. I love you, Shadow Master. Welcome back. Wait till he finds out, I know, right? She's like really telling him too. Slowly letting him know that he's talking to his favorite VTuber. I heard Numazu and immediately thought of Love Live Sunshine because that's the town it's set in. Oh, I don't know what that is. Maybe that anonymity can empower people to overcome that fear and put themselves out on the internet to share their own experiences. When I think about the internet and anonymity, I mostly think about how people use it as a weapon to hurt others without any consequences. But maybe it can be used to protect and empower people. Wait. All of Kazurazaka's ways of expressing herself are typically those that VTubers also have. Is he finally getting it? She also has the courage to put herself out there, and she herself mentioned that VTubers are a way for people to express themselves. Could she be? No, the chances are pretty small, statistically speaking anyway, and I can't imagine someone who's as jaded as her would be one. And even if she was, it's not like she would say that she was... Oh, I'm big now. Hang on. Oh, wrong side. You know, if you think about it, once we're gone from this world, we would only have those that remember us to have a lasting impact on the world. Oh, has the light bulb gone off? And he ignored it. But once they're also gone, then you can no longer influence anything. But if you had created something and left it behind, then you can continue to make a difference. Maybe that's my way of rebelling against our inevitable fate, that I refuse to be forgotten. But even if you aren't remembered, you would have influenced people throughout your life, and in turn, those people would influence others. So your impact would continue to grow even after you're gone. That's true, but I still wish to impact people more directly even after I'm gone. I'd feel more at ease if I knew that the work I created was still out there, able to express who I was. Now I'm really curious to see what kind of content she makes. But if it's a work personal to her, then I can understand not wanting to share it with someone she just met. I guess this isn't something that's so easily pursued as a career, right? Most people who pursue careers in the arts have it pretty rough, with it being hyper-competitive and all. Yeah, even if you don't manage to miraculously make a living creating things you enjoy, then it's rare that you also have a job security with it. And there's a lot more to it. There's a big difference between doing things you like when you want to do them and doing things you like when you have to do it to live. Your perspective on that completely changes. I think I know what you mean. If you have to do it for a living, then you might have to take on projects that you might not necessarily like, even if you're doing what you enjoy. Like an artist might go from drawing works that they are passionate about to having to draw for works they might not care about. Yeah, and it's not only that. Even if you're able to work on something that you're passionate about, doing the things you enjoy, you might have to face certain deadlines or have to meet certain expectations. Suddenly you find yourself doing it because you have to, rather than doing it because you want to. Jobo! I love you! I missed you! My internet is back. Welcome back, cutie! We missed you! This game is all about VTubers and the connections they form, so it came up. I love you so many. I'm so happy that your internet came back. I'm happy to have you back. Wouldn't that still be better than having to work a job where you don't enjoy what you do? If you find yourself starting to hate doing what you're passionate about because of all the negatives, then maybe not. That's one of the worst things that can happen. The absolute worst. You might still love what you do and wouldn't give it up for the world. But if there are so many other negatives tied to it and you find yourself miserable, you won't view it the same way. Bro, she's not gonna show you her OnlyFans. Drop it. I'm dead. You seem to feel pretty strongly about this. Do you know someone personally that had to go through that? You could say that. Well, I hope they find their answer. I can't imagine feeling like that towards the things I'm passionate about. I hope so too. Also, guess who just 100% completed Sonic Generations? Let's go! If there's even an answer out there somewhere. Well, if I ever find out a way you can do the things you like, the way you want to do it, while also having security, then I'll let you know. But I might take that opportunity for myself first. If I could get paid to watch VTubers all day, then that would be the dream. Speaking of VTubers, I'm sure many of them aim to make a living off of making content, but I'd imagine there are a lot of hardships associated with that. Yeah, I'm sure there are. Say, don't you feel like the way that VTubers make money is simultaneously humanizing and dehumanizing? In what ways? In a way, VTubers sell their personality by streaming. It's like they're the product. Their income is determined by how much people like them, which depends on their personality. It's almost like they're being assigned a monetary value to who they are. Like people who make less money are worth less as people. Oop! Okay. This is getting a little too close to home. We're ending stream. See you guys later. I don't like this. I don't like being called out. I don't like this. Nope. Nope, nope, nope. That's just not true at all. That's the dehumanizing part of it, right? What's the humanizing part? VTubing allows you to express yourself and do the things you want to do. You make money by connecting with people. Alternatively, you could be pulling a lever as a job. No, I just got here. You're not allowed to end? Okay. Not that there's anything wrong with pulling a lever as a job. There might be a need for that, but it feels a lot more human to be able to express yourself as a job. That's true, but the dehumanizing part is such a negative way to view things. People have different preferences in who they might want to support. Just because a VTuber doesn't appeal to a wide audience doesn't mean they're less valuable as a person. Do you hear that, creators in my chat? Just because a VTuber doesn't appeal to a wide audience doesn't mean you are less valuable as a person. You got that? If your income is based on likability, you should be loaded by now. Damn, I wish. Wow, look at the time. Suddenly I gotta go. I'm gonna call you if you leave. No, I agree. I'm just pointing it out that it can seem that way. I don't actually believe it myself. There are so many amazing VTubers out there that are struggling to get by. And there are others I know that have an amazing community to support them despite how broken the VTuber might be. I'm curious to know who she's talking about, but it's probably better not to ask or know. Sometimes it feels like Kazurazaka has such a negative outlook on things, but then sometimes it feels like she has absolute trust in others. There's still too much I don't understand about her, but I guess that's to be expected. We only just met each other. I can't be conceited to think that I'll understand her right away. Why are you staring at me? Oh, I must have been staring at her while thinking to myself, have you been charmed by all my good points? Oh yeah, of course. You have that realistic view on life and a very unique eyes. Wow, you're too kind. I'm sure every girl you meet instantly falls for you once they know how good you are at complimenting. But I prefer to say that my eyes show that I have learned the cruelties of the world. See, would you rather be innocent and have never experienced the cruelties of the world, or would you rather be with someone who's lived through it and is wiser as a result? Fair enough. They're in Japan speaking only English. I don't know how much I trust this game. Get out of here. Pocky is super valuable friend to me. I'm valuable to you. You're valuable to me. I'm less valuable because I'm not a person. I'm a dragon. Lies. You're more valuable. We've all been charmed by Pocky's incredible personality and sweetness. Lies. I'd like to be the one who managed to learn about everything without having to go through the hardships. Don't we all? What do you even do all day to look so tired? What do I do? That's a secret. You haven't reached a high enough bond level with me to unlock that. Okay, what level am I at now then? Bond level 8. Wait, that's pretty good, isn't it? Out of 100. Okay, yeah, I figured. Sorry, I missed a digit. Out of 1,000. Hey, isn't that a bit harsh? Is this one of those pay-to-win systems where I can just pay to skip everything? Sure, but it's a gotcha. Give me 10,000 yen for 1% chance to skip to a max level bond. 99% chance to drop back down to level 0. Wow, these rates seem familiar. I think I've seen them in the gacha games I've played. Guys, this stream is now a gacha game. If for just $10,000, you can have a 1% chance to become love of me life, and you be my 1%. But also, you have 99% chance of being stranger and having to do all over again. Their chemistry is funny. I know, they're cute. Is there a pity system? 1 billion yen for a guarantee. Yeah, I think I'll stick to my usual gacha games. I think I prefer the 2D world. You have a girl in front of you offering the secrets to her heart, and you turn it down for some 2D waifus? Only $1,000? Don't mind if I do. Give me money. Seems worth. Do it. Give me money. Oh, that Nightbot thing shouldn't be there anymore. Hang on. Nightbot. I'm a stranger anyways. No, you're perfect and I love you. Oh, okay, hang on. Let me see. Disable. There we go. The secrets of your heart involve me paying you money? Yes. Earlier, Pocket was threatening to ban me for dropping 100 subs. Yes. Yes, I was. Raise the timer. No, don't raise the timer. Leave it alone. And I thought we were just talking about what you spend your time on. You don't understand the heart of a maiden, do you? What kind of maiden tries to extort money from an innocent soul? Me. Me.
Is it now, Daddy?
Talon? I'm banning you right now. Banned. 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 I seem to have hit a button on accident. Chatters, trashies, if you guys received one of the 5 gifted from Talon, please make sure to say thank you. I appreciate you, Talon, but stop touching things. I thought that said bangs Talon for an indeterminate amount of years. Yeah, bang him. You should bang him. I agree. Bang him. You're anything but innocent. You've already admitted to playing gacha games. What's wrong with gacha games? They lure you in with all these desirable characters that you expect to be able to collect. Then they hit you with predatory practices to make you spend money because you can't get enough resources to get all the characters you want by free to play. Are you speaking from experience? No, I knew right from the start that it would be a futile effort to be free to play. That's why I started spending money right away. Right. Yui-chan wasn't going to wait for me until her next banner. And I'm guessing you also spent on duplicates so you could max her out. No, that can wait until her next banner. But Ai-chan, on the other hand, stop. My fragile college student finances are crying in pain right now. I barely have enough to support my favorite VTubers as it is. Hey, think about yourself first. You don't need to donate in every stream or buy every single piece of merchandise to show your support. Many of them would be happy with just you showing up and listening in. Yeah, Talon! You hear that? You don't need to dono every stream. You hear that? You hear that, trashies? Go fucking kick you. Talon, don't listen to her. Nuh-uh. No. Lies. Stop touching things. She's in pain and delirious. Wow, I can't believe you're trying to mansplain my feelings. Yes, we do. Nuh-uh. Stop touching. Bad trashies. I want to get a little thing to show off chat on my stream, and I want to have like a little hammer.
Daddy.
Talon, stop touching. Bad talent. Bad talent. No touchy. Thank you for the gifted sub. But stop spending your money, please. You gotta take care of you. I adore you, Pocky, but I can't resist the gacha waifus. Are you saying that you appreciate the gacha waifus more than me? Spend it all? No! Make sure you take care of yourself. But I really do appreciate it, Talon. Thank you. I love you. Well, it's not like I'm missing out on meals because I'm spending money to support them. I just want to be able to support them whenever I can. Honestly, the support I give isn't nearly enough as what VTubers have given me. All their meaningful experiences I've had, as well as just having a place I can go to for comfort, that isn't something I can just put a monetary value on to repay. Kazurazaka seems surprised. Did I make that too personal? I guess most people would be creeped out that I spend a lot of my money on VTubers. I'm sure those VTubers feel the same way. What do you mean? That you've also provided something for them that they feel is undeserved, or that they won't be able to ever repay. This is how I feel. That's how I feel. Really? But I mainly lurk with the occasional chatting here and there. I figured I would just be another number to them. That's not true at all. Yeah. I'm startled by the abrupt shift in her tone. Viewers aren't just a number to VTubers. They might not know every single name of their supporters, but the connection that VTubers form with their viewers is meaningful. I refuse to believe that the community they've built together is something that they can be described as a statistic or a way for the VTuber to collect a paycheck. Thinking about it, it's not too uncommon to hear that content creation is just a job to VTubers and that you shouldn't get too attached to them. But Kazurazaka is right. There's no way that the relationship can be described like that. No, you're right. I don't believe it either. I can't fully describe the feelings I have about that connection, but I'm sure that it isn't as shallow as just being a statistic. I thought this was just gonna be a cute little funny haha game. Kazurazaka seems to have calmed down. Sorry for getting so angry. It's alright. Honestly, I'd rather you have your own beliefs that you're passionate about than be passive and agree with everything I said.
This has nothing to do with love or whatever. I'm coding on Tetris. Carry on.
Stop touching, you stinker! It did have warnings, I know, but still! I've had interactions where it's obvious that the other person just goes with the flow of whatever I say and doesn't have all that many thoughts on their own. I get that sometimes they just want to come off as nice, but I don't feel like the conversation goes anywhere. That's why talking with Kazurazaka feels like a breath of fresh air. Understood. I'll proceed to push all of my beliefs onto you from now on. Please don't. I still have some hope for the world, albeit only slightly, but I still don't want my outlook to become as bleak as yours. Come on, I've told you. I prefer to say that I have a more realistic view. And besides, look at me. I manage to smile through the pain every day. Seeing as how you're able to joke around, I can tell you're doing a great job. We both laughed after realizing how silly our conversation has been. I did say before that I try to support VTubers when I'm financially able, but if there's one pain I'm unable to smile through, it's that I missed out on Mana's half-year anniversary merchandise. That haunts me every day. You mean the playmat, acrylic stand, keychain, and postcard? Yeah, I was able to get everything later from third-party sellers, except the limited edition hand-signed postcard. That doesn't exist for sale anywhere. Legitimate ones, at least. I could give you one, if you want. Huh? I have one I could give you. One what? You playing dumb or something? The hand-signed postcard. I have an extra one laying around that I could give you. Who just has an extra limited edition hand-signed postcard from one of the biggest VTubers just lying around? I guess you could call me a big fan? Do you want it or not? Well, of course I want it, but I can't just take it for free. That's okay. I don't need your money. Are you low-key trying to flex on me? Instead, you can get on your knees and beg for it. Okay, that's totally worth it. I start to fold my knees and lower myself to the ground. Wait, stop! Don't actually do it! I react with laughter at her instant response. I think that's the first time I've seen you flustered. All right, maybe I should just throw the postcard in the trash. Wait, please, I'm sorry. I hope you are. Anyway, I actually have to get going soon. I know you have nothing else to do tomorrow, so let's meet up somewhere in the afternoon. That way I can give the postcard to you. And you also promised to let me borrow your manga volumes. That can be how you repay me. I pull out my phone to check the time. I actually have to get going soon as well. I can't miss Mana's stream tonight. Bro! Just put 2 and 2 together. Just 1, 2, put them together. Why do I feel like Pocky would do this? Oh, I absolutely would. Me, Pocky, I want your merch. Pocky, beg for it. Know your worth, queen. But still, just letting you borrow manga for that postcard doesn't sound like a fair trade. You're right. I'll throw in some money as well. As much as I would like some extra money, I still want to repay you back somehow in the future. Fine, fine. If it's just for the sake of making yourself feel better, then sure. Anyway, give me your contacts so I can tell you where to meet. Oh, sure. We perform a quick exchange of contacts. I'll message you tonight. All right, sounds good. Will this be your first time messaging a girl? I'll have you know, I have a loving older sister that takes every opportunity to check up on how I am. I see. How sweet. I guess that answers my question. Okay, let's go. Oi, don't just leave after making a jab like that. She's already walking away. I catch up to her and we make our way out of the park, back the way we came. The light breeze and ample greenery make for a pleasant atmosphere as we walk through the trail. Maybe I should go outside more often. How can he not? How does he not know? He's as oblivious as Pocky. I'm not oblivious. I will say that I probably wouldn't be able to put it together either. Fair enough. Probably mean either. Even if like the thought does cross your mind, I feel like my brain wouldn't allow it because it's like that's so silly. Like, because what if you're wrong, you know? The faint bustle of the town and sounds of our footsteps are the only things we hear as we make our way down the street. This doesn't feel like one of those awkward silences where one of us just feels like there has to be an ongoing conversation. This is a comfortable silence. Even though Kazurazaka asks a lot of questions and can carry on a conversation, she doesn't particularly seem like an outgoing or extroverted person. I can tell that she can appreciate this type of silence as much as I do. She seems to be the type of person who spends a lot of her time thinking about stuff, so maybe times like this are nice for her to reflect. I glance over at her. Yep, seems like she's lost in thought. I still don't have the slightest idea of what goes through her mind, even after talking with her more today. Honestly, that might be for the better, both in terms of the content of her thoughts and that she can keep me on my toes. I'm snapped out of my own thoughts when Kazurazaka makes a sudden stop. This is the direction I have to go. She points to a branching path on the road. Oh, I go straight from here. I guess I'll see you tomorrow then? Yeah, don't miss me too much or start messaging me like crazy. I have some stuff to do tonight. How conceited of you to think that I would possibly want to text you while out over watching Mana's stream. Yeah, you're right. I wouldn't want you missing out on her stream. She turns to leave and walks quietly until she's out of sight. Did she look sad because of what I said? I thought she would bounce back those kinds of jabs without a problem. Maybe I'm just an idiot who has no idea how to talk to people. Why do I do this? Thanks for the lurk, Stormy. I want to be upset at him, but I know I'm just as much of an oblivious dumbass as him. Pocket meeting Leonli IRL. Eehee. Lurk, it's gotcha time. Okay. How does he not recognize her voice, though? I mean, I think she said she puts on, like, a tone, right? Now I want to apologize if I said something out of line, but she told me she'll be busy tonight. I don't want to seem like I'm being pushy. She did also tell me that she'll message me on where to meet tomorrow. I guess I'll wait until then. I take a deep breath and make my way home, with an all too familiar feeling in my mind. I really do hate myself. Aww, VTuber voice is a real thing. Ethan, I missed the first half of the game, so my bad. No, you're fine. I idly scroll through the internet to buy time until the start of Mana's stream. My eyes wash over a sea of posts about VTubers. Many of them are self-promotions by VTubers themselves on upcoming streams, and others are just memes about what might have happened in the stream earlier this week. I think back to what I talked about with Kazurazaka today. I wonder how many of these VTubers are people that took the leap to put themselves out there so they can share what they love and express themselves. Or maybe they're just looking to make a connection with people? I'm sure there are people who are riding the wave and are just doing it for fun, and I don't think there's anything necessarily wrong with that. But even if you're doing it for something as simple as having fun, there exists a connection between them and the community that isn't as simple. I'd only thought about it from the viewer's perspective, but Kazurazaka is right. VTubers also form their own unique connection with their viewers that can't be described as just a statistic. It would be nice if there was something that they could do with security and peace in mind. Talking with Kazurazaka really put things into perspective. Streaming and content creation in general isn't always going to be reliable. VTubers only recently exploded in popularity, and we have no idea if they'll be the case for a few years from now. If you do that as your only source of income, then treating it as a job might change your view of your passion. Oop! I hate it here.
Do I need to get you a leash?
Puppy, I'm going to kick you. Stop touching things. He's respecting boundaries? Wild. I know, right? Crazy. Crazy. This is making me want to keep Pocket safe and comfy. I'm just a little guy. And even if you're using it as a way to escape from reality, then it's not like you're safe from those feelings. I've seen plenty of VTubers struggle with growth, and once you tie in those feelings of success and failure to your passion, then you might end up being tired of pursuing it. Trying to fix the counter so you can fire me? Bet, I'm firing you. There's likely a lot more of things that I don't realize about VTubing. My thoughts are interrupted by the start of Mana's intro. Kiss, kiss, fall in love, da-na-na-na. Da-na-na-na. Hey, hey, da-da-na-na. Come on now. It's your shining star in the night sky, Mana Orion. How's everybody doing tonight? Good, all right, good, great. Bad? Well, you're in luck, because I'm here now. You'll be having a good time in my stream, and I won't be taking no for an answer. Okay, who's saying no? Show yourself. This is where either everyone tries to hide the one that said that, or they'll spam me with a smile face. Huh? You're breathtaking! I was about to be like, this woman is a VTuber IRL! Oh, it's the VTuber. Looks like everyone's saying me. I might have to ban all of chat at this rate. But I'm merciful, so I'll let you guys go. I'll be playing this gacha game that I recently picked up. It's called Aeon Nova. I heard a lot of good things about this game, but didn't really have the chance of playing it until the publishers contacted me for a sponsored stream. So I played it for a bit and started liking it a lot. Ah, I love you! Chat has been pwned, yeah. Ah, hearts, hearts, hearts. Mostly because the character designs are so cute. Oh no, not another gacha game stream. How much is she going to spend this time? Guys, stop saying oh no! I'm just going to get one of the 5 stars. Just one, that's all. And I looked up the rates beforehand. The expected amount is about 10,000 yen for this particular one. Where have I seen this before? The last time she had a gacha game stream, she got incredibly unlucky with the character she wanted and had to hit the pity or amount needed to guarantee the character. And I've heard that this particular game she's playing right now doesn't have a pity system. The intro to this game is so cute. I've already played through all the tutorials and learned the basics so I could get straight to the character pulling, because I know that's what you all are here for. It's true. People are attracted to seeing other people gamble. The chat's just spamming pull when over and over. All right, this should be where I can buy all the gems to pull. I've already loaded in 10,000 yen worth of gems to summon. Mana starts humming to herself happily as she casually exchanges all of her in-game paid currency to summoning orbs in one set of clicks. Okay, let's go! Mana changes the pitch of her voice up and down in a playful manner. Ooh, 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 ooh. So I'm looking for Haruka-chan. I've already done my research. Seems like she's one of the best units, as well as being the cutest out of all these girls. Basically, what I'm saying is that we're meant to be, and if I don't get her, then I don't know what I'm going to do. I might have to take my anger out on you guys if that happens. Okay, so I'm starting now. She's so cute. I love her. Just banned in chat by Mana because I was being too cute. Rip my life. Notice how she doesn't realize or threaten ban for Tangia bits. Oh yeah? Should I just ban you? 10k yen is currently 64.72 USD. Oh, okay. Pull me. I mean, pull when? I'll pull you. The cursor hovers over the 10 pull button, but Mana has yet to pull it. It would be funny if I just stalled here. I'm sure everyone is waiting in anticipation for her to press the button and see what she gets. This is so like her to mess with everybody and just wait. Chat's already spamming about being edged. I bet everybody has their eyes glued to the screen and is drooling all over their keyboards in anticipation. Fine, I'll do it. Mana finally presses a button and the screen transitions to a beautiful animation of a portal appearing. The portal glows with a golden hue to indicate that she had gotten a 5-star. Ah! Mana starts screaming in excitement at obtaining a 5-star in her first set of summons. Huh? Already? Weren't the chances like 2%? I can see the wave of streamer luck coming in. See guys, this is what I meant when I said Haruka-chan and I were meant to be. Stop saying pre-recorded stream. You guys are basically calling yourself chatbots. Oh my god, pull edging. I wrote this game. Mana skips through the lower rarity characters until she gets to the golden glow, only to be met with a character distinct from the one she was aiming for. This is the wrong character. There are only 2 5-stars on this particular summon and I got the wrong one. That's okay. Yue-chan is also cute, and that was only the first set of summons, so it's still lucky. Let's keep going. Mana quickly burns through the remainder of her summons without any instances of a golden glow. She lets out an audible groan as she reaches the last of her summons. I went through 80 without a single 5-star. Surely this will be the one. The portal glows with a golden hue as Mana uses the last of her pulls. Model's Mana jerks up as she lets out a gasp. This is the one! Mana quickly skips through the animations of the lower rarity characters until she's met with a golden animation. A familiar face pops out as Haruka once again evades being summoned. No! Why? Haruka-chan, why? The audible squeak of her chair can be heard as Mana's model falls backwards until it reaches the limit of its motion range. Everybody's just spanning the Mana cry emo while others are reveling in Mana's gacha suffering. Poor thing. R.I.P. Lost in the 50-50. Can't say I feel any different. Mana's frozen model indicates that the real-life person is still sulking back in her chair and hasn't entered the visual range of her motion capture. Suddenly, the squeaking of her chair can be heard as Mana's model starts moving again. You know what? That's all right. That was just the expected value. That means I'm below average in terms of luck. That happens. You know what they say about sunk cost truth? Can't let the money I spent go to waste. I'm pretty sure it's called the sunk cost fallacy. Let me turn the display off so I can charge more gems. The game display turns black as the sounds of a plastic car can be heard from being dropped on the table. Mana starts humming to herself happily as if to point out the irony of large amounts of money that can be dropped so casually on gacha games. The game display returns right where it had been when it had been disconnected. Haruka-chan will be mine! Minutes pass as the summons are quickly used in succession without any sightings of a gold portal. Mana doesn't say anything, but every 10 pull that is used without a 5-star, Mana closes her eyes and tilts her head upwards slowly and silently to reflect her agony. Pain! That's the only word that came from Mana in the past 50 summons. As she uses her second to last 10 pull without avail, she gives her more exaggerated silent display of pain yet. Last 10 pull. That's okay. I still got another 10. Surely this will be the one. You can make it through this, Mana. This is painful to watch, but it's also so funny to see her exaggerated reactions. Me playing Honkai. It looks like the life got sucked out of her. Reminds me of Kazurazaka. A golden portal appears as Mana widens her eyes and leans forward. This is it! This is the one! The sounds of Mana mashing her screen could be heard as she quickly skips through the animations. On her 9th summon, she is met again with a familiar face. No! Mana once again sinks backwards as the familiar image of the character Yue populates the screen. Haruka-chan! What? Waves of emotes and the word pain surge through chat window. I guess it wasn't meant to be. Maybe we were just... Mana transitions to the next screen while talking. A golden glow appears with a new image. Mana rapidly starts clapping and drumming on the desk to express her excitement without damaging anything. Ah, you did love me after all! Come here! Blah, blah! The sounds of kissing that are uncomfortably close to a microphone can be heard through the screen. I chuckle at how Mana has made this pulling session out to be some sort of an emotional journey for her. You really did come home after all! Time to drop every resource I have into her! Mana deftly navigates through the array of menu options to search for the section to grow characters. There we go! And this too! There's something I want to mention since I've been seeing it come up when I'm looking into this game. Please don't whale shame. People value things differently and could have no problem spending money on something they enjoy because that's what they think it's worth it. If someone consciously decides to spend it to spend X amount of money for a Y percentage chance to get something they want, and they're not compromising other things that they might value more, then it's completely fine. Don't shame them because they decided to spend a bunch of money on just a video game or anything similar. That's just being insensitive to our subjective experiences. It's okay to spend money on things we enjoy. I'm not trying to promote gacha addiction this stream though, through my own spending. I thought it was worth it for me to do as content and for my own enjoyment. Even if I didn't get what I want, I wouldn't have regretted it because I consciously decided it was worth it to spend this money on the chance I get what I want. Of course, people can get addicted and end up spending money that they otherwise think is better used on other things, but they can't stop themselves. But we can't know for sure until we get a bigger picture. I don't see it in this community really, but I see it a lot elsewhere on the internet. Let's all try to be more mindful of others' experiences and values, okay? You to Talon? I can't hear you. What? Can't hear you. Pocky when she sees Sylvie in chat. I don't believe it. That desk had to have taken at least 15 HP damage. Me when I see Pocky. Don't whale shame Talon. I'm whale shaming him. I'm whale shaming you, Talon. That was sudden, but not completely out of nowhere. I see it all the time as well on the internet. It's not just gacha games, but it applies to a lot of other hobbies. I think most people would scoff at the amount of money I spend on merchandise and donating, but it's what I enjoy. I don't regret it. Okay, all done. Let's use her in some missions now. After navigating through the menu options for the mission screen, the screen is soon filled with tiled spaces to reveal a turn-based grid system. Mana effortlessly starts placing units on the board with intent. Hasn't she only started recently? I guess she's always been good at grasping some game concepts. I quickly glance over at the chat window to see people are already trying to backseat by telling her to use other units. Guys, I've told you this before. It's much more productive to frame your views in a way that's constructive rather than trying to tell someone that what they're doing is wrong. Instead of saying, that unit is bad, place the other one, you could say something like, I think this unit is not optimal for this level because it specializes in long range while the map design is more compact, as well as it having less synergy with my other units. That way, we're understanding why something might not be optimal instead of pushing views onto each other without any reasoning. Yeah, chat! She's teaching you guys how to backseat. This is like me when I tell you guys not to backseat baffling. Just joking, just kidding, just kidding. True. See, Shadow gets it. You get me. Oh, another Pocky care package. I just drank. Hang on, I drink more. Nom nom nom. Okay. As always, Mana surprises me at how adept she is at handling issues. I guess that's why she's a top VTuber. You knew what I was gonna do. Trying to think about how to make a backseating joke here. I mean, if you're bad at backseating, I could take you into the backseat and teach you. Always composed and strong-minded without being too pushy when she should be. Mana manages to clear the levels with relative ease while irregularly interacting with chat. This continues on for about an hour and a half. That should be enough content that I can do right now without refilling on energy. I think I'll move on to reading super chats and just hang out for a bit. Okay, first off is Mana fan number 211-san. I love this game. I'm so glad you got sponsored. I'm looking forward to how you play. Aw, thank you. I hope you enjoyed it. I know there's a lot of different approaches to reading donation messages, especially depending on the streaming platform, but I'm surprised someone as big as Mana still reads out every single super chat. It honestly seems like a ton of work, and I can see why VTubers wouldn't depending on their approach, but it really does help the community feel closer with her. The super chat reading continues on, with Mana able to provide active responses to any questions or inquiries that were thrown at her. Next we have Johnson2427-san. Mana, I wanted to send a super chat to tell you how much your streams mean to me. I'm going through a really rough time, and you have been a light that shines through the darkness. You've saved me. I don't think I would still be around if it weren't for you, so thank you. Oh boy, it's one of these messages. I mean, I can understand where he's coming from. He probably thinks that they'd be flattered in a way for being such an important part of his life, or that his feelings are so strong that he can't contain it. But nobody wants to have to take that burden of being the only hope for someone. It's just too overbearing. Super chats. She's a YouTube streamer. Johnson-san, I'm really glad my streams could be a place of solace for you. But that little bit of light is the only thing I can really provide. The only person that can save you is yourself. I don't have the power to save anybody. Heck, I don't even think I have the power to save myself. I really do hope you find the strength to turn things around. Huh? What did she mean by that? Chat's just as confused as I am. Don't worry about it, guys. I'm here to try and spread smiles as best as I can by sharing the things I love. We never really know what anybody behind the screen might be going through, but I wish for this to continue being a place that everybody can come to for comfort through whatever tough times you might be going through. That's just like Mana to say. She continues to be a pillar of support for so many people. That strength is what made so many people look up to her. But I'm still wondering what she meant when she said that she didn't have the strength, the power to save herself. Alright, next up is... Mana continues to read through the super chats for about an hour until she was finished with the last one. I think that's the last one. I think I'm gonna call it for tonight now. This was a fun stream, but I gotta get some things ready for some stuff tomorrow. Don't forget about my anniversary coming up. Oyasu Mana. Bye-bye. This hit's too real, I know. Pocky saved me, I got you. An hour? Can you imagine reading super chats for an hour? You can only save yourself, huh? I don't know if that's entirely true to my experience. I'm not a strong person. I wasn't able to save myself. I had to turn to VTubers for comfort. There's no way that Mana could feel as powerless as I do. I mean, look at how much influence she has and how many people love her. How could she be someone who isn't strong enough to save herself? In the back of my mind, I knew what it was that I was suddenly wishing for. Stop. There's no way I could ever be someone who could save someone like Mana. That's just conceited and self-righteous. These are the kinds of thoughts that I wish I wouldn't have. Why am I such a hypocrite? Wanting to be someone that can save others when I have nothing to offer? My thoughts are interrupted by the notification sound on my phone. Oh yeah, I forgot that Kazurazaka would message me. Didn't miss me too much, did you? No. Harsh. Is tomorrow at 2 p.m. fine with you? Yeah, that's okay. There's a classroom, room 402 in the economics building in the west wing of campus at Numazu that nobody ever checks. I usually hang out there by myself when I want a place to sit down and think. The door should still be open for summer courses, but most people should have gone for break. That okay with you? Yeah. Alright, don't forget the manga volumes or you'll regret it. Okay. You alright? I realize I've been letting my mood show over text. Such a stupid mistake. Now I've got Kazurazaka worrying about someone like me. Oh, sorry. Nothing happened. I guess this just shows how little I text. How dumb of me. There's no response back. I sat in my chair, staring at my phone for a good minute. Suddenly, my phone starts ringing. It's Kazurazaka. Huh? I paused for a second to process what was happening. After realizing what was happening, I quickly answered the call so as to not make her wait. Kazurazaka? Hey. What's up? Is there a reason you called? Oh, I just wanted to confirm something for tomorrow and figured it was easier to call. Sure, what is it? Well, first I wanted to ask, how was Mana's stream? Well, it was great as always. She's as kind, funny, and strong as she always is. I see. There is nothing you found disappointing? Disappointing? Like what? I don't know. Anything, I guess. Not really. It's hard to imagine that I would end up being disappointed with her stream. I see. So it wasn't my fault. What do you mean? Nothing. So, what's been going on with you, besides the stream? I immediately recalled the thoughts I was having before message with Kazurazaka. There's no way I'm going to burden Kazurazaka with something as insignificant as that. My problems are not worth her concern or time. Nothing much. I was just feeling tired. Bye, Talon, have a good one! He's so blind, I know. I always think calling is easier. Pocket, you read chat for an hour and you don't miss very many of them. I try my best! Deep self-reflective thought about the situation the VTuber is in. Teehee! Yes, this hits too hard, bro, I know. Say, have you ever thought about how contradictory it is for people who are closer to rely on each other more? That doesn't really sound contradictory to me. People are going to rely on each other more if they're closer, no? I don't mean it like that. I'm talking about how people who are closer tend to rely on each other more, but by relying on them, they're also placing some of their burden onto them, which is the last thing somebody who would want to do, someone would want to do to others they care about, no? Oh, that's what you meant. Yeah, that's true. Hi, Fanto. I'm gonna start crying at the straight. Bro, me too. I feel it. I feel it coming on. By getting closer, you mean more inclined to do something that you wouldn't want to do for someone you care about. It almost seems self-damaging. Yeah. What happened while I was away? We're playing VTuber Connect, and it's a little too real. The only person I can remember burdening like that is my older sister. I care about her a lot, and she's always checking up on me. But I ended up not being able to hide my emotional state too well in the past, and I ended up causing her to worry over me. Now she blames herself for not being able to help me. And I hate myself for that. Why am I telling her this? We just had a conversation about burdening others, and now I'm telling her about my problems. Technically, she was the one that asked, but I didn't have to give any details. But it's weird. I feel oddly at peace sharing this information with Kazurazaka. Your sister sounds like a kind person. She really is. Which is honestly all the more reason that I shouldn't be wasting her time and energy with my insignificant problems. Come on, I've told you this before. Your struggles still matter to you, don't they? Yeah, I remember, but I don't think it matters whether they're significant or not. I still wouldn't want to burden her either way. I feel the same way. I've made the mistake of sharing my burdens with someone I've cared deeply about in the past. Things changed for me and I just ended up causing them pain. My very existence became a source of resentment. But the sad part is that they did nothing wrong, and I don't blame them. It was just a natural feeling that came about. What hurt the most is that they still treated me with kindness and wanted to keep associating with me afterwards. I couldn't bear to continue causing them pain. Kazurazaka seemed like she wanted to continue but stopped herself. As it is, she's told me more about herself than she's ever done in our previous conversations. Trauma dumping without a super chat? Cringe! Sorry, I said too much. I didn't mean to bother you with that. That's alright. But doesn't that mean you care about me? Since you don't want to burden me with that? Good one. I can't help but break a smile, despite the tone of the conversation. Say, you wouldn't consider us close, would you? Well, it's only been 2 days since we met, and we haven't really talked too much. I think so too, so... I guess what I want to say is that if there's anything you want to talk about, and you don't want to burden someone you're close with, I don't mind listening if it makes you feel better. I can't guarantee I'll have any answers, though. You know, I think that might be the most unique way I've ever seen someone be thoughtful. Hey! Well, sorry for being weird. No, I'm actually really grateful. Really thankful. And I find it kind of refreshing. Most people I know would have told me to not hesitate to rely on them. And I wouldn't be able to tell them that they're trying to be nice or not. Well, maybe I am trying to be nice when I'm not. It doesn't really seem that way to me. But thanks. The same goes for you, though. I'm open to listening to anything. Okay, get ready for my life story in 3, 2, 1. Wait, I think that's going to be a bit too fast. I hear Kazurazaka give an audible laugh despite pulling her phone away from her face. Maybe you'll get my life story at a higher bond level. I don't think I want to know what bond level you're going to require of me to get that. Don't worry, there's always the pay-to-win option. Yeah, something gotcha is evil, something Yui-chan wasn't going to wait for her next banner. Looks like you already know my life story. That's how you're defining your life? I hear another series of muffled laughter coming from the other end of the line. No, but really thanks. It's kind of weird. I wouldn't usually share anything about my past or want to burden anybody, but there's a bit of comfort in sharing that part about my past I mentioned earlier, even if it was really vague. I feel the same way. Maybe it's because we both know that we don't want to burden others. You're saying it's about that mutual understanding? Maybe. Yeah, maybe. Who knows? But thanks. I'm feeling a lot better now. Oh, so you really were bothered by something? No. I'm just feeling a little bit less tired is all. I'm sure I wish I could say the same about my own fatigue. You're welcome. I really didn't do anything though. I don't even know what you were going through, and even if I did, I don't think I would have the strength to help you. That reminds me of what Mana said, that she doesn't have the strength to save anyone, even herself. Is that actually Mana saying that? What do you mean? Nothing. That was definitely something. It's getting kind of late, so let's talk more tomorrow. I'll make sure to bring your postcard. Oh yeah, I almost forgot about that. Sure, thanks. Oh yeah, you called because you mentioned you wanted to confirm something for tomorrow. What was it? Oh, that. Are you fine with the agreed upon time and place? Yeah. Cool. See you tomorrow then. Wait, that's it? Yeah, something wrong? I mean, it's not that there was anything wrong. You know what? Never mind. I think I get it. I shouldn't really waste her consideration. Oh, yeah, and I also wanted to apologize to her. Oh, one more thing before you go. I want to apologize in case I said anything out of line before you left earlier. Oh, don't worry, you didn't say anything out of line. It's not anything wrong with you. It's just me. Night. Before I can say anything, I hear the sound of the call hanging up. I get up from my chair and drag myself to bed. I stare at the ceiling of my room, blankly taking in the monochromatic view. The first glance at Kazurazaka's personal experiences weighed on my mind. So, Kazurazaka ended up being a source of resentment from people she cared about? And those people still wish to associate with her despite that resentment? That doesn't sound right. Why would you want to keep associating with someone that you resent? And I wonder what happened afterwards. If Kazurazaka thought she was causing them pain just by existing, then what would she do? I don't really want to think about that. If she felt like her actions caused pain to the people that she cared about, then I can't imagine that feeling too great for her either. I wonder if she hates herself because of it. Every glimpse I get into Kazurazaka's thoughts, the more confused I get. Let's just go to sleep for tomorrow. This is so sad. This game seems perfect for literally every VTuber out there. I relate to him too. I've sometimes hesitated to tell people about my issues because everyone else around me seems to have it worse. Had to learn to give my own issues validity and attention. Less than half a day? Gasp! Dude, you're so blind. I want to play this for myself. It's free on Steam. I just called to confirm Bofa. Bofa D's nuts. Hello? Hello? Shoma? More like Shoma God, you're dumb. A gentle breeze traces my face as I make my way through the familiar path to my college campus. I lift my shoulders to readjust my bag, carrying the weight of the manga volumes. Carrying a bag with books to a classroom on campus, it's almost like I'm back a couple months to where classes were active. I'm not used to seeing the campus so peaceful. Usually I would see people swarming to get to the area of their next class or get back home. I can appreciate this calm, quiet ambiance. I pause at the sight of the vending machine off to the side of the walkway. I guess I could get a coffee for Kazurazaka. Maybe that'll bring some life to her eyes. I arrive at the door. I arrive at the door to the room that Kazurazaka specified. I don't hear anything inside. Not that I expected to hear anything. Kazurazaka's probably just staring out the window thinking to herself. I slide the door open and scan the contents of the room. In the center of the room is the familiar figure of Kazurazaka. She's sitting at a desk and has her head resting on her arms. Her eyes are closed and her body slowly moves at the rhythm of her breaths. She's sleeping? I guess I am a bit early, but I wouldn't expect her to just fall asleep in a classroom before she's about to meet someone. She doesn't seem like the type of person to want anybody to catch her sleeping. I close the door behind me and make my way over to Kazurazaka, debating on whether or not I should wake her up. The outline of her face makes itself clear as I walk along the side of the classroom. There's a calm innocence that's a stark contrast from her usual deadpan, cynical, but playful demeanor. But there's also a faint sadness to it. an almost wistful longing. As I walked across the classroom through the desks, reflections of light start to reveal themselves near Kazurazaka's eyes. I notice the tear stains that create a trail from each of her eyes. Is she crying? I freeze in place, unable to fully process the scene. Feelings of sorrow and uncertainty wash over me as I collect my thoughts. I'm unable to take any other action than watch the faint glimmer of light from the teardrops at the corner of her eyes. Seeing her like this, she looks so vulnerable and fragile, like she could collapse at any moment. Maybe that's why I'm afraid to reach for her, because she could give way at the slightest touch. Is she dreaming about something? Or did something happen recently? What can I do for her? I really am pathetic. Kazurazaka is in front of me, potentially going through some harsh circumstance, and here I am having such selfish thoughts. I felt like I should do something for her, but my immediate motivation wasn't because of her. It was for my own self-satisfaction of feeling like I had worth by being someone useful. It's so disgusting, these conceited, self-indulgent thoughts. As if in response to my thoughts, Kazurazaka's arms slowly start shifting to indicate that she's woken up. Her eyes clench for a brief moment, then slowly open. She slowly rises as she brings the back of her head to her eyes, immediately noticing moisture from the tears as she makes contact. Her calm sadness quickly transforms into panic as she turns her head and immediately notices my presence. It's hard to tell exactly what was behind her expression. Is it desperation? Or maybe fear? Kazurazaka quickly turns her head and wipes her face on her sleeves. She then turns her head back to me. If you apologize right now, then it's not too late for forgiveness. Her remark takes me off guard because of her sudden shift in demeanor. Sorry. Normally I would have taken a jab back, but I'm still sensitive to the scene I had just witnessed. Are you worried about me? Don't be. That was nothing. I was just having an emotional dream. I dreamt that I lost the gacha for my favorite character, and it was her last banner. It was terrible. I can't bring myself to smile at her joke. Maybe it's better if I did. Maybe it's better if I just pretend that she was telling the truth and it was all really nothing significant. But I can't bring myself to do that. Oops. Hey, I try to find the right words to say, but what can I even say? Nothing I can say will be short of conceited and self-righteous. After all, am I doing this for her? Please don't worry about me. I really am fine. So please, don't give me that face. What about your own expression? All I'm doing is making her feel worse. I really don't know what to do, but I don't want her to see her plead like this. Sorry. I look away to hide my expression, not knowing if it's even preferable to look at her. Trying to think of a way to clear the awkwardness, I remember that I brought coffee for Kazurazaka on the way. I opened my bag and handed her the can of coffee. Here, I brought this for you since I figured you'd be tired. I'm always tired, but maybe tired is just comparative. If that's my default state of being, then am I really tired? Yes, by all reasonable interpretations, I would still consider you to be tired. Kazurazaka just gives me a slight smile. She grasps the can and pulls the tab to crack open the lid. She silently starts sipping, looking off to the side of the classroom. Oh yeah, here's the postcard you wanted. Kazurazaka hands me the signed postcard that I've been incessantly searching for online for the past few months. The penmanship is a bit messy, an indicator that the postcard was hand-signed. It's still in mint condition, with the plastic wrap remaining undisturbed. Wait, the condition is flawless. How do you even have this? I told you, I'm a big fan. Is every big fan of Mana so critical of her? Maybe I should do that as well. Well, maybe she'd prefer it that way. I have a hard time believing that. I open my bag to carefully place the postcard in my bag in a position it would not possibly get damaged. I pull out the manga volumes that I had stored in my bag and hand the small stack to Kazurazaka. Here, Heroes of the Sky, most recent volumes. Oh, yeah, thanks. It seems like we're mostly back to talking like normal, but there's still a lingering awkwardness in the air. It's probably best not to think about it. Kazurazaka starts flipping through the pages of the earliest volume I gave her and tracks her eyes across the pages. I walk over to the window and look out at the campus. Beautiful green canopy adorns the sides of the modern buildings. There's a calm beauty to the grounds when students aren't crowding every path. I can hear Kazurazaka occasionally giving a or interesting in between the sounds of pages being flipped. Good lord, game, why the hell you have to do such a call out? I know, I hate it here. This is rude. This is rude. Okay. Okay, I'm not crying, you're crying. Say, who's your favorite character? I turn my head to Kazurazaka, still scanning through the pages of the volume in her hands. Well, if I had to say, it would be the antagonist, Argent. I really respect how he's able to stand true to his own convictions through all of his hardships. He has the power to make them a reality and isn't afraid to take the necessary steps forward. He doesn't rely on anybody else and pushes forward with his own strength. You know he's going to lose in the end, right? Such is the cruelty of fate. He tries his best not to hurt the innocent, but his methods are misguided. That's usually the type of character that loses, but has some sort of redemption, then turns around to be an ally against some greater evil. Did you just spoil the ending for me? The story isn't even over yet, and I'm just talking about the theoreticals. Kazurazaka lets go of the book to let out a big laugh. What about you? Who's your favorite? Princess Claudia. She was forced to suddenly bear the weight of her entire kingdom at a young age. She was able to take on such a responsibility and not collapse under the weight of expectations of hundreds and thousands of people. Although she says she wasn't ready for it, she managed to persevere and steer the kingdom in the right direction. How strong do you have to be able to do that? You have a point. She was even younger than us when she was tasked with leading her kingdom. I think the amazing part is that she was able to do so without being sure of herself. She doubted every decision she made, but managed to stay strong. If it was someone else who was 100% sure of their decisions, then I don't think they would experience as much turmoil. Well, you never know. I'm sure confident people would have their own issues they would face. Not that I would know. You seem pretty confident about VTubers. I don't face any uncertainty there. They're a fact of life. There's plenty of uncertainty. VTubers as a concept is fairly new, and we have no idea what their future holds. And the trajectory of being a content creator is never predictable. Also, you never know who might be a big part of the next drama or controversy. You see it all the time. Someone has art copyright complications, someone accidentally reveals a chat log or gets a message that indicates something controversial. Another shows one part of their real life self and everybody goes crazy. I guess in a sense that's true. VTubers seem to face a lot of the same problems that other public figures do, with some of their own unique problems. In a way, the anonymity that protects them can also work against them. I assume you mean how people want to know about their personal lives because it's almost like forbidden knowledge? Yeah. VTubers try their best to hide their personal life, but that just makes people want to find out more. Honestly, I can't say I've had those feelings come to me naturally before. I know it's wrong to try and pursue that knowledge, but it's just such a natural feeling. If you watch a VTuber who has all these great qualities, you just want to know who they actually are. Who they actually are, huh? You like to ask that a lot, don't you? Oh yeah, I guess that's sort of what we talked about when we first met. Whether that's the VTuber's real self or not. Google Docs! I wish this game had Google Doc minigames. That's crazy. You're definitely crying? Interesting. Huh. Bitch, what? Oh. Regardless of real or not, I don't think we should necessarily be any better. I don't think we would necessarily be any better off knowing what a VTuber is like outside of streaming. All it would likely end up is satiating our curiosity. And it would be at the expense of the VTuber's privacy and feelings. Maybe that's not the side of themselves they want to show to the public. And even if they act pretty much like the same in person, I don't think anybody wants their personal information leaked. They would have to live in constant fear and anxiety that they might become the source of unwanted attention. I would imagine VTubers already have some anxiety about that just from having their voice identified in public. Yeah, I would imagine a lot of VTubers talk on stream the way they normally would. But you'd be surprised at how many of them are good at changing their voice and the way they speak. That's true. A lot of them have voice acting skills. Mana's voice acting skills especially is nice. Oh, you think so? You don't? I think it's okay. Harsh as ever. Of course, if compared to a professional, it won't be as good. But for a typical person, it's amazing. It just shows how much hard work she's put into it. I find it really weird you call yourself a big fan, but you're always so critical of her. Do you secretly hate her or something? Of course not. She's brought me opportunities to connect in others in a way that brings me so much joy just by how terrible the world can be. The identity of Mana is who I wish to be. Someone who's always beautiful, happy, and kind that can overcome any hardship while also bringing joy to others. Oh my god. I feel like she's basically just saying she is Mana. Did she do it? Has she said it yet? I didn't think she'd suddenly say something so positive about Mana. Someone who's beautiful, happy, and kind, huh? Pretty sure she's referring to inner beauty. Guess I don't know her too well enough to say, but I don't think she's necessarily ugly inside. Not that she's lacking in physical beauty either. Minus her eyes. How dare you! Why is this game so emotional? I know. I guess Kazurazaka isn't exactly a happy person, but it's hard to tell because most of the time she seems to joke around a lot, and if she's sad, then she doesn't say it. And kind? I mean, she messes with me a lot and has some strong opinions, but I can tell she has a good heart. I don't think you're exactly lacking in those values. Oh, so you think I'm beautiful? All right, I regret saying anything. Obviously, you weren't talking about just physical beauty. Sorry. I know, I like her eyes. I know, isn't this so on the nose, Captain? Thank you, really, for saying so, but I can't look at myself that way. That's all I'll say. Kazurazaka lifts back up the manga and starts reading where she left off. If I tried to push the conversation any farther, then it might seem like she's trying to gain pity from me. But what you said about Mana is really surprising to hear. I honestly feel a similar way. She embodies so many of the values I wish I had. The person behind her must be an amazing person. Kazurazaka doesn't say anything. She continues to keep her eyes focused on the manga, not slowing her pace. My eyes wander around the room for a minute until Kazurazaka speaks up again. By the way, I don't think I've ever asked. Why Mana in particular? You're asking why she's my favorite? Well, aside from all the points I've made previously, I was in a pretty poor headspace for some time not too long ago. I found Mana's stream and it got me out of a rough place. It was a place where I felt like I belonged. I also took inspiration in the values she embodies. Oh. Kazurazaka doesn't say anymore. She probably doesn't want to pry any further. It's okay. I think I'm in a better place now. So you don't have to worry. I'm glad to hear that. Kazura's smile was unlike the usual sad smile she gives. This one had a genuine, tender happiness behind it. Thanks. Plot twist. The real Mana is the friends we made along the way. Has it mentioned the hot girl IBS that most female VTubers have? How dare you! Kazurazaka returns to the manga, and I turn around to gaze outside while I think to myself. After some time, Kazurazaka closes the book in her hand and places it on top of the desk in front of her. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to finish these in one sitting. You can take them home if you'd like. Nah, that's okay. I can borrow them again at a later time. I don't think I'll have time again to read it in the near future anyway. I see. Kazurazaka hands me back the manga books, and I carefully place them in my bag as to not damage the postcard. Oh yeah, I still feel like I owe you something for the postcard. Come on, don't sweat it. If anything, you're doing me a favor by taking it from me. I don't see how that makes any sense. Fine, let me think of something, just so you can have some peace of mind. Let's see. Should I have you dance like a monkey in front of me? Should I have you run around campus in your underwear? Should I ask for the secret to being happy? Hey, I think I just heard something concerning at the end of that joke. One of those is definitely something I can't fulfill. So you're saying you'll do the first two? Wait, you actually might. You've long lost your dignity. Mana, MC is the real Mana? Mana was within us all along. Can't lose something I never had. Oh, I think I have something. Come with me into the city tomorrow. I need your help buying something. What do you need to buy? Graphics cards. I want 2 of them, but they only let each person buy 1. Wait, isn't that what Mana experienced? I mean, I guess there are a lot of people who want graphics cards, but how many of them would want to buy 2? Is he getting it? I guess it's a wild coincidence, but isn't going into the city with her kind of like a date? Maybe that's weird to think, considering I've been meeting up with her one-on-one in person for the past couple of days. Sure, but why do you need 2? Because I have 2 PCs. Okay, why do you have 2 PCs? I don't ask why you have 2 ears. Yeah, I figured you'd give a response like that. I think I'll call it here for now. I'll message you the details later tonight. Alright, sounds good. I think I'll stay here for a bit longer, actually. You can head out first. Oh, sure. As I arrive in front of the door to exit the classroom, I look back at Kazurazaka to see her staring out the window, deep in thought. It doesn't seem like she's looking at the view of the campus, but rather looking for something farther than what I can see. It's almost like she's in her own world. Don't make me get on all 4s and put on a collar and make me bark. No. Okay, no worries, Trouble. I slide open the door and step outside of the classroom, wondering if it would even matter if I stayed in that classroom with her. I turn to the door and place my hand on the handle to slide it closed. I managed to catch a glimpse of Kazurazaka before the door shuts. Her expression had shifted from her usual calm, pensive state. What I saw was an expression that was unmistakable, that of somber, wistful longing. Hi, Samantha. Guys, it's okay. The singular brain cell he had is currently adopted into Mana's power brink. Kanmana! It's your shiny star in the night sky, Mana Orion. Rejoice, Mana fans, for I am here. As you can see from the stream title, it'll just be a chatting stream today. I just feel like talking about whatever comes to mind. It's one of those days, you know? Chatting streams aren't particularly rare, but Mana sure does them less than others. I wonder what she's going to talk about. How long do I plan on streaming tonight? I don't know. Do you want me gone? Is that why you're asking? Maybe I should just end the stream right now because you asked that. Mods, ban that guy. It will probably be a short stream though. I have some stuff I have to get ready for tomorrow. Also, a reminder that there won't be any stream tomorrow if you haven't checked out my schedule. If you haven't seen my schedule, then that probably means you aren't following me on social media. Why aren't you following me on social media? You better follow me right now if you aren't. Anyway, there will be one karaoke stream in 2 days, and then I'll be taking a break until the anniversary stream. What did we do to be blessed with a karaoke stream? I'm so excited. What am I planning for the anniversary? Let's say that's a secret. It's more fun if it's a surprise. She could be planning something special, but most people should expect her to do standard anniversary stuff. Watch my debut stream? Maybe. Though, I think I would die from cringe. I was such an innocent soul when I debuted. So many things have happened since then. It's almost been a year, huh? I really do want to thank everybody for all the support up until now and into the future as well. It really does mean the world to me. I guess she got a bit melancholic thinking back on her year thus far. Maybe I should be saving this talk for my anniversary stream. All right, no more cheesiness. You guys are going to start crying at this rate. See, you guys are already spamming monocries in chat. Come on, we should all be smiling. See, smile. Happy, happy. Yeah, you're very convincing with that deadpan happy impression. I know the world can be a harsh place. I know this can be a place where you can find some light if your world is filled with darkness. Thank you for the super chat. Thank you for the kind words, Mana. I've been stuck in a rut recently. Do you have any advice on how I can become as positive and strong as you? I don't know. Have you just tried being happy? Thanks. I'm cured. Why didn't I think of that? Glad I could help you guys. Here you have it. The secret to happiness revealed on Mana's stream. I don't want to create any depressing vibes, so here's the only thing I'll say. I don't really have an answer to that question, but I really do hope everyone here finds their version of true happiness. And not the kind where you're just avoiding sadness. A true happiness where you can give genuine smiles instead of finding it in yourself to smile despite whatever bad times you're going through. I have faith that a happiness like that exists out there somewhere. Finding ways to run away from sadness, huh? Does that mean she hasn't found happiness herself? You guys are making me all cheesy. Let's talk about other things, like my date with Haruka-chan yesterday. Mana's stream went on for about another hour, with discussions about appreciation of glasses on characters, plenty of teasing, and super chat readings throughout. I think that should be it for today. Thanks everyone for all the subs, donos, likes, and just coming out to hang out in general. My next stream will be in 2 days, with me taking a break afterwards. My anniversary stream is in exactly a week from now. Only a week to try and find my answer, huh? Answer to what? Thanks everybody for both being here with me today and for all the support you've given me thus far. You've let this selfish wish of mine grow into something greater than I could ever have imagined. It almost feels like a dream for me. One that I wish could never end. Alright, that's enough of that. Bye-bye! Oyasumana! Oh no. Oh no. Guys, if she... No. Oh no. Ban that guy. Pocky's just like Mana. Huh? Do you have any advice for being happy as you? Skill issue, bruh. Okay. I will say that the trigger warning did not indicate sewer slide. So... So... I'm praying everything's fine. I'm gonna double check just in case. Okay. Mana's been off lately. Sometimes she just becomes wistful all of a sudden and says something obscure. I don't think I can really know for sure what she's referring to. I guess there isn't really any point in worrying about it though. I'm sure even Mana has her own problems she's dealing with in her personal life. I'm interrupted by the vibration of my phone against my desk. I turn my phone over to see what the notification is from. It's a message from Kazurazaka. This is treading really close to me having to step away. No, I know, I feel that. Are you okay with meeting at the station at noon? I think that's the earliest I can get out of bed. Yeah, that's fine with me. You sure do wake up pretty late, though. Is that late? I don't think it's that late. And I usually wake up earlier than that. That's just the time I get up from bed. I can kind of get that. I usually browse on the internet on my phone for a bit after waking up. I see. My situation's a bit different. But anyway, I'll see you tomorrow. Okay then. See you tomorrow. Oh no. It still feels weird to me going into the city with Kazurazaka tomorrow, when just a couple of days ago, I was hardly interacting with anyone aside from VTubers. Honestly, I can't say it's been a bad these past couple of days. Kazurazaka's definitely weird, but she asked some interesting questions, and I don't feel like I have to put up a front with her. but it's far from ideal. I don't know how to describe it, but it feels like Kazurazaka's just out of reach. Like, there's too much I don't know about her. And I feel like when it comes to concern, we have to dance around each other so as to not feel like the other is being burdened. I don't really know what the solution to that is. Isn't it so conceited to think that I might want to be able to show my concern and help Kazurazaka, but I don't want to burden her with my own struggles? Is the answer to that just to not show each other any concern? This is so sad. This is so sad. This is so sad. I'm not ready. That doesn't sit with me well. Let's just go to sleep. This game was definitely made by someone who's deep into the VTuber space. Oh, 1000%. This is really sad, guys. I arrive at the station about 30 minutes prior to the agreed upon time. There's a light bustle of people around the station, presumably making their way to the lunchtime arrangements. I look around for any sight of a girl who looks like she could fall from weariness at any time. Nope, seems like Kazurazaka is still in bed. Or she might be on her way. I'll probably just wait a bit and call her once it's almost time. As soon as I turn around to find a bench to sit on, I'm met with Kazurazaka giving me a playful smile. Oh, what's this? You're here early. Guess you really were excited to see me. Are you just going to ignore the fact that you're here at the same time? In fact, if you're standing behind me, you probably got here before I did. That's not because of you. It's because of my precious graphic cards. Oh, wait, I'm less important than those graphics cards? Next thing you'll ask me is if I'm a girl or if I cry to myself to sleep every night. Come on, don't be asking the obvious. I think I just heard something concerning within those layers of irony. Nothing concerning here. I assure you that I'm a girl. Now come on, let's take a seat already. We still have time before our train arrives. Kazurazaka walks over to a nearby bench and takes a seat. I follow suit, but I'm unsure whether it's appropriate for me to take a seat too close to her. I flawlessly calculate the distance to create between Kazurazaka and myself so as to not create an awkward situation and then take a seat. Why'd you sit so far away? Boy, I must be bad at math. But this could be another one of her ploys. I already know your tricks. You're gonna say something as soon as I try to get closer to you. Am I that predictable? Yes, I might as well be reading your mind at this point. What am I thinking about then? You're thinking about how I'm going to respond to your question about what you're thinking about. No way, you can actually read my mind. We both give a good laugh at ourselves. So didn't you say noon was the earliest you could make it out of bed? Well, I found a little bit of extra motivation to drag myself out of bed this morning. Oh, what was that motivation? If I'd stayed in bed any longer, I would have just kept thinking about certain things that I would rather not think about. I'm curious as to what things she was thinking about, but I probably shouldn't pry. I get that. Sometimes your bed can be your best friend when you want to lay down and think about things, but then sometimes I'll keep thinking about things I don't want to. The concerning jokes. Oh no, that hits home. Oh, I know. How have I not discovered this game? This is so well written. It is free on Steam. Either way, you seem to be about as tired as you usually look. Hi, Jobo. We love you. I give you a kiss. That's the thing. No matter how much time I spend in bed, I can never shake off my tiredness. Even on the rare occasions that I get enough sleep, I just end up feeling more tired the next day. Is it the work you do that keeps you up? Sort of. Directly, that's part of it. Indirectly, it also plays a big part. I'll just leave it at that. Tired is my default state at this point, regardless of what I try. Might as well live with it. Well, hopefully today can be sort of break for you. Yeah, I hope so too. Oh, we should probably get going now. The train's arriving soon. Okay, let's go. We head into the station and make our way past the ticket gates. After scanning our passes, we arrive at the departure zone and board the train to the city. Night-night, Jobo. I give you a kiss. There aren't too many people in our section of the train. I look around to see a couple of people seated, looking at their phones. It's been a while since I went into the city. I think the last time was a couple months ago with my sister. You seem to be pretty close with your sister. I'd say so. She's been looking out for me for as long as I can remember. Even though I can't really do much for her in return. I'm sure she's not looking for anything in return when she shows her kindness. No, you're definitely right about that. I just wish I could be able to do the same for her. I sort of get that, even though I don't have any siblings. Oh, do you like it that way? Or do you wish you could have siblings? The media depiction of sibling relationships, well, maybe not the weird ones depicted in most anime, but some of them depicted as... It's kind of hard to describe. Being able to be in a relationship where it's so natural to support and understand each other is something I'm jealous of. There's a unique dynamic to it that I can't see depicted anywhere else. It really is natural and special, but I wouldn't necessarily say my sister and I fully understand each other. It's weird that the VTuber said she was going on a date tomorrow, and it's tomorrow, and these two are going out together. No, she didn't say she was going on a date. She meant the date with Haruka-chan, which is a video game character. Of course, we grew up together, so there are some things we just pick up on, but there's a lot of things we disagree on and don't really understand about each other. Like, she doesn't really touch anything anime related, and I don't really understand her desire to interact so much in person. But I think we're okay with that. We still love each other anyway. I see. I'm glad you have such a fulfilling relationship. Makes me want to steal your sister for myself. You can try, but knowing her, I'm pretty sure she would smother you with her affection as well. Oh, sounds nice. I'd like to meet her someday. Well, she is coming over in a few days, I believe. Maybe there will be an opportunity then. Sure. Kazurazaka and I continue to chat while taking glimpses at the passing backdrop of the coast. The train eventually makes its stop at the city. Mentioning how weird siblings can be in anime? Oof, real. We head off the train and walk out of the station. Tall buildings and bustling streets are surround us. So what's the plan for today? What plan? You know, what are we gonna do besides getting your graphics cards? I didn't really think too much about that. Don't look at me like that. Fine, how about this? We'll grab what I need, then we can get something to eat because I'm hungry. Then we'll figure it out from there. Well, that sounds better than no plan at all. Lead the way. How much longer is this game? See, I told you we should have gone in separately. Come on, what are the chances that the employee would recognize me? Well, how many other people have such tired eyes? That's a good point. The same thing happened with Mana, no? Seems hard to believe that they would have gone to an electronics store at a similar time, and gotten rejected for the same reason. I mean, no point in thinking about it. There's no way that isn't a coincidence. We each head to the counter to order our food. After chatting a bit, we receive our orders and head to a table in the corner of the restaurant. I watch as Kazurazaka haphazardly tosses multiple fries into her mouth. She chews without any consideration for keeping up an appearance. I laugh to myself at the confirmation that she eats exactly as I would expect her to. You laughing at me? You have another 5 hours? Don't say that, oh my god. You looking for a fight? I just find it amusing how different you are from the friends I had in high school. Friends? This might come as a shock to you, but I had actual real-life people as my friends in high school. Kazurazaka pretends to be shocked as she widens her eyes and opens her mouth, before quickly realizing she still has food in her mouth. She quickly turns her head, embarrassed, and finishes swallowing. I start laughing at the sudden series of events. That's a side of you I haven't seen before, the clumsy side. Shut up. It's my yearly singular mistake that I make. Thank you. Come again next year. Sure. But as I was saying, yeah, I used to have a few friends back in high school. It's not like I was super popular or anything, but I had some people that I hung out with often. But they weren't in relationships. They weren't relationships that I was exactly comfortable with. Kazurazaka just looks at me quietly as she chews her food. I'm assuming that she means she wants me to keep going. I felt like everybody was trying to keep up appearances and trying to appeal to each other for clout reasons. I would always try to get validation for my own worth by being around people that I saw were popular. Eventually, I just got tired of everything. I just wanted to enjoy the things I'm passionate about without fear of being judged and being able to talk to people I actually felt comfortable around. That was my mindset after graduating and going off to university. I decided to not go any farther. It's already obvious without me spelling it out. I wasn't able to find any of those relationships with real people in my first year of university. Kazurazaka quietly looks at me while she sips her drink. Speaking of which, I haven't really eaten much of my food. I start unwrapping my food as Kazurazaka lowers her drink. I sort of get that. That kind of relationship can be exhausting and make you generally unhappy. I don't typically seek out relationships. I prefer having a few meaningful relationships that I can take comfort in. Even though I haven't been the best to them, I still cherish what friends I've made. Honestly, I still cherish them as well. Kind of. A few of them I do. Not all of it was bad. I think just interacting with people allowed me to form a connection with them, regardless of what ulterior motives there were. I won't say that there wasn't at least a little bit of sincerity in those relationships. Well, that's good. Do you still keep in contact with them? Not really. At first, we would say we'd keep in touch, even throughout university, but we just ended up drifting apart as expected. Is there anything stopping you from contacting them again? Well, there's the low-hanging fruit of I don't really want to bother them, and I'm sure they're going through their own life. There's also the inevitability that we will continue to drift apart just because we need a reason to interact now, or one of us has to make the initial step of reaching out. In high school, I would just naturally interact with people because school would bring us to the same location to work towards a similar goal. Now, if we wanted to interact, we would have to go out of our way to almost initiate a conversation. But the biggest reason is something else. Say, have you ever felt like nobody understands you? I have. It's hard to completely explain, though. Agreed. It's a mix of a lot of things. People might not go through the same struggles as I do. Some might have different interests. Some might think completely differently even if they did have similar interests. Some might not understand anything I'm saying. Some might completely misinterpret me. Some might not be able to relate to any of my problems. I've always throughout my life felt that nobody understands me. Kazurazaka just looks at me while she sips her drink. She puts her drink down, not diverting her eyes as she does so. I won't be conceited and say I understand you as a person that well, but I can at least understand what you just said. I honestly feel the same way at times. Isn't that funny? Understanding the feeling of not being understood? I start laughing, almost choking on my drink. That is funny. Honestly, when I talk to you, it doesn't feel completely detached. Not sure if I can say I'm understood, but it feels different. Oh, how flattering. I must be so amazing. Don't get ahead of yourself. Isn't it conceited to want to be understood, even though I don't feel like I really understand many other people? Conceited? For sure. But I think it's natural for us to feel that way. We all want to think of some we're important and that our views matter. Yeah. I finished the last of my burger and collect my trash. So, where to next? What about the aquarium? I haven't been there since I was a kid. This game makes me dizzy. Why? Wait, why dizzy? Don't be dizzy. I'm trying to see how... Oh, it is 65,000 words. I thought you guys were just joking. How far have we made it? I added a let's play up a let's play combination. You have 5 hours or 5 minutes? Is that 5 hours? 5 hours? Are you fucking serious? I don't think I can do 5 hours. I can't do 5 hours chatting. My poor voice. Damn it. Holy fucking shit. I didn't know. This is such a long free game. Holy cheeseburgers. You need to? I'm already invested? I can't do 5 hours. You may have to finish this game another stream. I know, I was gonna say. How long have we done so far? Hang on. Long, free, and good quality. I know, right? Another streams, plural. That's crazy. Don't ruin your voice. I'll try not to. Hang on. 3-ish hours? So it's like an 8-hour game? That's crazy. Thank you for the Bucky Care package. I drink. Hang on. Hang on. Okay. Hang on. I want to see where this playthrough got to. Like, how long they are where I am. Okay, so they're like halfway through their third video. 25, hang on. 25, 1 hour, 2 hour, 2 hours and a half. We're at 3 hours. Fuck. Holy shit. I didn't know it was gonna be this long. Okay. I think we're gonna have to come back to this. We can do this tomorrow, I think, because I'll have my earlier stream tomorrow since I have to bring Tofurky to daycare. I considered all that. You have at least 5:30. That's crazy. Okay, we'll get to the end of this day. How about that? That's sort of out of nowhere, but neither have I. Well, it does seem like we don't have any better ideas. Let's go. Aquarium! Kagurazaka and I make our way through the aquarium's walkway, taking in the scenery of lush sea life and aquamarine water. We remain quiet, appreciating the quiet beauty of these lives that are detached to ours. We watch as a fish warily swims by, staying close to the ground. That fish looked a bit tired. Kind of reminds me of you. Oh yeah? That one over there reminds me of you. I glance over at the direction that Kazurazaka is pointing, only to be met with the sight of a rock. That's just a rock. Yeah. You know, I'm going to take that as a compliment. Don't tell me otherwise. Kazurazaka smiles as she slows her pace to take a closer look at the scene around her. This is nice. There's a beauty here that I didn't appreciate when I came here as a kid. It's an entirely different world beyond this glass. Every fish here is living their own lives, doing their best, even if it might be eating and swimming around without a care in the world. Sounds kind of nice, actually. Kazurazaka stops, continuing to observe the fish swimming around us. An entirely different world beyond the glass. That means we can only see the reality they want to show us. We might never come to understand their happiness or struggles. Struggles beyond the carefree life that they're presenting to us. They might not even want to be seen as carefree or happy. Maybe that's just the identity we're pushing onto them. Kazurazaka gives a sad smile as she watches the fish swim by. How would we come to understand them if that's true and they're so far out of reach? Who knows? Maybe it's better if we didn't try to understand them. They might not want their vulnerabilities to be shown to others. Maybe all the others who look up to them might be as horrified as that the one they've been following is just as lost and weak as they are. Surely they're not happy like that. They would want at least one person to understand them, right? What if they don't have anybody to turn to for that? I just stand there as Kazurazaka gives me a sad smile. I don't have an answer for her. It's not as simple to just say, go to someone you trust. Some people might not have that someone in their lives, and even if they did, there's no guarantee that that person will ever come to understand their problems. Kazurazaka turns and continues down the walkway. I follow behind her, once again observing the lives swimming around me that are so far out of reach. Damn, you could finish most mascot horror games multiple times before finishing the stream. Ah! Bro, a story stream while working? Yes, please. Eehee. When was the last time you were at an aquarium? I went to one in Australia and was it two? No, I went to one in Australia and one in Singapore. I can literally hear the game screaming, do you get it? It's a metaphor. Do you get it? Can you do like one more hour? That should be a cliffhanger. I can try. Is it like at the end of, like, how far into the next day? Last time I was at an aquarium was like years ago in my own town. There's a huge aquarium here. Ooh. The sun is starting to go down by the time we exit the aquarium. The orange sky makes for a beautiful backdrop to the still, energetic city. Kazurazaka is silent as we walk. She seems to be thinking to herself again. We should probably head back to the station now. It's starting to get late. Kazurazaka perks up and turns her head towards me. Oh, sure. Wait, what did that say? Oh, skill issues. High mistakes. Kazurazaka is seated next to me, looking out the window. As always, she has this look to her like that she always has when she's thinking about something. What are you thinking about? What happened to being able to read my mind? Oh yeah, okay. You're thinking about life. Being pretty vague, aren't we? Okay, I give up. What if I said I was thinking about you? Well, that depends. Are you thinking positive or negative thoughts about me? Positive and negative are all relative. Okay, that answers my question. Please don't tell me what you're thinking about. Kazurazaka gives a laugh before quickly returning to a sad smile. Let's just say all of the above, plus a lot more. Well, I can't say I'm not somewhat flattered that Kazurazaka is at least thinking somewhat about me, even though it might seem apparent from the fact that we basically spent the whole day together. But it's also Kazurazaka, so I also have no idea what she could be thinking regarding me. I don't even know why she's spending so much time with me. From what I can tell, she's pretty busy with whatever she does in her personal life, and I don't think I really offer anything to her, but she seems to always be the one to push for us to meet. I think last time I was at one was at the summer. I love sea life. I do love aquariums. Hey, Kazurazaka. How should I phrase this? I can't ask her why she talks to me. I was just wondering. It seems like you're pretty busy with stuff and have a lot on your mind. Is it okay for you to spend so much time with someone like me? What do you mean, someone like you? I don't know. It doesn't really seem like I can offer you much. Well, that automatically makes you better than me. Not only do I offer nothing in return, but I also take from people. I'm basically a parasite. I don't get that impression from you. Maybe so. But what if I said I was just associating with you to get something out of you? I don't know enough about you to fully confirm that, but I don't believe that. I don't like to believe that you're that kind of person. You don't know that much about me, but you're going to trust me anyway? Are you an idiot? Yeah, I guess so. You aren't even going to deny it? First of all, I don't think you're someone who offers nothing. You should value yourself higher. As for the reason I keep associating with you, Kazurazaka is interrupted by the intercom informing us that we're at our destination. Come with me. I want to show you something. Oh no. Really? Even though you're scared of sea creatures? I'm scared of dark water. I like fishy. And in aquariums, they're not usually that dark. They're usually very pretty. Allergies acting up a lot? Oh no, you poor thing. The one in Vancouver is really pretty. That was the last one I went to. Oh, pretty. So it would be cool if you could finish the day after this one. So the next day. You want me to finish the next day? Or 2 days? Kazurazaka and I make our way out of the station. I start following her to what seems like the direction of the coast. Okay. After a few minutes of walking, we arrive at a beach. Oh, I knew about this place, but haven't been here too often. It's pretty peaceful at night, especially with most of the other students out of the town for the break. This day, then the next one. The next day starts late in the day. Okay, I'll try. This is somewhere I like to go when I want to take a quick walk at night. Kazurazaka and I walk along the shore, leaving behind footsteps in the sand just short of the incoming water. The night sky is sprinkled with various stars. It kind of reminds me of Mana. As for the answer to your question, there's a lot of different reasons. I actually do think it's fun being with you, but in a lot of ways, I am using you for my own personal benefit. Interacting with you is an escape for me. For a brief moment in time, I can forget about some things that are eating away at me. There's also something that I want to get an answer on, and I don't think I can figure it out myself. Being with you, I think, will help me find that answer. Would it be something I could just answer if you asked me what you're trying to figure out? No, it's not something you should know. I'm being unreasonable, aren't I? I don't think it's unreasonable to not share everything about yourself. So you're okay with not knowing if I had any selfish reasons for talking to you? Have you ever thought that I could just be using you to further my own goals? That you'll just end up getting hurt? Kazurazaka is making it out to be so terrible, but is it honestly that bad? Is it even reasonable to expect people to try to not have any ulterior motives for wanting to interact with someone? And are Kazurazaka's reasons even that bad? If interacting with me could help her get her mind away and help her find some answers to her problems, then isn't that a good thing? I can't say that I've thought about that much. I don't really know much about you, but I do want you to be able to find your answers. If interacting me helps with that, then I'm willing to take my chances. I'm not sure how reasonable it is to expect everybody who interacts with me to only do so because they want to be with me. The only thing I can say right now is that I think it's fun talking with you, and I don't think what you're saying could be that bad. You're willing to take those chances even though you don't know anything about me? Yeah, maybe I'll end up accumulating enough bond levels to understand you. What the heck? Fine, I'll concede for now, but don't come crying to me later when you inevitably get hurt. I'll eagerly be waiting, and I hope that you end up finding your answer. Thanks. I don't really know if that's what I'm looking for. I'm not sure if this current relationship is even right for me or Kazurazaka, but I do know that I want to keep interacting with Kazurazaka. Maybe it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. Since you're the one reaching out for excuses to hang out, let me be the one this time. Do you want to hang out tomorrow as well? I can already feel the embarrassment. She probably feels embarrassed as well. You didn't even attach an excuse. You just straight up asked me if I wanted to spend time with you. I admire your boldness, but unfortunately I actually have to get some stuff ready tomorrow. Oh. Well, that embarrassing moment ended up being for nothing. But I guess I can spare an hour or two tomorrow. Do you have any experience building computers? Yeah, I built my own. Good. Come over to my place tomorrow. If you help me put on the graphics card, then it'll save me some work. Eh? Your place? You mean where you live? What? You think I'm homeless or something? Yes, I mean where I live. Eh? Are you fine with that? Don't make me take back what I said. Are you gonna come or not? Yeah, I'll come. Cool. I'll see you tomorrow then. I'll message you my address and when you can come over. I'm gonna head back now. All right. See you tomorrow. Kazurazaka gives me a smile before returning the way we came, retracing the footsteps still imprinted in the sand. I give a sigh as I look out to the ocean. This is so much harder than just watching a VTuber and relaxing. There are just so many things I don't understand. I'm really struggling out here, Yoko-ni. I hope you're happy. I'll give her my peace of mind whenever she arrives. I can't say it's all bad, though. I guess for now, I'll head back home. I'm not used to walking around this much all day. Hi, Cherry. How are you? VTuber Connect. Yes, it's a cute little visual novel. I arrive at Kazurazaka's home late afternoon the next day. I push the button at the gate to inform Kazurazaka that I'm outside. It doesn't take long for me to hear the front door open. Kazurazaka walks out, hands in her pockets, and opens the gate for me. Hey, you're here early. Were you looking forward to this? I'm only a few minutes early. Most people wouldn't even call that being early. No need to make excuses. I understand. Let's head inside. Imagine if he knew whose house he was actually visiting. It's hilarious. It's quiet as I walk through Kazurazaka's house. Are your parents not home? I live here alone. My parents live somewhere else. Eh? That means we're here alone? Yes. Are you expecting something to happen? No, stop making it weird. That's what I should be saying. Anyway, let's head up to my room. There isn't too much, if anything, in terms of furniture or decoration on the way to Kazurazaka's room. I guess she probably spends most of her time in her room. We make our way to the top floor. Kazurazaka leads me to a room at the end of the hall and opens the door. I met with a fairly organized room. Fanta, look, it's Poppy! From Poppy's Playtime! Phanto, do you see? That's so cute! It's Poppy! That was such a scary game. There are various technologies such as game consoles, tablets, sound systems, and a large PC setup. I also see anime posters as well as some stuffed animals. Thinking about it, this is my first time in a girl's room besides Yoko-ni's, but I don't think this is what normally should be expected. Wow, your room is surprisingly organized. I actually did a lot of cleaning before you got here. It was way messier than this. I don't think my closet can handle any more junk. I had to move some of my stuff to another room. Kagurazaka walks over to her PCs, already unplugged and detached from the rest of her setup. She picks up one of the computers along with a screwdriver and a box containing one of the graphics cards we bought the previous day and places the items in front of me. Here. This is my baby, so you better not break anything. Otherwise, that won't be the only thing leaving this house broken. Fearful for my life, I sit down and pick up the screwdriver and start gently unscrewing the side panel. Kazurazaka laughs as she sees my delicate labor and walks towards her desk to grab the other PC. She places it down beside me and gets started on her own work. I won't keep you here too long. I know you probably want to get home before Mana's karaoke stream. Wait, I completely forgot that was today. Oh, you forgot about Amana's stream? That's surprising. I'm about as surprised as you are. I guess I've been distracted recently. Also, puts on nerd glasses. Actually, that's Huggy Wuggy. Poppy is the doll with the big eyes from the game's opening and the ending of the first chapter. Oh, I didn't know that. I thought that was Poppy. I understand now. I wonder what's been distracting you. Oh, you know, just recently some girl wants to spend time with me, so I've been running around to her whims. You sure you aren't making this up? Can't imagine that happening. Yeah, you're right. I must have been hallucinating. You should probably get that checked. Doesn't sound healthy. Well, ignoring your unsuccessful gaslighting, are you excited for her karaoke stream? Yeah, I'm always a fan of karaoke, and the songs she picks are always great. She has a great taste in music. Agreed. I wonder what she'll be singing today. Probably some Vocaloid songs. Probably. Are you excited for her anniversary stream? I'm expecting it to be the greatest stream ever. I can't wait. Yeah, I'm sure it'll be great. I wonder what kind of stuff she'll be doing. What do you think? Kagurazaka has slowed down her movements. She remains silent, her body moving to the rhythm of her own breaths. She seems to be taking deep breaths. Kagurazaka? Oh, sorry. Are you okay? You seem out of breath. It's nothing. Kagurazaka has slowed her hand movements to a halt. She doesn't seem to be paying attention to the task at hand anymore. She continues to take slow, deep breaths. Are you sure? You don't seem fine. It's okay. You don't have to worry about me. It's this again. The dance of showing and restraining concern for each other. Normally I try to respect her wishes, but this doesn't seem like a situation where I should ignore what's going on. Here, let me finish that for you. I'm just about finished with this computer anyway. You should get yourself a glass of water or something. Thanks. Kagurazaka gets up and exits the room. I wonder what that was. Does she have problems with anxiety? I only mentioned Mana's upcoming anniversary stream. Maybe that's somehow related? Kagurazaka enters the room again with a glass of water in hand. She makes her way to her chair and sits down. Sorry about that. I can take over now if you want. That's okay. I'm almost done here. After feeling the click of the motherboard mount after pushing the graphics card in, I start screwing the card into place. Kagurazaka sits quietly in her chair watching me work. Did I say something I shouldn't have said? No, it wasn't your fault. It's just something I've been feeling anxious about. I'll manage. Is it anything I can help with? Well, technically you're already helping with it. Both by being here and by doing that work. So thanks. And also thanks for the concern. But it really isn't something worth worrying about. I'm not entirely convinced. I finished screwing back the side panel back onto the PC. Hey, if there's anything you're going through that even I can help with, don't feel bad about asking me. Don't think of it as being a parasite or me showing unnecessary concern. Just think of it as continued repayment for the debt I owe you. For that postcard. Kagurazaka just stares at me blankly. Okay, yeah, that wasn't the most convincing for me, I'll admit. But I can't think of any other way to try and help you without making you feel like you're just taking from me. Kagurazaka stares at me for another few seconds, then starts laughing. What was that? That wasn't convincing at all. But thanks. I hope that one day I'll become someone worthy of your concern. Kagurazaka walks over to me, picks up the PC in front of me. She takes it back to her desk and starts plugging in her peripherals. By the way, is this your first time in a girl's room? Of course not. Family members don't count. By the way, is this the first time you've let a guy in your room? Don't redirect the question back at me. Fine, it is. Oh, I see. What about your answer? What answer? You know exactly what answer. I asked if this was the first time you'd let a guy into your room. Oh, that. I'm not obligated to answer. What? But I answered your question. What are you, 12? We are taking turns here. I can choose to answer if I want. I'm going to take your reluctance to answer as a yes. Baseless assumptions only walk a path of ignorance. Hey, a path of ignorance doesn't sound too bad. Staying within the comfort of your own bubble and not having to deal with the pains that exist outside that world? Sign me up. Isn't that just taking the easy way out? It is. You might never know what could have been, but you avoid getting hurt. You don't have to deal with the uncertainties, anxieties, and other hardships of taking a step outside. Don't you feel that way sometimes? That you would rather take the easy way out? All the time. But I'm not the type of person to stay content with that fate. Not when I know there's something out there that I want. Would you really be okay with staying ignorant when you know that deep inside it isn't what you're truly looking for? To stay withdrawn and avoid taking steps forward because I'm afraid of getting hurt is just something I wouldn't be able to settle for. I know that it's the easy way out to just stay withdrawn within your own world. I missed it. I'm inclined to say that it's not even cowardly to do that. It might even be the most logical thing to do. But I refuse to resign myself to such a miserable fate. I'm going to take hold of that opportunity and try to find what I'm looking for, even if it means getting hurt. Even if it means that I might not even find what I'm looking for. Because to me, remaining stagnant is akin to accepting the hand that was dealt to you and never fighting back. It's like this was the fate that I was assigned and that I should just accept it. But I'm the one who determines my own fate. You really are amazing, Kagurazaka. Huh? I'm really not. I don't think I would ever have the strength to take that step forward myself. I'm just the type of person to have others do it for me, even though I know it's something I have to accomplish on my own strength. That's why I think you're amazing. I'm really not the person you think I am. Even though I just gave the whole spiel about determining my own fate, reality is a whole different beast. But I'll still accept your compliment. Consider that to be a +1 bond level with me. Is that still out of 1,000? Well, progress is progress. Yep, you're at bond level 7 now. Wait, that's lower than before! I can't help but laugh with Kagurazaka. It really is weird how I'm not nervous in this situation. I'm with Kagurazaka in her own room, not to mention we're both in college. This isn't what I would imagine how that scenario would typically go. I probably shouldn't be thinking like that. I'm gonna start having weird expectations. But what guy wouldn't have those kinds of thoughts in his situation? Okay, now I'm starting to make myself nervous. Stop me. Clear your mind of any impure thoughts. You are a clear mirror that reflects. I look over to Kagurazaka and catch her staring at me with a smile. Our eyes meet and it feels like the world stops for a moment. Maybe it was because of the mood, but Kagurazaka turns her head away, not letting me catch a glimpse of her expression. I also turn my head away in embarrassment. Clear mirror, still water. Clear mirror, still water. My heart is beating too fast right now. Damn it. Stop being endearing, Kazuragaka. Why did you have to be cute there? Now it's awkward. I could only hear the beating of my heart in the silence that followed. I glance over at Kazurazaka to see if she's still looking away. Suddenly, her head perks up. Wait, what time is it? Kazurazaka picks her phone up to look at the time. Shoot, it's almost time for Mana stream. You should probably get going. Honestly, I don't mind missing out on it. I could always look back at the VOD. Huh? Kazurazaka looks at me just as surprised as I am what I said. Wait, why did I say that? I'm basically telling her that I want to stay here. And what's gotten into me? I usually would never miss out on a Mana stream. Am I really deciding to stay here with Kazurazaka over missing out Mana stream before her anniversary? I'm flattered that you want to stay with me that badly, but I have some obligations, so you're gonna have to go home for today. Oh, all right. Hi, Lauden. How are you, cutie? Don't be too disappointed. I'll message you later tonight. Now get going. You can make it home before the stream starts. Yeah, I think I'll be able to make it. Thanks for having me over today. I'll talk to you later. Bye. I navigate my way out of Kazurazaka's house and find that it's already becoming dark outside. I did not do a good job at hiding my disappointment, did I? She's probably going to hold that over me later by teasing me. I glance at the window of Kazurazaka's room on the second floor before releasing a big sigh. I start walking back home, thinking back on the events today. Oh my god. The sounds of insects and distant cars fill the air as I arrive at the door to my apartment, just in time for Mana stream to start. I reach into my pockets and pull out my keys, only to feel the softness of fabric. Oh no! Oh no, he left his keys! I check my other pockets on the off chance that I decide to put my keys in a different location. Did I really leave the keys in my apartment at Kazurazaka's place? Gah, I was too distracted by what happened towards the end and I was in a bit of a rush to get back so I wouldn't miss Mana stream. I don't think I really have a choice at this point. I'll have to walk back to Kazurazaka's place and watch Mana stream on my phone in the meantime. I give another big sigh before heading back the direction I came. What am I even doing? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. It's not ideal, but tuning in through my phone will have to do. That being said, she's taking a bit to transition from her intro screen. Mana, it's your shining star in the night sky, Mana Orion. Sorry about the delay. I got occupied by something and didn't have much time to prepare. You guys probably don't mind though. Not like you to have anything better to do in your time. Let's just get started. I feel like just singing my heart out tonight. First up, we got one of my favorites. Kiss, kiss, fall in love. The sounds of powerful electric instrumental fill the air around me. Oh, this is one of Mana's favorite Vocaloid songs. I guess Kazurazaka was right. Mana's voice enters with a soft, steady tone. The lyrics are about wanting to become someone like you, while at the very same time, wanting to become someone that feels very me. Isn't that contradictory? I guess not, if the you is referring to someone that's also myself. I guess even the song asks, but then what would that really be me? It sort of reminds me of my conversation with Kazurazaka. Mana builds a steady crescendo as the song approaches her chorus, her voice in perfect harmony with the feelings of resignation from the song. As Mana delivers the chorus, I can feel my phone slightly reverberate from the power of Mana's voice. The lyrics are about how the way that one is, they are better off dead. Where they wish that the world was so that everybody hated them and rejoiced if they were to disappear. That way, all their reasons for wanting to say goodbye would go away. The song itself sounds really pleasing to the ears, but the lyrics are nothing short of harrowing. I wonder how much meaning of the song plays into it being one of Mana's favorites. But the song isn't necessarily without any hope either. The one that these lyrics are directed towards is someone that is able to smile at the singer's existence. Because of that, the singer cannot bring themselves to disappear. Does having just one person make that much of a difference? I continue to walk down the path back to Kazurazaka's place. Oh my god, this is happening. I start to see Kazurazaka's house in the distance. It's faint, but I can see some lights are still on. She must still be up. I guess I'll give her a call. I pause Mana's stream while she's still singing. Guess I can afford to miss a little bit of the song. I call Kazurazaka's number and put my phone to my ear. I can hear my phone ring twice before being sent to voicemail. It only rang twice. Did she reject the call? Guess I'll try ringing the doorbell once I'm there. I pull up Mana's stream again to see that I haven't missed too much of the song. After a few seconds, I hear the sound of a phone ringing. It's coming from Mana's stream. Mana's voice wavers as she starts going into mini panic mode. I can hear the sounds of Mana picking up her phone from the desk. The sound of the phone is silenced after 2 rings. Sorry, I forgot to mute my phone for this stream. It's nothing important. Sorry, I'll start the song over. I'm frozen in place as Mana starts the song over again. That was just a coincidence, right? But what are the odds that the events are exactly the same and the time is almost perfectly aligned with the stream? There's no way. I'll try calling Kazurazaka once more again. I call Kazurazaka once more to hear a continuous ringing. No response. The prompt to leave a voicemail is the only thing I hear. Maybe Kazurazaka's just asleep, and that's why she's not answering. But why did it only ring twice before? And now it's ringing all the way to voicemail after Mana says she muted her phone. I swallow and take a deep breath before making my way closer to Kazurazaka's house. I reach the gate of her house with my phone still in my hand. Mana is currently chatting in between songs. I reach my finger for the doorbell, but hesitate to press it. I'm unsure if this is what I should be doing. The desire to confirm my suspicions is so strong that I'm fighting every existing belief that I have that this knowledge should be kept secret. No, there's no possible way. They're completely different people, and I have to get my keys or else I won't be able to get back. I really am stupid for thinking this. Let's just press it. I finally gather the strength to push the doorbell. I can see my hand shaking. Mana continues to talk like normal. Each second that passes feels like an eternity. I concentrate on every word that is spoken through my phone. 5 seconds passed. 6 seconds. I hear the faint sound of a doorbell. I see Mana's model perk up. Sorry for the interruption, guys. I'll be right back. Don't blow everything up while I'm gone. I can feel my heart racing as I swallow. My eyes are locked on the front door of Kazurazaka's house. After what feels like an eternity, I hear the sounds of the door being unlocked. Kazurazaka walks out, her typical casual mannerism showing as she approaches. She opens her mouth, and what comes out is that familiar, tired voice. Hey, I saw that you called, and now I see you standing outside my house again. Didn't I say that I was busy? Did you miss me that? Kazurazaka stops before the gate and pauses after seeing the expression on my face. I don't even know what expression I was showing. Is it shock, happiness, anger, excitement, disappointment, all of the above? What's with that expression? Is something wrong? Are you... Mana? What? Kazurazaka stops after realizing that Mana's usual background music is playing faintly from my phone. Time freezes, and the only sound that can be heard is the sound of Mana's background music. It takes Kazurazaka what feels like minutes to come to a realization. Her expression immediately changes, her eyes widen, and she starts breathing heavily. Hey, it's not... I can hear the deep breaths that Kazurazaka has to take in between her words. I'm unable to form my own words to say. Kazurazaka knows that there isn't a way out of this situation. If she's to return, the timing would just confirm my suspicions. If she's to stay here, then that would just end up doing the same. I can see terror and confusion in her expression. The surge of thoughts and emotions rushing through my mind is overpowering any decision to say something to alleviate the situation. I need to say something, anything. I left my keys in your room, I think. Huh? Oh, let me get them, real quick. Kazurazaka walks quickly back into her house, her steps erratic. Minutes passed as I stand outside. Suddenly, I hear the voice of Mana. Hey guys, I'm really sorry, but something important came up, so I have to end the stream here. It's nothing bad, I promise. I'll see everybody at my anniversary stream. Oh, yes, Mana. The stream immediately ends without transitioning to Mana's outro. Her voice was shaky and out of breath. The realization hits me that this is actually the same voice as the one I've been hearing that has little to no life to it. After a few minutes, Kazurazaka comes back with my keys in my hand. Here. Thanks. She hands me the keys, and then we both stand in silence, not making eye contact. Kazurazaka is the first to break the silence. You know, don't you? What even are my options here? It's obvious to both of us at this point. Playing dumb might just make her angry. Yeah. Give me some time to process this. I'll message you tomorrow night. Okay. And I won't tell anyone. Have more faith in my trust. I know you're not the type of person to try and spread it. Please, don't reach out to me until I message you. I need some time to myself. Okay. I'll talk to you tomorrow then. Night. I watch as Kazurazaka turns and walks back to her house. I just stand in place even after the door has shut behind her. I don't know what happened after that. The next thing I knew, I was in my room staring at my ceiling. I was unaware of anything happening around me. There was only one thing I could focus on. Kazurazaka. Oh my god. 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 I lie in bed still processing whether the events that had transpired were just a dream. I don't know how long it's been since I arrived home, but I'm unable to fall asleep. I breathe heavily, my heart still pounding from the rush of emotions I'm feeling. So, Kazurazaka is Mana? I think that would explain a lot of things, but that just makes everything else more confusing. Why are they so different? Or are they? I mean, I guess they have a similar way of messing with people, but how are their voices coming from the same person? Mana is so positive and hopeful, but Kazurazaka seems like the soul's been sucked out of her. Kagurazaka, who's so hard on herself, and Mana, who's the object of everyone's attention. I had always thought that VTubers, Mana especially, were these unreachable figures of kindness, virtue, and strength. Should I be angry that Kagurazaka is completely different? If so, then why aren't I? Shouldn't I be calling her a liar and a coward? Is that even fair? All I can feel right now is confusion, of course, and excitement. A sudden realization hits me. I've been interacting with Mana this entire time. This is something everybody only dreams about. They only get to see her on stream and can never make their existence known. Maybe you can get a bit of attention by donating, but almost everybody will never even get acknowledged. And I've been able to interact with her in person, even spending time alone with her. Heck, I've been inside Mana's room, alone with her. Mana's been voluntarily interacting with me this entire time. Surely that means she has an interest in me, right? I can be someone special to a person like Mana. How many people can only dream of this situation? Even more so that I know her identity. How many more people know that besides me? I mean, Kagurazaka doesn't seem to interact with too many people, so it must only be me, right? I pull up my phone and open a private browser to start searching for any indication that Mana's identity is known on the internet. There's no concrete evidence for any speculations, only wild assumptions built on desperate grasps of information. They're all completely wrong. Nobody knows a thing. I'm very likely the only one that knows. This is actually crazy. One day, I'm just any one of her tens of thousands of viewers, and the next, I figure out I've been spending time with her alone. I don't know how long I spent awake in bed that night. The adrenaline wouldn't wear off even after multiple hours of browsing the web for praises about Mana. I'm pretty sure I've exhausted every top comment section of all of her VODs. Everyone's praising her. This is the person that I am special to. The last thing I remember before falling asleep is a clip of Mana's. Oh my god. This just got bad, didn't it? I don't know. I don't know what I'm supposed... What? I don't know how I'm... What? I can't tell if this is good or bad. Is this good or bad? Is he being creepy or is he being nice? You know what I mean? Now I don't know. Now I really don't know. Guys, I have no idea what is happening. Oh my god. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. So we're like, oh my god. Oh my god. I think he's being nice. I suppose, but like, I don't know. Maybe it's just, he shouldn't have blurted it out like that in my opinion, but he was stressed. No, I understand. I think the part that's kind of making me feel weird is that he's like, oh, you know, I'm special to this person and she thinks that I'm ba-ba-da-ba-da, and like, it's getting a little parasocial. I understand, like, because those two were two different people. You know what I mean? It's feeling a smidge parasocial because it's now, like, and to be fair, he's merging the identities in his brain. But it's like, oh, she's so positive, she's so that. But it's like, you don't know. You know Mana in a different space. You know Kagurazaka in a different space. You know what I mean? Oh my god. Guys, I'm so stressed. This is so stressful. When I open my eyes, I'm greeted by the brightness of a sun long passed on. I feel a bit sick as I turn my head to locate my phone, realizing that I didn't get much sleep. I immediately recall the events of the night prior, and I'm once again unable to contain my thoughts. The feeling in my chest has grown to be almost crippling. The intense aching of a fresh infatuation overwhelms any other sensations I'm feeling. The game is pretty loud. Is that better? Hello, you! Hi, Fanto, how are you? Putting on a mask can be really sucky. Can definitely lead to problems emotionally speaking. Every VTuber should play this on stream sometime. I agree. He's realizing though that the VTuber he knows and loves isn't the same person that they show on stream. It's hard because the music that they use in the game goes from really quiet to really loud. But hopefully that's okay enough. Hi, Fanto. Can I get a shout out for Fanto, please? The feeling in my chest. Oh, wait. I already read that. Okay. It's already noon. How many hours of sleep did I even get? I still have so much time before Kazurazaka contacts me. I don't even feel like eating. Maybe I can wait until tonight and eat with Kazurazaka. I'm sure we have a lot of things to talk about. I look at my phone and at Kazurazaka's contact. No, I shouldn't. I just have to wait for tonight. I put my phone back down and start daydreaming to pass the time. I go through scenarios where I'm seen as Mana's partner, no matter how implausible they are. Maybe Mana mentions that there's someone that she's been seeing, and everybody starts getting jealous. Maybe some chat logs are leaked where she sends me suggestive messages. Maybe I'm out with Kazurazaka and I hear people talking about how amazing Mana is. This continued on for hours. She said, wait, good sir, you wait. It's true. You see how quiet the music got, though? I don't really like that he's immediately like, what if I'm her partner? Every hour that passed just served to indulge in my own thoughts and strengthen the feelings I had. My heart felt like it would jump out of my chest every time my phone would get a notification. The subsequent disappointment at seeing that it wasn't from Kazurazaka would feel equally as powerful. Eventually, the message from Kazurazaka came at around the time the sun was starting to set. Can you meet me at the beach in a bit? Like, in 30 minutes? I took a deep breath to calm myself as I come to terms that this isn't a dream. Yeah. Okay, I'll see you soon. Wait, 30 minutes? I still need to take a shower and change clothes. I rush through all my long overdue tasks of freshening up for the day and head down to the beach. Dun dun dun. It doesn't take long for the shore, orange with the warm glow of the sun, to enter my vision. Hi Daniel, how are you, darling? Despite not having much time to prepare, I arrived 5 minutes earlier than the agreed upon time. I can feel my anticipation rising as I approach the shore. I step onto the stand and start looking for any sight of Kazurazaka. Eventually, I catch sight of a familiar figure looking out at the ocean. The rush of emotions from seeing Kazurazaka is unlike anything I felt before even being with her. Thanks for throwing your clock at me. I'm seeing her in a completely different light than before. She turns to me when she notices my presence. She looks even worse than usual. Was it because I found out about her secret? You don't look like you got any sleep at all. That's what I should be saying. Are you okay? Never been better. Kazurazaka returns a weak smile, but I can see her visibly trembling. Her expression shifts to a more fearful, pained look. What's with that expression? I didn't necessarily expect her to be ecstatic that her secret's out, but if she trusted me to keep it to myself, then isn't it better that she has someone she can talk about to her secret with? Kazurazaka just silently stands there, her eyes occasionally shifting to me. Does she have something she wants to say? Maybe I can ease the mood so she can calm down? So, you're Mana, eh? That sure was a surprise. I never would have guessed. Mikado's expression just became more pained and terrified. Am I making it worse? Is it because she thinks it's a bad thing? Isn't it a good thing that I know she's this amazing person? You're pretty amazing, though. That you're this huge VTuber that inspires so many people. No, that's not. It's true. I was thinking that you're just this negative person, but you managed to keep positive and smile through as Mana. Stop. You mentioned that your goal was to become a strong, beautiful, and happy person. I think as Mana, you've shown that you're all of those. Stop it! I flinch at Kazurazaka's outburst. This is the first time I've ever heard her shout like that. Stop it, please. Hi, Daniel. How are you, cutie? Just stop. I'm not any of that. I'm taken aback at her reaction as she looks more pained than I've ever seen her before. What do you mean? You really don't get it, do you? Say, don't you remember all the conversations we've had about Mana? Or just about identity in general? The realization hits me. The conversation we had when we first met, the one at the aquarium, everyone we've had about VTubers. They are all related to her experiences as Mana. It's so obvious. What the hell have I been thinking about for the past day? I've told you before. More than anything, I wish to become the kind of person that Mana's identity embodies. Someone who has the strength to overcome any hardship with a smile. Someone who's selfless and beautiful. Someone who's happy. When I become Mana, that's my attempt to try and reinvent myself into that person. That's what her identity has come to embody. But that's not actually who I am deep inside. I'm just hiding everything when I become Mana. Oh no. Hi Plum, how are you? Isn't that so contradictory? I strive for a certain identity, and when people start to see me as that, I start to feel guilty. There's nobody to blame but myself. I'm basically lying by hiding everything. But if you're the one behind the actions of Mana when she embodies those values, then aren't you embodying them yourself? You're still the same person, no? How different could you be from the Mana on screen? Bro. Wah, I love you! You're really gonna make me say it, aren't you? What do you mean? Haven't you figured it out already? Do you think I make jokes about suffering and existential dread just for fun? Huh? That's just my way of coping. It's funny, isn't it? Most people would kill to be in the position I'm in with VTubing. There are people who work so hard but never get to catch a glimpse of what it's like to be at the top. So tell me, why am I not happy? I'm sure if everybody saw me, they would be disgusted. Maybe they would laugh at me. Maybe they would even want me to disappear. Honestly, I wish it was that way. Aren't you angry? You put VTubers on a pedestal, and now the one you idolize the most turns out to be me. Someone who's as selfish, hypocritical, repulsive, and broken as I am. But you're not. No, no, no. You don't know anything about me. You don't understand anything about me. Even before I became a VTuber, I've always hated myself. I've always hated how weak and selfish I am and how I always hurt others. I hate how I'm always tired. I hate how I can only think negatively. I hate how I always selfishly get involved with people knowing I'll just hurt them. I hate how my very existence just brings suffering to others. VTubing was a way that I could fix all of that. Start fresh and try to become the person I wanted to be while also trying to bring happiness to others. And VTubing became one of my few happinesses in the world. I wish that's all it was, but there's so much more to it that's brought me suffering. Everybody believes that I'm just this amazing person, when in reality, I'm often crying myself to sleep at how pathetic I am. Even as a VTuber, I just end up hurting people. I selfishly involve myself with another VTuber and end up causing them suffering. Why? Why was it me? Why did I make it big and not her? She's so much more amazing than me. And every single day, I have to work myself to death to meet the expectations of Mana. Communicating with artists, planning out schedules, creating thumbnails, editing videos, rehearsing songs, meeting deadlines, dealing with issues like copyright, on top of going to school on my own time. Not to mention having to deal with hate messages, people being overbearing, not knowing the intentions of anybody that wants to talk to you. Having to watch everything you say on stream, always worrying about my viewer or subscriber numbers, people trying to impersonate me. Always being insecure if my performance is good enough or if I'm living up to expectations. Every little mistake weighing on my mind for the longest time. Do you have any idea what kind of things people say about me? No matter what I do, there are always people who are dissatisfied. There will always be people who say the cruelest things. I take a break? Wow, Mana must not care about her viewers. I stream more? Oh, I'm going to have every action misinterpreted or psychoanalyzed by obsessed people. Like, I know I'm fucked up, I know. Why can't some people just be nice? Just leave me alone. I've had no time to indulge myself in the things that I want to do on my own
How you
time.
are, you just have to say that you're fine when you're not really fine.
Thanks,
You
YOLO.
just can't get into it because they would never
I have no
understand.
time to play the games that I want to play. No time to give to the people that I want to give to in my personal life. Even if I have the time, I don't even know if I could find it in myself to do any of those things. Anytime I do get to myself, I just spend in bed, unable to find the motivation to do anything. It's not uncommon for me to find myself staring at my computer screen with a load of work piled up and for me to just start crying. You know how my anniversary stream is coming up? I've been spending my time on trying to find a solution to my issues or wallowing in despair instead of working on any of it. And now I have so much piled up that I haven't even started on. I'm just so tired of it all. It ends up reflecting in my attitude, and I just end up lashing out at people, or I come off as uninterested or negative, which makes me hate myself even more. Why? Why am I like this? I don't understand. Hi, Orby. Can I get a shout out for Orby, please? Why am I like this? I just stand there unable to say anything. What am I even supposed to say? I didn't know about anything she was saying, and this is how she felt the entire time. How could I be so stupid? She's given hints at it the entire time I've been talking to her. Seeing Kazurazaka agonizing like this is too much. Please don't go on. That's not even the end of it. Do you know why I've been interacting with you? It's because I wanted to see how someone who liked Mana would see me. Since I'm Mana and she's so loved, surely this broken part of myself can also be loved, right? See? Isn't that so pathetic? I got you involved for such a stupid reason, even though knowing you would just get hurt in the end. And look at how everything's turned out. This is my punishment for being so stupid and selfish. How could someone like me be loved? I can't find the right words to say. I want to say that what Kazurazaka said isn't true. Of course she can be loved. But what about my own experiences? Why did I suddenly start getting obsessed over Kazurazaka after finding out she was Mana? They're the same people, aren't they? But Kazurazaka is the side of herself that she doesn't want to show people. Is that the side that I care less about than Mana? I definitely felt something for Kazurazaka before finding out. But now it's just mixed with my infatuation for Mana. How am I able to understand what I felt? Is Kazurazaka right in that I just started liking her because of her status as Mana? And look at me, just ranting to you selfishly like this about all my own issues. I didn't want you to know, because I was afraid you would come to hate me after figuring out how pathetic the person behind Mana is. But I let myself become too indulgent in this temporary happiness. I got careless. No, this shouldn't have even happened in the first place. I never should have been selfish and involved you. Let's have this be my last act of selfishness towards you. From now on, I won't involve myself with you anymore. My heart sinks. How could that be for the best? How could that be what I would want? What? That's not... This is for the best. I know I've already hurt you. I don't want you to continue being hurt, and I don't want to continue interacting with you knowing that I'm hurting you. How could this be for the best? I don't think any of those things about you. Didn't you mention in one of our previous conversations about not feeling like you're understood? You might think that I'm wrong about what I just said, but I don't think you'll ever come to understand what I've been through and going through. That hits me like a sledgehammer. I've just been grasping at whatever I can find in myself to try and say to Kazurazaka to fix things. But I never once understood what she was going through. nor did I even try to understand what she was going through. I was only thinking about myself and how I could gain from Kazurazaka being Mana. How pathetic am I? Kazurazaka's eyes widen as she realizes the impact of what she said. Why do I keep doing this? Sorry, I'm just... sorry. And goodbye. Kazurazaka turns and starts running. I reach out my hand towards her in a futile attempt to try and bring her back. I can't bring it in myself to call out for her, to tell her that she's wrong. Because maybe she wasn't. How could I know? I didn't know anything about her. Even if I did understand her, what was I supposed to say? I can't just say, be happy, and that will be the end of that. How is someone like me supposed to help her out of her depression? Am I supposed to tell her it'll get better as a VTuber? That's just a lie, isn't it? I can't tell her, I'm here for you, it'll be all right. How conceited is that coming from someone who didn't even make any efforts to understand her? And what can I even do? Telling her you're not the awful person you think you are, does that even mean anything? Coming from me? All I could do was watch as Kazurazaka went out of sight. I continued standing on the beach for what felt like hours. MC suddenly goes, she's the one that signed the postcard. Yeah. What have I been doing? Did I really think I could become someone of value to just because I knew about Mana's identity? Why am I like this? I let myself become obsessed and didn't even think at all about what Kazurazaka was going through. Even now, I'm still having thoughts about my own personal gain. Kazurazaka just told me how she's suffering, and the first thoughts that come to me are still ones about how my value as a human can be realized. It's so pathetic. I didn't know what Kazurazaka was going through. If only I had paid attention to all of our conversations. Even then, how can I even help her? There's nothing I can do on my own. I hate how worthless I am. Kazurazaka has helped me out in the past through VTubing, and I can do nothing for her in return. All I did was make everything worse. I knew what was going to happen, and I still pressed that doorbell. I even asked her if she was Mana. It would have been better if I hadn't known. All I've done is cause her grief because of my selfishness. I fell into the exact trap that I shouldn't have. My view of Kazurazaka completely changed, and I started thinking about her differently. I pushed my own expectations onto her. I pushed my own identity of Mana onto her, not realizing that it was causing her pain. I throw my phone across the room in anger. Even now, I'm having all these disgusting thoughts that I still have a chance with Kazurazaka so I can validate my own worth. I'm still prioritizing my selfish wishes instead of thinking about what's best for Kazurazaka. Maybe she's right. Someone like me who's only thinking of using her to make myself feel better doesn't deserve to be with her. The overwhelming heartache I have isn't weakening in the slightest. I start clutching my chest in a futile attempt to ease the pain. These feelings I have only serve to fuel the guilt that's built up. Why am I still feeling like this? This isn't right. This isn't because I actually love her. This is only because I figured out she was Mana. Because I suddenly thought I had a chance to become validated. I didn't know Mana. I only became obsessed with the side of herself that she's shown on screen, without ever having to come to an understanding of who she was as a person. How could I ever even think that would turn into a relationship? It's just me pressing my feelings and insecurities onto someone without ever thinking about the give and take of both people. Why am I even ever thinking? Why am I even thinking I ever had a chance in the first place? Kazurazaka said it herself. She only interacted with me so she could see if she could be loved for herself. It didn't have to be me in particular. It could have been any of the hundreds of thousands of Mana fans out there. It's just like before. Nobody's ever going to voluntarily interact with someone like me just for me. They shouldn't. Not when I'm someone who just thinks about himself. Even still, my thoughts keep trailing back to Kazurazaka. Hi, Pink Pony Streams, I'm sorry. It keeps telling me to go back to her so I can fulfill my conceited fantasies. Why? Why am I like this? Get out of my head. Get out of my head! I slam my forehead against the floor of my room. The pain of the impact rings against my head, but I can't focus on it in my current state. I wish I could just disappear. My thoughts are interrupted as the door swings open and a tall female figure steps in. Shoma, you're in here, aren't you? Why aren't you picking up your phone? I've been trying to call... She stops as she sees me on the floor. Yoko-ni? My sister rushes over and crouches down in front of me. What happened? You look terrible. It's nothing. Sorry for worrying you. I was a bit occupied with something. I attempt to stand up, but Yoko-ni grabs me by my shoulders and stops me. Shoma, there's no way that this is just nothing. I'm not going to ignore the state you're in. Someone like me isn't worth your concern. I'm just a terrible person with nothing to offer. What are you saying? We're family. Of course I'm going to be concerned about you. I'm not expecting you to have to offer me anything in return either. And I'm the one who determines who's worth my concern. I'm determining that you're a wonderful person that's offered me so many joys in life and are worth my concern. So please don't say that. But you're not a burden to me, Shoma. And even if you were, then that would be okay. I want you to burden me if it helps you. So please rely on me, bother me, burden me without feeling like you have to offer anything in return. Your wonderful existence is enough for me. Yoko-ni pulls me into an embrace. I don't know what you've been going through, and I won't force you to tell me, but please, let me just do this. Let me be here for you. The warmth of my sister's embrace overwhelms me with emotions. I'm unable to find the energy to keep my composure as I rest my head on Yoko-ni's shoulder. I could see the tears starting to blur my vision. Take as much time as you need. I won't go away. Is this really okay? I don't know if it's right or what I should be thinking, but I don't care. I just want to stay here, right in this moment. This is so sad. She's gorgeous. I was gonna say, she's so pretty. I know we're not simping right now and we're having a serious moment, but she's so pretty. Hell yes, this is what a good older sibling looks like. Frick yeah! Not at my birthday. I'm sorry, Yolo! His name is Shoma. I must resist. Shoma nuts. I will say, I know some people were asking if he did like Kazurazaka before Mana. I think he was having feelings of like, ooh, I like to be with her. And that's why he was willing to be with her and not care about missing a Mana stream. But I will say, like, he started doing the whole like fantasies of being in a relationship when he found out that she was Mana. She really is pretty. Oh my god, she is, right? She's so pretty. Gorgeous! Angry reactions. Yeah. All good, Pocky. I'm not crying yet. Oh my god, I'm so sorry. I love a woman in a suit. I know. She's so pretty. Oh my god. Are you feeling a bit better now? Yeah. Thanks. Can I share what happened? Yoko-ni smiles and starts rubbing my head. Of course, you dummy. But you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let's head to the cafe down the street. We can talk while you're eating. I just noticed my acute hunger amidst the ocean of other feelings. I guess I haven't eaten anything today. Okay. Splash some water on your face first, then we can go. After a trip to the washroom, I head to a local cafe with Yoko-ni. I think those sorts of thoughts are normal. You can't control the what-if portions of your mind. It's what you act on that truly matters. I suppose, but like... I don't know. I think maybe my thoughts are a little biased because I am more on the side of Kazurazaka / Mana. But if I knew that he was having those immediate thoughts, even if they're immediate thoughts of like, oh, what if I was her partner? Like it wasn't even like the same vibe as what he was thinking with Kazurazaka before. it was immediately like, oh, what if, you know, our suspicious DMs got leaked? What if people found out that I would like all this and that, you know? I think those are, if you only start liking someone because of what they can give you, that's a shitty thought. It's true. Don't get me wrong. I do think, yes, it is valid for him to have been like, oh man, like I was already liking Kazurazaka and I love Mana. Oh my God, now I have all these feelings for both of them. I get that, but I think the immediate thought process and spiral of like, I don't know. I guess it is a little different because we're seeing somebody's thoughts, right? We're not seeing, he's not telling us these things, right? It's not like, oh, I'm inhibiting myself from saying these things out loud, you know? Liking someone's company does not always mean romantic feelings, but only becoming infatuated because of status is icky. I think he might have been able to form feelings for Makoto, but he blurred the lines. It's true. I kind of think like that too, and it's really hard to turn off, so I would rather avoid interacting with people. That's fine. He was based to realize that those initial reactions were not what needed to be focused on. To be a better friend, you need to worry about how she is. You can always work on that. That's true. Pretty sure he was infatuated with Makoto already in the bedroom, way before he even suspected. I don't know if I would say he was infatuated with her. Human mind is one of nature's most complicated puzzles. I agree. I don't know if I would say he was infatuated. He definitely liked her. I just hope I'm not that bad. At the end of the day, as long as you're not enforcing those feelings on someone, I think you're fine. I think Sylvie and I know it from like a different perspective of like, if I'm hanging out with someone and it turns out that they find out who I am in the VTubing space and they start immediately, like, again, right now in the game, we're seeing his thoughts. Let's say hypothetically, he turned those thoughts into words and they said them to me, I would be turned off. I would be like, no, like, I'm not, you can't take what you see online, especially because of everything they talked about. When they were talking about like, that isn't me. Like, yes, you're infatuated with Mana, but she's said multiple times like that's not who she is. And like, it's very difficult to pry that out of your mind. I get that. But I think, again, assuming if he were to say this out loud to her, I would find a problem with that. You know? I think most of the time when people get those thoughts, they realize, wait, what am I thinking? I can't just do that. Yeah. So that's what happened, huh? I silently eat my food as Yoko and he sits in thought over my experiences with Kazurazaka. What do you think? Are you okay with the way things are? I don't know. Maybe it's for the best. Best for who? Would either of you truly be happy with this result? What about what you want? Do you want to keep her in your life? Of course I do, but I can't do anything for her. I'll just end up burdening her. Content creators curate what you want to see, who we are as people. She just wants to be worth it, even if she wasn't this famous VTuber. I would just end up making things even more painful for her. I don't think a lot of people realize how thoughts will change, even slightly, how people talk, react, message, and interact with people. Thoughts can always be worked on. This is true. Yoko-ni lets out a sigh while smiling at me. You know, Shoma, we hurt others just by existing, whether we like it or not. I've hurt plenty of people in the past. It hurts me even more so when it's someone I care deeply about. People have hurt me as well, whether they meant to or not. We've hurt each other plenty of times growing up, haven't we? Yeah, I remember the physical beatings I received from you whenever I would take your food. Hey, that's when we were kids, and you know, I wasn't talking about physical harm. But we've had our fair share of fights. Ones where we initially thought we wouldn't ever talk to each other again. And you know what? Despite all the harm we caused each other, I've never once regretted having you in my life. Hi, Cherry. How are you, cutie? The memories I've made, the experiences I've had, all of the feelings we've shared, the relationship we've built. All of that makes me think it's all worth it. Do you think the experiences you've had with Kazurazaka the past few days are all for nothing? Of course not. Then I think it's okay for you to keep hurting each other. That just means you two will have to keep building happy memories and experiences to make it all worth it. I think the hardest part is figuring out what the other person thinks / feels like, and not to only focus about yourself. Many people don't know how to do that. That's true. 4 more hours left. Hurt people, or whatever. It's true. I think, as much as I agree with what a lot of you guys are saying, I think it because I have to verbalize how I'm feeling, right, on stream. It's a little different because I've had experiences before where people are infatuated with me, but not me. I've been the person who's had a stalker. I am coming from a very different experience, somebody who's been on the other side of things, you know? So I think my experiences, because of my experiences, I am very careful about the way that I think about people. It's not necessarily to this degree, but like, I'm trying to think of a good way to put this. And again, because I'm an indie VTuber, because when I interact with people, I know that it's very different than the person behind the screen. I'm very careful to be like, my interaction with you on Twitter, on Discord, on a stream, all of that ends the moment we are offline. If we are texting, if we are whatever, that is a very different shift. Pocky is Mana confirmed, not even. But that's the way that I think, and that's the way that I have shaped my reality because of the things that I've said, right? There's so many different faces to every single person, and part of those faces are thoughts you would rather not have. Absolutely, we all have thoughts we don't want to have. That's so normal. That's the human experience. If you want to talk about it in terms of Baldur's Gate, you have options where you could hurt somebody, and maybe for a moment you're like, ee, that would be funny, but you choose to choose something else, right? I think a lot of people think, oh, well, I come to this person's stream. Oh, I am a mod for this streamer. And they immediately think that that gives them a higher understanding of who this person is. Like in my case, I think out of everybody in my mod team, the only one who has seen me as me fully would be Lee. And like, we talk, because he's not really in the VTuber space anymore, Lee and I talk outside of that. We usually are talking about, you know, real life stuff. Lee and I are friends IRL, and it's no longer VTuber friends. When Sylvie and I met, we were very much so just VTuber friends, and it grew to be something outside of that. And that's so wonderful, and that's so amazing. But I think, especially as chatters, it's very important to remember that, like, you can absolutely want the best for someone, want them to be happy, want to share moments with these people, but also recognize that sometimes you need to take a step back and be like, there's probably so much of their life that I can't see. There's probably so much of their life that I don't know about. You know, not everybody is super open on stream, and that's okay. I have always been the kind of person to just casually tell you guys how I am. I think that, like, I don't know, like, for example, Robert and Fuzzy have been my mods for fucking forever. And I don't think we've ever actually had a full conversation outside of streaming. Like, we talk about some things, but I don't think we've ever had a moment where we're like hanging out as our authentic non-VTuber selves. And that's not awful. It's not a problem. It doesn't mean that I don't love them. It doesn't mean that I don't care for them, but it means that there's a full space of me that they have yet to discover, and they might never discover, you know? And it's just a decision of that streamer of how much do they want to show, right? Now we're actual friends, and it takes a lot of time and foundation. Sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. It's true. Hi, Shadow Master. How are you? Chat, if every time you saw a cat and your first thought was, oh, yummy, you'd probably want to work on that and not have that be your first thought. And you could do it. But what if I say I want to nibble on those toe beans? You can nibble on my toe beans. My issue is that I'm very lonely and I only want to make friends. So when I think I've made a connection, it hurts when it's proven that it isn't real. That's true. And like, that's very fair. But no one... I guess I'm not saying that those connections can't be real. Those connections can absolutely be real, but I think it's very important to remember that, especially actually in all aspects in your life, whether it's online or not, your reality might be slightly different than somebody else's. Your reality of... You know, for example, look at the way that some people on Twitter will post those posts where it's like, oh, I'm looking for friends, right? But what they're really looking for is a stream buddy, somebody that they can stream with all the time. They might not want somebody to know every aspect of their life, and that's okay. Nobody is saying that that connection isn't real, but it's very important, especially online, to be clear about, you know, what you're okay with sharing, what things are a little bit maybe off limits. You know what I mean? Not so good. My finger cracked just 3 minutes ago. It's hurt and I can't move my finger. Oh no, I hope you're okay. We've known each other for years, but I still don't even know your name, and I'm fine with never knowing. And I'm fine with you forever being Malice King Phanto to me, you know? And it doesn't have to, like, it's not my connection with you. I would never look at it and be like, that's a fake connection. You know, maybe it's not as layered as some other connections that you may have with people in your IRL life, but I don't think that those layers have to mean that they are not real. You know what I mean? It's important to recognize how your reality differs as matches from someone. If I wanted to be Pocky's IRL friend, but she didn't want to be mine, then we aren't. Can't force things either. You didn't know Pocky's real name is Pocket? Shh, don't tell them. Me, who doesn't have a persona, and that's okay too. I think the way to look at it is like looking at things as layers, you know? Just because a layer... Okay, hang on. We're gonna make this about cake. Just because a cake is one singular layer and there's not multiple layers, that doesn't mean it's not a real cake. It just means it doesn't have as many layers to it, right? Let them eat cake! Let them eat cake! Yeah. But you know what I mean? Like, I think those layers are still... You were so close to a Shrek meme. I didn't want to be a Shrek meme, okay? That's specifically why I didn't say onions. Also because I don't think you can have an onion with just one layer. You know? I have friends online that I spend more time with than IRL friends, and I don't even know their name, but they're still very good friends. You don't have to know everything about each other to get along. This is very true. And nobody's saying that online friendships cannot be as layered or as quote-unquote real as IRL friendships, right? My friendships with some people IRL are very, like, aren't as layered, aren't as I don't want to use the word authentic, because it's not that they're not authentic. It's just that they're not as layered as, like, say, my relationship with Sylvie. And I think the more that you go through with someone, the more that you hear about them, the more that you learn about them, there's always going to be layers to that, right? And even if it's not a VTuber that you're connecting with, when you are meeting someone for the first time, you are deciding whether or not you want to have all of those layers of yourself shown to that person. So for example, if you're friends with your manager at work, you might not show them certain layers of yourself because that's your manager and that would be weird. Or maybe you've known someone since you've been a child, and the layers that you've known or the layers that you have with them is very different, right? Thank you for the head pats. Hi, Doey. How are you, cutie? We still care about each other as people and want the best for each other, and that's enough. My level for friendship is like Pocket or Gray, for example, may not match my friendship with someone else I know online. Doesn't mean it isn't as valuable. It's just different. Y'all have friends? She already explained it in this game. 1,000 levels of bonds. It's true. What are friends? Who could say? You need to be a psychologist? LOL. Okay, I'm drinking my tea. Pocket, can I turn puppy into steak? No! Huh? Okay. Let's see. But that's just idealistic. We can't expect happy moments to just come. Then you two will have to grab hold of those moments yourselves. Live, have fun, get hurt, be confused, get lost, cry, laugh. Cherish all of those moments. But I'm honestly nothing compared to Kazurazaka. I can't do anything for her, and she said it herself. She only associated with me for her own goals. She would never want someone like me. Trust me, I'm sure you've offered more to her than you can realize. And even if you hadn't, do you really feel the need to try and offer something to her? Isn't it enough for you two to just want to be with each other? But sometimes, all someone really needs is to be in the company of someone they cherish, even if they know they'll be hurt or burdened. But how do you know that Kazurazaka wants to continue having me in her life? She herself was trying to push me away. But isn't that it? Maybe it matters to her so much because she's trying not to hurt someone she cares about. It hurts the most when you hurt someone that you care about deeply. It's our instinct to try and push them away so that we don't hurt them anymore. What she says isn't always going to be what she actually feels. It's just like you and me. People tend not to be honest with themselves. I'm not going to pretend like I can understand her, so I can't confirm that. I failed to understand her for as long as I've known her. Isn't that fine? Tell me, do you think you've ever completely understood me? Well, I think I understand you fairly well, but there are certain things I can't understand despite my attempts to. See? And that makes me happy. I don't think we'll ever fully understand each other, no matter how hard we try. But it makes me happy just knowing that you attempted it. And it makes me happy that you understand the parts that you do understand. Maybe all that girl needs isn't someone that can fully understand her. Maybe it's just that someone tries to. Speaking of Lee! Oh my god, hi Lee. I was talking about you, it's true. How are you, Lee? I hope you're doing well. Miss you bunches. Okay, hang on, I'm going through chat. I'm a dragon, remember, and I'm hungry. Fair enough. I'd be a delicious fucking steak, though. Yeah, I've been Pocky's mod for over 1.5 years, and at this point, there's still parts of Pocky's life I haven't seen, and that's okay. I do think it would be as nice to be as close to Pocky as, say, Sylvie or Lee, but I'm also perfectly okay with the level of friendship we have now. That's fair. I mean, I feel like Robert still knows me more than like some of my IRL friends. And it's not even that like, oh, I don't want to be close to Robert like that, right? Sometimes it's just, I don't know, like sometimes it's just like, how do I bring up those things? You know, sometimes it's just like, how do you do that? With me and Sylvie, I think our first real conversation was me being like, hey, you're really cool. Can I talk shit to you about someone? And with Lee, I'm pretty sure I asked him to get married within like the first week of us knowing each other. So yeah. Why are you talking about me? Because we're talking about emotions. Run leash, she exposed you. It's true. You talk shit. It's true. We talked shit and then acted gay to each other. Been besties ever since. No, I totally understand. I'm just a silly little dragon who wants friends. Aw. Discussing IRL versus VTuber friends. It's true. I'm happy being where I am. A cuddly dragon for everyone that needs them. So to become friends with others, you got to talk shit first. I see. It's specific. I think Sylvie came at a time when I needed a friend. And I was lucky enough that the universe like threw her at me. And it was wonderful. I have a big problem now. I popped my finger. Is it okay that I popped? The pop sound was on the wrong place. Man, I feel like you gotta go to the doctor. I don't know. Don't ask me questions. I don't know medical things. I admit there are times when I see how close some of my VTuber friends are to each other and compare it to how my relationship is with them. And I feel a little jealous. But then I remember the fact that Sylvie just mentioned. Friendships are different from each other, and that's okay. And it's okay to feel jealous. It's okay to be like, man, I really wish that, you know, I could be as close with that person. And I think just the fact that you would like to be friends with them is great. And if you're not pushing it and forcing it, I think that's a great way to keep going, you know? Girl, I needed you just as badly. Life just said, okay, be friends. It's true. But also, I'm always down to talk shit. Oh my God. I'm about to go talk shit to Robert. Being half silly, I've absolutely been nervous of oversharing, undersharing, thinking I'm a burden, not wanting to come off weird by over communicating, etc. I feel that. I drink my tea. Thank you, big lord. Oh God, a fwang in me. It's true. Okay. Yoko-ni, you're really a romantic, aren't you? Hey, I've just had my fair share of ups and downs in relationships. And don't be calling me romantic when you're the one here going out and finding love this complicated in a span of few days. I can't help but laugh despite what's happened today. It's been a while since I've been able to sit and chat with Yoko-ni. I'm loving these deep talks. See, I love having them. Far more deep talks to come, chat. Oh no. Does it get worse? You really took my advice to go out and meet people, didn't you? To think you'd get yourself in such a situation just a few days after we talked. That means I can place all the blame on you, right? Since you're the one who told me to go out and meet people. Don't get cheeky with me. This is magnitudes larger than just going out and meeting people. I think I got very lucky finding VTuber friends who became IRL friends. Me too! I'm the exact same, and that's where you got to remember and constantly remind yourself, you don't get to decide how someone else sees you. It's hard, but you have to, but you have every day to grow a little. We have in fact not hit the worst parts. I hate my life. I hate my life. The trauma. Oh my God, real. But I'm glad you managed to find someone you care so much about. What? I'd like to meet Kazurazaka sometime. Maybe after all this dies down. She said the same thing, that she'd like to meet you. But I don't know how all this will turn out. And even if we do manage to patch things up between us somewhat, she still has all the problems that she needs to deal with. Yeah. Honestly, I don't have an easy answer for you. Especially the VTuber related hardships. I can't say I have any experience with any of that. But that's okay, isn't it? What is? Not knowing the answer? We can't always have the right answer to everything. And there might not always be a right answer. But I think that's all right. There's nothing wrong with being a little lost. If you look all around you, we're all lost in our own ways. Even you? You look like you've got everything together. Of course. I might look like I got everything together, but I'm also just lost in my own way. Is there anything I can help with? Yoko-ni forms a big smile and starts rubbing my head again. It's just typical adult stuff. Maybe I can tell you more about it later. You just need to focus on yourself and Kazurazaka first, though. Alright. I want to try and do something for Kazurazaka, but I don't really know what I can provide. I haven't met her, but from what you've told me, I think it's enough for you to just try and be there for her. It seems like she's trying to take on the entire world on herself. Even if you don't have an answer for her, just having someone who can try and understand her might be enough. Are you sure about that? Even someone like me? Especially someone like you. One day you'll realize your worth, Shoma, and I'm sure Kazurazaka will have a part in that. Realize my worth, huh? Thanks, Yoko-ni. For today, and for everything. Anytime. Yoko-ni reaches for my head again, but I nimbly move out of the way to dodge her hand. Hey, what gives? I don't need my hair any messier, thank you very much. Come on, you used to always love that when you were a kid. That is completely false. You would just put me in a headlock just so you could rub my head because I would try to run away. We both start laughing. I think I should head back. I have a lot of thinking to do, and I'm worried about Kazurazaka. Go get him, champ. I'll be around for a few more days for work. If the opportunity presents itself, make sure to introduce me to her. And let me know how everything goes. And please, don't hesitate to rely on me again. Thanks. And make sure to give her a hug. I'm sure she needs it. I'll try to remember. Ungrateful little twerp. I feel like it's really bad right now. Hi, Stormy. How are you? I hope you're doing well. I don't think my mental can take this game today, sadly. I'll watch the VOD. That's totally fair. Poor Pollo. Pollo needs another tissue. I give you love. After paying for the food, Yoko-ni gives me a long embrace before paying for the hotel leaving for the hotel she was staying at. I take a deep breath and then head back to my apartment. I can't speak. Oh my god. It's true, there is a VOD. So this entire time I've been talking to Kazurazaka. I've been unknowingly pushing my identity of Mana without knowing it was hurting her. She said she doesn't blame people for doing that. Of course people are going to think of Mana as someone who's strong, happy, and beautiful. That's the idea she was striving for and showing on stream. But the problem is that Kazurazaka believes that that's just the side that she can show on stream because she isn't like that on person. Honestly, she's amazing, even as Kazurazaka. To be able to do the things that she requires her to be such a strong person. What is her perception of strong even? Nobody's flawless. Is it even right for me to say that she's being too hard on herself? I've only scratched the surface of what she's thinking. I don't think I have to completely understand her to know that she shouldn't blame herself for a lot of how she feels. It's like Yoko-ni said. It's inevitable that she'll hurt people, but I don't believe she's hurt people as much as she thinks she has. Well, I can't say anything about her anything specific about her past experiences, but at least with me, she shouldn't be torn up about what she said or about involving me.
Bye, Erlitas. I love you. The party. I am gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. I bake brownies. I fucking love brownies. Bye, Stormy. Bye, Erlitas.
Oh, shit. I missed it. And what can I even do about the problem she faces as a VTuber? I have no experience with that. No, that's the wrong way to think. I shouldn't just think of her as someone that I need to save. I want to help and be there for her, but I can't just be someone who swoops in and solves all her problems.
Hi, Evan. How are you?
There's too much to think about. Let's start with the big picture. What am I seeking? I want to continue being involved with Kazurazaka. I still want her in my life. I don't know if the reverse is the same, but I guess I'll have to hear it from her after I say what I need to say. But I don't want a relationship where we have to keep skirting around each other about burdening each other. I want both of us to be able to rely on each other. Even if we still feel bad about burdening the other, I want us to be able to do it, which isn't going to be a sudden change. Both of us don't feel too good about burdening others. I know there's a lot that I still don't know about Kazurazaka, and I know that I have yet to understand her, but I want to understand. I know it's conceited, but I want to be involved with her, even if it means she'll have to burden me when I don't fully understand her. I know we'll struggle. I know we'll misunderstand each other. I know we'll probably always be looking for the right answers. But I want to be involved anyways. Gosh, it actually sounds so conceited when I express it like that. Is it really okay to have a selfish wish like this? Yoko-ni would be smacking me if she knew I was thinking like this. Before I make that selfish kind of request, I think I need to come to terms with my own feelings first. Even now, I'm still head over heels for Kazurazaka, and I feel guilty about those feelings. Not because of Kazurazaka as a person, but because they are for the wrong reason. Those feelings came about when I figured out Kazurazaka was Mana. All it took was to have the thought of, I have a chance with someone who I see as valuable, to instantly start becoming infatuated. Honestly, it could probably happen to any big VTuber. I don't usually have strong feelings towards most people I watch, but it's always a thought in the back of my mind that it's nice if I could be involved with this person. If the chance to become someone special to them suddenly appeared, then I think I would end up becoming obsessed just because I want to get validation from that. It really is an unhealthy mindset, and it happens so easily. So the infatuation didn't come about because of love, but because of my own desire for validation. And that isn't how a relationship should develop. But I can't say for sure that a part of my feelings wasn't already from what I felt about Kazurazaka before finding out. It wasn't obsession, but it was like a warm comfort. I liked being with her. I wanted to know more about her. My feelings are just a jumbled mess right now, so I can't say exactly how I feel, and I can't stop myself from feeling this way either. Even if I know it was for the wrong reason, this heartache doesn't go away, and feeling this way just makes me feel guiltier. That I shouldn't feel this way, but I do. Maybe that's the curse I'll have to live with for the time being? For being so self-centered. Isn't that a reason I should be distancing myself from her? That I'm only going to naturally gravitate towards her and try to gain her favor because I'm always going to want her attention? Do I have any right to try and reach out when I know that this relationship will partly be built on my own insecurities? Even before I found out she was Mana, didn't I just interact with her mainly because I was lonely? Is this really okay? If I was transparent about everything and she was okay with it, would that make it okay? Isn't that just pushing my own expectations and selfish wishes onto her? Is it even possible for me to form a relationship with her without these selfish motives? Isn't that what I was trying to avoid when I entered college? Was I being a hypocrite all along?
A 90-second ad break.
Okay, we'll wait. We'll wait for the ad break to finish, and then in the meantime, I shall read some of chat. There's also a difference in hurting someone accidentally and intentionally. That's true. We're always gonna hurt each other, and that's just a part of life, you know? Sometimes it's just the circumstances we're in. Sometimes it's just that, you know, something that you say doesn't get taken the way that you thought it would, but like, that's okay. Like, as long as you guys are open about it, as long as you are willing to hear people out, I feel like that's fine. My little dragon heart, aw. I think he was enjoying her company before he was even ignoring her amount of stream to be with her.
Viva la trash. Hi, Ariston.
Hi, Nova, how are you?
Read these nuts.
Imagine having ads, couldn't be me.
What this game? It's called VTuber Connect.
It hurts. Please play this game from the beginning as a fellow VTuber fan. Hit the wrong person? That's crazy. That link was for Evan. If I was in his shoes and I became friends with someone IRL that's a VTuber I like a lot, and I learned that, I would ignore my feelings and not pursue them. I would probably not even acknowledge it in their company. I'm grounding you. I am the law. Uh-oh. It is a free visual novel on itch.io and Steam. Definitely a high recommendation from both everybody in chat and from me. I'll check it out. I'm glad to hear it. Okay. I think the ad break is finishing. The idea of I just ignore my feelings is crazy. I think I would too, though. No, maybe not ignore them, but I wouldn't acknowledge them with them. I think it's more of a me thing to figure out. VTubers are personas, not the person behind the tuber. Pocky is the law. It's true. I'm the law. Fuck you. I feel like you shouldn't become seriously infatuated with a VTuber from the get-go. No, I shouldn't think like that. I have to accept that it's inevitable that I'll have those thoughts and feelings if I interact with her. The best I can do is be aware of this inevitability and try not to let it control my actions. I think I'll have to figure it out more as time passes. Next is Kazurazaka and what she thinks. How can I even help with her depression and mindset? I haven't even gotten over my own self-hate. I can't just tell herself to love herself more. No matter what I tell her, she isn't going to suddenly shift her mindset. All I can do is tell her the value she has to me and try to support her. Again, I'm just feeling self-important by thinking that. But even if I might not offer much, I still want to do what I can. This is all assuming, of course, that she would even want to continue involving me in her life. I don't blame her if that isn't the case. We can't go back to how we were before. I have no idea what our relationship is going to be like if we start interacting again. I take a deep breath, followed by letting out a big sigh. I don't have all the answers, but I think I know what to do now. I pull out my phone to look at the time. It's almost midnight. I'm worried about Kazurazaka, and I shouldn't put this off. Is she still awake? I pull out my phone and stare at Kazurazaka's contact. Is it too soon? The longer I wait, the less chance there is. I can feel my hands shaking. I take a deep breath and force myself to press the call button. Every consecutive ring goes on for what feels like an eternity. The pressure I feel at this moment is enough to impede my breathing. Just when I feel like I would reach her voicemail, I hear the brief cut of ringing to indicate the call has been picked up. I can't hear her. Kazurazaka? Why? Her voice is weak, like it could fade away at any moment. Can we meet? I know it's late, and I know you said we wouldn't be involved with each other anymore, but there are some things I have to say. If after you hear me out and still want to cut ties, then I'm fine with that. I know it's a selfish request, but please. There's only silence. My heart is beating so fast that I'm sure Kazurazaka can hear it through the phone. Come to the beach. Okay, thanks. I hear the call hang up right after I thank her. I immediately collapse on my bed in a sigh of relief. After taking another deep breath, I dash to my bathroom to splash some water on my face and then head out of my apartment. I find myself back at the same spot where I had been earlier today. Hasn't even been a day, but it feels like it's been weeks since I last met with Kazurazaka here. I look around to see any signs of her. It's dark, but I'm still able to see that Kazurazaka isn't here yet. I raise my head to look up at the starry sky. Well, it's too late now to be thinking if this is okay. I'm also not confident at all in my ability to get my thoughts across. If it doesn't end up working out, then I guess that's just how it has to be. No, I shouldn't keep thinking negatively. I can't draw any conclusions without seeing what she thinks. The sky really is beautiful tonight, isn't it? I wonder if this is why Kazurazaka chose her VTuber theme to be a starry sky. She did seem to like this spot. Maybe she saw the same sky and decided to become Mana. Or maybe I'm just being romantic because of the sight. The sounds of footsteps interrupt my thoughts. I turn to see Kazurazaka walking towards me. She looks even worse than before.
This is the first time we've seen them together.
You can switch to your micro bikini model now. Puppy, I'm going to ban you.
Hi, Kazuto. How are you, darling?
Hey. Thanks for granting this selfish request of mine. I honestly can't say that what I'm about to say is going to come out coherent or make any sense. You know, I really wish I was the protagonist of some anime or dating sim. Like the ones that always know exactly what to say to magically fix everything and change anyone's viewpoint. But I'm only me. I don't have very many answers for you. I can't magically solve your problems. I'm not going to pretend like I can say anything that will convince you to suddenly be happy with yourself and your situation. I can't even imagine to begin what you're going through or have been through in your life. Even if I spend the rest of my life trying, I might not fully understand. But I want to try, despite the inevitable struggle. I know that sounds conceited, but I want to try. Why even try to understand someone like me? Is it because I'm Mana? I would be lying if I said that wasn't part of it. To be honest, I fell into a complete obsession with you after finding out. It was because of my own desire for validation and self-worth. I actually completely hate myself for the fact that it happened. You might be disgusted at that, and I wouldn't blame you. I wouldn't blame you if you started to think that I'm only interacting with you because you're this super popular VTuber. But that's just me. That desire for self-worth is just a part of who I am, and I absolutely detest that part of myself. I want to be able to say that I want to be with you for you, and not to feel like I'm worth something just because I'm with someone who's valued. But looking at myself, I can't say that. And I know that asking you to accept that might be the most selfish request ever. All I can really say is I want to keep being with you. I don't want to just be with Mana or Kazurazaka. I want to be with you, who's both Mana and Kazurazaka. What are you even saying? I already said that I only interacted with you for my own personal gain. That could very well be the case, but I think that's okay. It's not like I had great intentions either. I think one of the main reasons I kept interacting with you is because I was lonely. I desperately wanted someone that I could feel like I could connect with. I really did enjoy the time with you and admire you, but how much of those feelings can I say were just out of desperation? I know that doesn't sound reassuring, but I don't know myself well enough to fully understand these feelings. I can only really say that despite all this uncertainty, I still want to be with you. You've already seen what kind of person I am. All I do is hurt people. You'll just end up being hurt. How are you even going to put up with someone like me? I think that goes both ways.
Ribbit Robot, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in.
There's no way that we won't end up hurting each other at times, even if we don't mean it. It'll probably be painful at times, but I still want us to be involved with each other anyway. I don't even know if this will be the case, but I want to believe that happy times we create will make it all worth it. I don't want to be hurt, and even worse, I don't want to hurt you. But I also feel joy and warmth from being with you. I want a relationship where we can accept that we'll get hurt, where we will struggle, feel lost, and likely always be looking for the right answers. But I want us to be able to do that together, in a relationship where we won't burden each other, where we burden each other. We probably won't feel good about burdening the other, but I still want us to be able to do that anyway. What are you even saying? That won't be an even relationship. I'll just be the one burdening you the whole time. I'm a thoroughly messed up person. I'm weak. I hate myself. I'm mean. I easily lash out. I always think about things negatively. I always feel lonely. I'm never satisfied with how I am. And you said so yourself, that there's so much you don't understand. How does it make any sense to want to be with someone that you don't even understand? Are you stupid? I guess I am. I truly believe from the bottom of my heart that you're a wonderful person in many ways, and I'm a pretty messed up person myself. You're really not. How can you blame yourself for what you felt? You couldn't help it. Meanwhile, look at me. I only have myself to blame. That isn't true. We can probably go back and forth all night at this rate. I clear my throat and take a deep breath. Though I may not be able to offer much, an unreliable, selfish person I may be, please allow me to be involved with your life. How do I know that you won't just leave me once you get over your infatuation and realize what kind of person I am? I mean, look at me. Just the fact that I'm saying that is so terrible. No, that's okay. The only thing I can really do to alleviate that doubt is tell you that I want to be involved with you, including all the good and bad. I want to be able to guarantee that I won't just change my mind because of the infatuation, but the truth is I don't fully understand myself. I can really only ask you to trust me. What kind of relationship is that? You're just okay with me doubting you? I'm sure you have your own doubts about me. You're just okay with us doubting each other? Yes. What? I don't think we can really avoid that doubt. The only way we would be able to come to a full understanding of each other, which I don't think is possible. But I want us to be involved anyway. I'm a weak, ugly, and broken person. You're okay with that? Yes. You're going to end up being hurt being involved with me. You're okay with that? Yes. You're going to end up being burdened with all my baggage. You're going to end up being burdened like hell. You're okay with that? Yes. And you're willing to do all that despite knowing that you don't fully understand me? Yes. Kazurazaka stares at me for a few seconds, then starts walking towards me. She stops once she's right in front of me, looking directly into my eyes. My social anxiety is telling me to look away, but another part of me is saying that if I look away now, my resolve would have been for nothing. Would you be willing to accept me, even after knowing everything about me? There's a firm determination in Kazurazaka's eyes that I haven't seen before. She knows that she's asking an unreasonable, selfish question, but I can tell how important this question is to her. Yes. Kazurazaka's expression calms, and she stares at me for a few seconds. Then I see her break a smile. You really are an idiot, aren't you? You were right. None of what you just said makes any sense. Do you secretly want to get hurt? Are you a masochist? A sense of relief washes over me to see a glimpse of Kazurazaka's old self return. I guess I am. That's what you'll be signing up for. Well, there are a lot worse things you could be. You could be a guy who just voluntarily signed up to be involved with me. Boy, do I have news for you. We both managed to laugh, albeit weakly. It's well past midnight at this point. The events of today likely have Kazurazaka just as tired as I am. I guess I have no choice but to accept your request when you put it that way. But before I feel like we can move forward, I need you to listen to my own selfish request. Did you know that lemons aren't naturally occurring? They are the product of crossing a bitter orange and citron. That means life never gave us lemons. We invented them all by ourselves. We have given ourselves lemons. Can you come over to my place tomorrow and listen to what I have to say? I'll tell you. My mindset leading up to being a VTuber. All my experiences as Mana up until now. You said you would be willing to accept me even after knowing everything about me. So that's exactly what I'm going to do. I'm going to tell you everything. Is she actually going to tell me everything? Please tell me. Thanks. It's probably going to take a while, and it's not exactly a pleasant topic. But I've decided to trust you. I don't feel like I can move forward with involving you without you knowing. I understand. Thanks for putting your trust in me. I'll message you tomorrow to come over once I'm ready. With that, I'm going to head back now. I'm absolutely exhausted. More so than I usually am. Let me walk you home. It's pretty late. Oh? Being a gentleman, are we? It's not that far. I'll be fine. I got here just fine, didn't I? I didn't take that into account when I asked her to walk here. I don't really want to be pushy about it if she doesn't want to, but it also doesn't really feel right to leave her to walk home by herself. Kazurazaka watches as I quietly contemplate to myself. You know what? I'll take you up on that offer. Shoot, I must have been showing how conflicted I was. But I guess it works out.
Hi, Meadow. How are you?
We are enjoying. Thanks. Shouldn't I be the one thanking you? Or maybe you just want to walk with me because you're scared.
Hi, Boo. How are you? I love you too.
Sure, let's go with that. Please protect me, oh great Kazurazaka. You can call me Makoto. Call me Shoma as well. Makoto. An awkward silence envelops the air. Okay, enough of that, let's go. Makoto quickly starts walking away in embarrassment, leaving me to catch up with her. Wait!
That right there is emotional damage.
I agree. I follow behind Makoto as she quietly walks through the dimly lit streets. The air is tranquil, with our footsteps being the only sounds that can be heard in the stillness of the night. I'm unsure as to what to say to her. Would it be insensitive to ask about Mana right now? I guess I could ask some basic questions.
They ask
Makoto.
you how you are, you just have to say that you're fine.
But you're not really fine.
You just
Real.
can't get into it because they would never understand.
Makoto continues to walk, but I can visibly see her posture shift a little. I guess she isn't used to me calling her by her given name. Yeah? So, the voice you use is Mana. That's still you making that voice, right? It's just a bit hard to believe because it's so different. Makoto is visibly surprised for a moment before smiling. She clears her throat and adjusts her posture.
What are you talking about? Don't I sound the same as always?
The voice that leaves Makoto's mouth is distinctly Mana's, down to the exact pitch and way of speaking. The voice isn't too loud, likely a precaution for being outside, but it's clear enough that I wouldn't ever mistake it. How do you do that? What do you mean?
I'm the same old Makoto.
Okay, now I'm just weirded out.
Don't be weirded out. Just think of this voice when you think of me.
Makoto breaks out in laughter at my visible anguish. Okay, I'll stop. I'm glad we're able to go back to joking around like this despite the events of the last 2 days. I can tell we're still both a bit shaken, but we're trying our best to move forward. I've always been annoyed sometimes when people don't hug in anime because it feels like it'd be appropriate. I feel like it's a little different though. Especially in, like, culturally, it wouldn't, at least in this, if it's really set in Japan like I think it is, culturally it would be a little like, I can tell we're both, oh wait, I already read that. Doesn't it get tiring having to change your voice like that? I'm used to it, so not really. I see. Being able to change your voice like that is really impressive. Is it? You might be able to do it yourself if you tried. Yeah, I don't think you want to hear my pitched up voice. Maybe you're right. Forget I said anything then. Makoto smiles and turns to continue walking. There are so many other things I want to ask and I'm wondering about. Maybe I can wait until Makoto tells me everything tomorrow. Hey, Shoma? Now's my turn to feel uncomfortable. It's going to take a bit to get used to her calling me by my given name. I can't say I'm not happy about it though. Yeah? Thanks for today and everything. I'm glad things turned out the way they did. That was a follow-up to me explaining just that. Looks like Japan, so I believe it is. Yeah, my bad. Yeah, sorry, I'm not scrolling in chat. Down to the wall, so yeah. Koreans though, they're touchy-feely. It depends. It depends. Yeah, me too. Well, I guess it could have been a little less bumpy along the way. That's for sure. I want to thank you too. I've been running away from my problems for a while now, but I think you've given me something worth all the hardships. Oh? I must be worth a lot to you then. We still have a lot more to go through though. It's not too late to back out to the easier route. It's definitely an easier route, but I don't think I was ever content with how it was. Not because of VTubers themselves. I do get a certain fulfillment from watching them. They've provided a happiness and hope that I can't even begin to describe. Being able to share special experiences with them is something beautiful on its own. But I was just using them to substitute for what I truly wanted. What I formed with you and what I ended up forming with Mana are two different things. I wouldn't want to give up either. Well, I have some good news for you. Turns out they're the same person, so you get a 2-for-1 deal.
A Pocky care package, thank you. I drink. I drink.
Dang, really? I must have hit the jackpot then. But if I'm being serious, I'm really glad to hear you say that. I don't think I would want to give up what I have with you as Makoto or Mana either. Okay, enough with the embarrassing lines. We're almost there. We arrive at the front of Makoto's house. She turns to me. I think I'm gonna collapse as soon as I'm inside. I'm pretty sure I've aged a few years today. Same here. I can't remember the last time I felt this tired. I kind of feel bad that I made you walk all the way here with me. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. She's gonna ask him if he wants to sleep there. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god. She's gonna ask. Watch, she's gonna ask. If she doesn't, I get, but like, watch her do it. She knows. I apologize to all Koreans. Now I wallow in a corner of embarrassment. It's like Pocky's a writer. I'm a fanfic writer, so nope, won't happen. Frick. 2-for-1, lucky ass, I know, right? No, don't feel that way. I was the one who wanted to do this. Don't worry, I have enough in me to make it back. Good night. Fuck! Wait. Ah! She did it! She did it! She did it! She did it! You owe me $5 now, Talon. You owe me money. Pocky is hot. Respectfully, Uwu. Hello.
Hi, Rob.
I am owed money. No, I'm kidding. Don't actually spend money. You already spent the $5 today. It happened.
What is it now,
Talon!
Daddy?
Bad Talon. I was joking. There are the $5. I hate it here. Tisk tisk. Ban him, mods. Do you want to stay over for the night? Not for any weird reasons. Just so you don't have to walk back so late. Can you repeat that? I don't think I heard that correctly. No, I'm not saying it again. You heard what I said. No, I shouldn't. I'll just head back. No, really, it's fine. It's already so late. If you're worried about me, I'm completely fine with it. So just do what's best for you or what you want. Well, of course I want to, but I probably shouldn't. Stop making it weird. It just makes sense to stay here instead of making you walk all the way back when it's so late. And I have a futon you can sleep on in one of the other rooms. Yeah, you're right. It makes the most logical sense. Indeed, you are very correct. Let's go with that. Actually, she only gets about half of that. Bye. You owe me 99 cents in change. I will give you 99 cents in change. This dude. Thanks. Dang it. She looks unamused. Calm down, me. We'll be sleeping in separate rooms. It's not like the thought occurred to me that it might have been in the same room. All right, stop. Stop. Deep breaths. You can't really blame me. I'm still head over heels for her, and she just invited me to stay overnight at her place. My heart feels like it's about to explode right now. Maybe I should have just refused. There's no way that this is good for my heart. No, I would have beat myself over if I hadn't taken this opportunity. Maybe that would have been worse. So, are you going to keep having your internal battle, or are you going to come in? Sorry, I'll come in now. Lead the way. How will you give him 99 cents in change? You don't have pennies. Oh, you're so right. Makoto leads me to what seems to be a storage room containing only a sparse number of boxes. Wait here. I'll get a futon to roll out. Okay. Makoto leaves the room, leaving me to continue processing what's happening. Calm down, me. Nothing's gonna happen. I'm just staying here in this room by myself for the night because it's laid out. Wait, will I even be able to sleep in this situation? I'll probably just collapse right away. I'm so tired, I don't think it'll take long for this adrenaline to run out. Makoto re-enters the room with a rolled-up futon, blanket, and pillow in her arms. She hands me the pillow and blanket and rolls out the futon across the floor. The bathroom's down the hall. Okay, I'm going to go and collapse onto the comfort of my own bed. Good night. Oh, good night. Our pee will touch in the same porcelain! I hate it here. Makoto glances at me instead of leaving. Don't tell me you were expecting anything to happen. Huh? Of course not. Maybe you were the one who was expecting something. Regardless of if I wanted something to happen, I'm pretty sure I'm too tired for anything. I need my sleep. Yeah, me too. Good night. Sleep tight. Makoto walks out of the room and down the hall to her own room. I immediately collapse on the futon and spread out my body. 2 nights in a row of staying up this late can't be good for my well-being. It probably doesn't help that I'm in an unfamiliar place. I release a big sigh after taking a deep breath. It really has been an eventful 2 days, hasn't it? Thinking back on it, I did say some really embarrassing things. I recall the exact lines I said at the beach. I immediately cover my face and start rolling around. Did I really say those things? I mean, I'm kind of glad I did since it ended up working out, but it's so embarrassing. Wait, how could Makoto have interpreted it? Was I basically confessing my love for her? I mean, I do have feelings, but I need some more time to understand them. When I said those things today, I wasn't necessarily meaning it in a romantic way, but I did mention that I became obsessed with her. Isn't that pretty much just giving it away? It would be weird to ask what she thinks of me or what she considers me to be. Maybe I'm the weird one thinking too much about these things. I can start to feel my thoughts trail off as my exhaustion starts to set in. Whatever, this will be a problem for next morning's Shoma. I close my eyes and slowly feel my consciousness fade away. Ooh. The fact she didn't deny wanting something to happen, even if she didn't really, is funny. Spare room on a VTuber salary? Come on now, you're so right. The light of a new day shines brightly through the windows and pulls me out of my slumber. I feel a sudden sense of panic as soon as I open my eyes in response to the sight of an unfamiliar room. It takes me a second to recall the events of the previous night. Oh yeah, I'm at Makoto's place. It still feels like a dream, everything that's happened. My body does not feel the greatest, that's for sure. What time is it? I pull out my phone to see it's already past noon. I guess we did get back pretty late. I wonder if Makoto's awake. I stretch out my arms before picking myself out and heading out of the room. I take a glance inside Makoto's room after noticing the door was open. Looks like she's already awake. She's probably downstairs. I guess I'll wash up before heading down. I'm greeted by the sight of Makoto sitting on one of the sofas looking at her phone. She looks up when she notices me walking closer. Oh, you're awake. Sorry, have you been up for a while? Nah, I've only been awake for about 30 minutes. Not enough time for me to wash up and draw on your face on you while you were asleep. How unfortunate. Maybe you should have set an alarm. Is my sleep really worth that amusement? I guess it's another one of life's many difficult decisions. Sure it is. So, what's the plan for today? Were you going to tell me about everything when I woke up? How about we go eat first? I also kind of want some time to mentally prepare as well. How about this? We can go eat, and then I'll head back to my place so I can have a chance to take a shower and change clothes. Then I can head back here. All right, sounds like a plan. Aww. Makoto sits across from me, her mouth full of pancakes. She eats with the same nonchalance she had as when I ate with her in the city. It's still amusing to see her as before. She looks at me as she swallows her current bite. You must have a lot of questions, don't you? Yeah, a ton. But I figured I'd save them. I figured a lot of them might be answered later today. And I didn't think it would be it would be good to bring it up in a public setting. I see. How thoughtful of you. That's true. We can probably wait until later tonight. You really did say some embarrassing things yesterday, didn't you? I almost start choking on my food. I start gulping some water to clear my throat. You're gonna hold that over my head, aren't you? Don't pretend like you didn't get caught up at the mood yourself. Ah, yes. The beautiful starry sky, the beach, talking about wanting me in your life. I almost start choking on my food again. Okay, I'll stop now. You might die from choking at this rate. Yes, please spare me. There's so much to talk about with Makoto. And there's so many things we have to address. Wait, isn't the anniversary stream in 3 days? Should I even bring that up? I'm sure Makoto knows, but still. Hey, is this really okay? Us being here and chatting? I feel like there's so many things we have to address, and your anniversary stream is coming up. You know, I was feeling the exact same way, but for a different reason. The anniversary stream is in 3 days, isn't it? It's true that there's a ton of stuff that can be done for that, and that I'm still feeling a ton of anxiety about it. But it'll work out, I think. Before I can commit myself to that, I need to be able to get past this mental and emotional wall before me. I can't move forward with you without telling you what I need to tell you, and moments like these aren't bad. They may be fleeting, but it really lets me take a moment to appreciate things. Yeah, you're right. I guess we don't always have to be trying to tackle some problem. You said you were feeling the same way for a different reason, right? What's the reason? Moments of fleeting happiness like these make me question if it's really okay to feel this way. As for the reason, let's save it for tonight. I have a feeling I know where she's getting at, but I don't want to push it. She's right. We can wait until tonight and enjoy the current moment of peace. All right. Oh yeah, I do remember you mentioning that you wish for people to achieve true happiness in one of your, talks. Oh yeah, I did mention that in a stream a few days ago, didn't I? What exactly did you mean by true happiness? Well, it's not really something that's clearly defined. It's just that when people define happiness, they think of it as a state where they lack a sadness or pain, or they think of it as merely being satisfied with a neutral state. I guess it all depends on the person, but I want to truly say I'm a happy person, where I can smile and laugh without forcing it and not have to worry about anything else. I see. Would you consider this moment to be true happiness? You mentioned this was a moment of happiness. That's the thing, it's only ephemeral. I still wouldn't consider myself to be a happy person, though. It's all really vague, isn't it? Obviously, I can't expect to always be happy, and maybe that true happiness is built on moments like these. But even right now, I feel like I'm running away from sadness and pain. So, would you consider it to be a state where there's a lack of sadness and pain? Well, I know it's impossible to completely be free of those things. Maybe it's a state where there isn't much of it. Or maybe it's a state where I'm able to consider myself a happy person in spite of those things. Isn't that too idealistic? Not at all. Isn't that a state that a lot of people are in? Well, I don't know if you can tell for sure. They might just be showing their happiness outwardly while they internalize the pain. That's true. So people inevitably go through both moments of happiness and pain. So you're talking about a state where people can focus on happiness and not feel like they're running from the pain or sadness? Yeah, I think that's right. It would be nice if everybody could achieve that. You did wish for that for all of your viewers. I'm sure that you were able to reach people with that. I for sure appreciated it when I heard it. Thanks. But it goes both ways, doesn't it? I'm sure everybody else wishes that for you as well. You're always looking out for us. You might know this already, but I want you to know we wish the best for you as well. Thanks. I mean it. I don't think I'm deserving of that, but it makes me happy hearing it. Come on, nobody thinks you're undeserving of that. Are you finished with your food? Oh, I am. Do you want to pay and get going? Yeah, let's go. After we paid for the food, we agreed to meet at her place in around 2 hours. After saying bye to Makoto, I headed home to take a shower and change clothes. What a simp. Eehee. Yeah, you would know. No, I'm kidding. I find myself once again at the gate to Makoto's house. It's a familiar sight at this point, but there's a different air to the visit. There's a heaviness in my chest as I look at the window to Makoto's room. Makoto said she would tell me everything, but I'm not exactly sure how I should be feeling. Maybe I'm stupid for feeling this way. Makoto had to find a resolve much stronger than me to decide to tell me everything, while I'm here feeling like I'm not even sure I'm ready to hear anything. Well, here goes. I take a deep breath and press the doorbell to Makoto's house. About after 30 seconds, Makoto comes to the front door. Hey, come in. Let's go to my room. I only nod as I notice her uneasiness. Makoto's room is a familiar sight, with nothing significantly different from the last time I had been there. She takes a seat at her bed, leaving me to sit on the chair she uses at her desk. Makoto doesn't say anything, but I can tell she's breathing heavily. She opens her mouth to say something, but nothing comes out. I notice she's visibly shaking. Hey, you don't have to force yourself. No, I need to do this. Sorry, just give me a second. Makoto takes a deep breath. Can I ask you to hear me out completely before saying anything or ask any questions? Okay. Thanks. Oh no. Where do I even start? Like I mentioned before, I've always hated myself, even before becoming a VTuber. I've always been the type of person to hurt people because of how I am. I'm not good at expressing my feelings, so I lead people to think that I don't care about them, or that I might not like them, even if that's not true. I've always admired the people who can wear their heart on their sleeve and effortlessly build a positive connection with others, whereas someone like me will just give others the wrong idea. But actually, is it even the wrong idea? I wouldn't consider myself a nice person. It's easy for me to fall into the trap of condemning people for taking actions I perceive as wrong or ignorant. I don't want to think like that. I want to be able to accept people and believe in their capacity for good, but it's not uncommon for me to straight up tell someone off if I think they're wrong about something important. If I was a better person, I would say it differently, or maybe I wouldn't say anything at all. But I'm not that kind of person. I've hurt a lot of people by doing that. I don't think my family situation helped my mindset at a young age either. My parents divorced when I was in middle school. I saw a lot of bad fights prior to that, and they weren't that uncommon after the fact, since I was going back and forth between them for a while. It wasn't hard to think that I was at fault for the situation, being an only child. I wouldn't say I have the best relationship with either of them. I'm not saying I hate them. I still love them both, and only wish the best for them, but I have my differences with both of them. They're both strong-minded, and they differ from each other in what they want in life, which is one of the reasons why they fought. Maybe I could have prevented it if I had been more self-aware back then. All I knew is that I desperately wanted to keep both of them, so I tried my best to listen to them. But my efforts ended up being for nothing. They divorced anyway. For a while, I still tried to cater towards both their demands, even if they differed from what I wanted to do. After some point, I just had enough. I honestly don't even know what's best for myself, but I knew what my parents wanted for me wasn't what I was looking for. It wasn't uncommon for me to get in fights with my parents throughout high school. You can probably see why I'm living here alone, don't you? I'm an awful daughter, aren't I? I'm willing to break my own family's heart for my own sake. That's something I was desperate to avoid no matter what. But I'm a selfish person. But despite the selfishness I've shown, my parents never abandoned me. They continue to reach out and care for me in their own ways. Why do they continue to have a daughter like me around? All I do is fight with them when I see them. A lot of times I think to myself, what if I was never in the picture in the first place? Would they have found happiness instead? I knew I just wanted to change something, but it's not like I can just suddenly become a better person all of a sudden. That's when I was exposed to VTubers, when they started taking off in popularity. At first, I didn't know why there were so many people watching these VTubers, but as I started watching them myself, I think I understood. I saw these amazing people able to bring happiness and inspiration to many people. Just by expressing a part of themselves, they were able to form such unique, profound connection with their viewers. I knew that this was something I wanted to try. The idea that I could reinvent myself and try to become the person I wanted to be and share the things I love just appealed to me. It's only been about a year, but I get nostalgic thinking about my beginnings as Mana. Before I even had the idea of Mana, I did a ton of research and brushed up on my skills. I applied to a bunch of agencies and got rejected at every single one. Eventually, the idea of Mana came to me one night and I decided to try and make it as an indie VTuber. I wanted to ultimately be responsible for my own success as a VTuber. I spent a lot of time and resources coming up with the design of Mana and having it created. Eventually, I debuted. I don't think there were more than 5 viewers at any given point of the stream, but I was still happy. I was starting out. I was just happy that anybody would come to watch. I would recognize a few people that would stop by and feel bad if they stopped showing up. If I found them on another stream instead, then that would hurt even more. But still, it was nice. I almost felt like I was starting a new life. Every stream was scuffed and there was a ton of things I didn't know about. I was working tirelessly every day, balancing school and improving myself for streams that only a few people would see, but it was fun. For the first time in my life, I felt like I was choosing who I wanted to be and expressing the self I wanted to show. There was a friend I made, not soon after I debuted. She was another VTuber that debuted around the same time I did. Given that we were both in a similar situation and that we ended up clicking immediately, it didn't take long for us to become pretty close. She's the type of person to wear her heart on her sleeve. She was energetic, kind, positive, and an unbelievably hard worker. In a lot of ways, I looked up to her. I was so blessed to have a person like her in my life. Honestly, a big reason why I think fondly back on the times I started out, despite all the hardships, was because of her. We would collab a lot, sometimes doing some really dumb things like singing meme songs. Other times we would share the joy of beating a really difficult game together. We laughed a lot, struggled together, complained to each other about life, talked about mundane topics, discussed life. It was a happy moment in my life that I took for granted, not realizing how fleeting those moments can be. We both worked hard every day, and she was more talented than me in a lot of ways. If I was a viewer, I wouldn't even think about watching my stream over hers. But for some reason, I started growing quickly in viewership while she didn't. At first, it wasn't really an issue. Why would it be? One of us is growing and we should be happy about that, shouldn't we? Well, I continued to grow. I didn't know why more people were coming to watch me. I still don't know. My friend continued to support me like she had always done, as positive and bright as the sun. But I started feeling guilty. Starting out, we had always talked about how we wanted to grow and reach as many people as possible. Why was I the one that was growing and not her, when she was so much better than me in every way? She still continued to treat me with the same kindness as she always had as I continued to grow. She never complained and never said anything negative to me about it. But I knew that deep down, it must have been affecting her. Our conversation about viewership or growth became awkward. I noticed that she started working twice as hard, planning big events, streaming more often, trying to put out more content and be more engaged. But none of her efforts were rewarded. It hurt so much to see her barely grow despite the effort she put in. I started becoming hyper-fixated on viewership, even though I knew I shouldn't. At first, I would try my best to try and promote her on my own stream, but that just ended up making things worse. After a certain point, it just seemed like I was desperately trying to promote her. She ended up getting backlash that she was just trying to piggyback off my own popularity. And a part of why I was doing it was out of pity. I wanted to try and help her, but I wasn't actually thinking about how she felt. Would you really feel fulfilled if someone just handed you viewers because they felt bad for you? The worst part of it all is that she never condemned me for anything. She still wanted to continue to be my friend. She was precious to me, and I didn't ever want to give up the friendship we had. But how could I keep going, knowing that I was just hurting her just by existing? Every day I would feel more and more guilty. Why was it me and not her? It's so conceited and self-important to think that my growth would cause her to hurt. But I could tell that it affected her. If I was in her position, I would feel jealousy, even though I knew that she was so much more amazing than I am. I don't blame her if she started hating me. It would hurt me so much to see her smile and be kind to me. I would hurt her regardless of my actions on or off stream. It was my existence that was the problem. I started to keep my distance, even though I loved her more than anything. Maybe it was because I loved her that I felt like it was better she didn't have to see me. Eventually, we drifted apart. Now every time I see any of her content, I feel an overwhelming sense of guilt. Maybe this is my punishment for my selfishness? I'm sure she hates me. I'm someone who always relied on her and burdened her with my own troubles. She would always be there for me, supporting me. And what did I end up doing for her in return? I only ended up hurting her. I know you probably have wondered why I don't collab with other VTubers as Mana. It's been brought up on stream a couple of times as well. I always give a vague answer on stream, but if you're wondering what the real reason was, it's because of this. I didn't want to go through the same situation again where I end up hurting another person. It was also because as I started to get bigger, I would get approached more often and I didn't know what people's intentions were. Isn't that a terrible mindset? That I might automatically assume that these people might just be wanting to interact with me and try to socially climb? Isn't it enough to just try and make friends? But I couldn't think like that after what happened. That's just one of the many things that I wasn't ready for as I started gaining popularity. The responsibilities I had started getting more frequent and more significant. Suddenly, I was having to present myself in front of hundreds and eventually thousands of people. My chat culture went from cozy and I could recognize everyone to an amalgamation of names that I couldn't put a personality to. I could no longer keep up with trying to satisfy everyone. It was impossible for me to read every message and address every problem. As I got bigger, negative impressions of me became more common. I used to always check out people's impressions of me on social media, but I stopped. Rar Manashir? Did I read that right? Thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in. People started DMing me more frequently, many times with the intention to try and get closer to me for shallow or dubious reasons. Sometimes I would even get straight confessions from people I'd never met. I didn't know how to respond to that. I started having to really watch what I say, both on stream and on social media. Anything even slightly negative or controversial could be spun into something that would cause backlash. Expectations grew as my popularity rose, and suddenly I was juggling multiple different commitments and projects. I started struggling to meet deadlines, so I poured all the time I had to try and meet what was expected of me. I stopped having time to enjoy my passions in my own time, like playing video games. This was on top of attending classes. At some point, my mom also got hospitalized for a short while. It wasn't for anything life-threatening, but it still caused me a lot of grief in the time where I was already feeling overwhelmed. I guess God really wanted to punish me. I really was not okay during that time. I had no idea life could be like that. I wasn't ready for any of it, not mentally, physically, or emotionally. VTubing was originally a way for me to escape the pains of the real world, but it ended up adding on to what was already weighing me down. But it didn't only hurt me, otherwise I wouldn't have kept doing it. A big part of what kept me going was the joy I felt when I could be myself on stream and connect with my community. I continued to chase after that, despite all the hardships that came with it. It was the only hope I saw in a world devoid of hope. That joy also led me to want to become that hope for others. Any one of my viewers could also be someone going through a difficult time. If I could be that person that they're able to find a place of comfort in despite their circumstances, that would mean my life had purpose. So I kept smiling on stream. I kept trying to be that bright, positive person I strive to be. Eventually, that's the identity that Mana became known as. I must have done a good job then, and I think most people would tell me that I could be happy and satisfied about that. But that's all I could do. Keep up an image only on stream. Off stream, I was absolutely miserable. I didn't smile, I wasn't positive, I would never say that I was a happy person. There were so many things where I felt so tired of everything. I would find myself unable to pull myself out of bed despite the enormous amount of work that still had to be done. This all ended up culminating in what's leading up to my anniversary stream. I was desperate to find an answer, but I think I knew the real answer all along. I'm just getting what I deserve. It's my punishment for being selfish and continuously hurting others. It's my punishment for lying and deceiving everyone. I can never truly be strong, kind, and happy, the strong, kind, and happy person that I want to be. Instead, all I do is hurt others by existing. Makoto's voice goes weak as she looks away. If all I do is hurt people, and if the only value I bring is built on a bed of lies, maybe it would have been better if I had never existed. But if I had never been born, my parents wouldn't have fought over me and divorced. If I had never started VTubing, my friend would have never gotten hurt. If I hadn't selfishly gotten you involved, you wouldn't have had to be burdened with such a selfish, worthless person. Everybody has a right to hate me. But why? Why does no one express their hate for me? Why does everybody keep showing me their kindness? You, my parents, my friend, my viewers. Why do you keep showing me kindness? If you all just hated me like I deserved, I could disappear from this world in peace. Tears start forming from Makoto's eyes. I'm unable to sit still anymore. Without thinking if it's the right thing, I pull Makoto into a tight embrace. Oh, please don't say that. You're not someone who deserves to be hated. Please don't blame yourself for those things. Even now, someone like me, Shoma, do I really deserve to be happy? Tears start rolling down Makoto's face. I pull her closer, not knowing if it's the right thing to do. My own eyes start to form tears. Of course you deserve to be happy. I refuse to believe that there isn't happiness for you in this world. If every greater power is preventing you from attaining that, then I'll fight with you. I'll help you find that happiness you deserve. So please Please don't say you want to disappear. I don't want that. I want you here. I don't know how else to put it. Is this really okay? I only mess things up. I just keep hurting people. I can feel Makoto's arms tighten around my back. If this is wrong, then I want to be wrong. If it's wrong for you to achieve happiness, then let's be wrong together. Please don't try to shoulder this burden by yourself anymore.
Hi, Dead Undead. How are you?
You've already been through so much. It must have been so hard. But you're not alone, even if it's a little bit. Please let me share some of that burden with you right now. Shoma. The last of Makoto's restraint breaks, and the sound of her sobbing fills my ears. I'm unable to hold back my own tears as I hold Makoto even tighter. I don't know if I said the right things. I don't know how we should approach the future. All I know is that right now and going forward, I want to be here for Makoto. I don't want her to ever have to shoulder so many burdens alone. Even if this is the only thing I can do in my power for her, I want to be here for her. Aww. Is one of them a boy or a girl? So Makoto is a girl and Shoma's a boy. I pick up the waistband in Makoto's room and put it in front of her as she wipes her face with tissues. I take a seat next to her after she finishes blowing her nose into a tissue and throwing it into the waistbin. How are you feeling? No idea. But better, I think. It feels like a weight's been lifted off my shoulders. This is the first time I've told anybody about this. Well, if there's anything else that comes up that you feel like you want to get out, then please, rely on me. Thanks. We both sit silently for a bit, simply appreciating the company of each other. Sorry about your shirt. I look down to notice my shoulder is still wet from the mess that Makoto had made. Don't worry about it. So, what will you do moving forward? I'll choose to trust you. I want you to walk this path with me. After all, you did tell me you'll help me find my happiness. Hearing that makes it sound really embarrassing, but I did, and I wouldn't have had it any other way. I don't think it'll be easy to change my mindset. There's still a lot of things that I hate about myself, and I don't see myself suddenly becoming a strong person anytime soon. But I think I found some inspiration in you to find the strength I'm looking for. Huh? Me? I wouldn't particularly call myself a strong person. The strength you've shown me isn't a strength that's defined by a lack of weakness. It's the strength to embrace your weaknesses and be able to walk forward by accepting them. I think you've recently come to accept your natural tendencies to think bad thoughts as a weakness. And you've been able to walk forward with what you want by accepting that they're an inevitable part of you. Oh, I would honestly say that it isn't my own strength that's allowed me to do that. My sister actually helped me a lot. Maybe strength isn't defined by an individual. The ability to form close bonds is also a part of what makes you you. In that sense, your bond with your sister is part of your own strength. Maybe you're right about that. In that case, I'd like for us to become a part of each other's strengths. Though I probably won't add much to you. Hey, I think I might actually decrease your strength if you include me. But sure, let's do it. We both start laughing, albeit weakly. I'm glad that we're able to laugh like this, despite the heaviness that was in the air earlier. Makoto wipes the tears from her eyes once again. This time, it looks like they've stopped. Regarding the struggles I talked about relating to being a VTuber, I don't think they'll ever get easier. There will always be commitments, expectations, and situations that I'll have to overcome as a VTuber. But I think now that I have at least one person that understands me, I'll be okay. Is there anything I can do to help in terms of the workload? Do you have any experience with video editing, VTubing software, or streaming? Not really. Well, I don't think you can really help with singing. I wouldn't want you touching anything related to my commissions. Same thing with interfacing with vendors for merchandise. Well, I'm sure there's grunt work I could have you do. I guess there's better than nothing. What about what you think about Mana? Of course, I don't blame people for pushing the current identity of Mana onto me. In the end, it's my own fault that I feel guilty about lying to people. I put on the appearance of someone who I wish to be when I'm nowhere close to reaching that point. I never intended to trick people by masking my true self. I put on this appearance of a greater version of myself in the hopes that I can one day become that person by internalizing that behavior. But maybe I'm just deceiving myself. along with everybody else. It doesn't feel right to call what you're doing disingenuous or dishonest. No one can naturally be the best version of themselves. There's nothing wrong with trying to change how we naturally behave so that we become a better person. Can you really call that deceit? Isn't that still being emotionally honest? I don't know. I'm not sure if what I'm doing is right. I don't think I should be hiding my true self, but at the same time, my true self is not something I want to show to people. Is there anything wrong with hiding a part of yourself? Sure, it can be done in deceitful or manipulative ways, but isn't hiding parts of ourselves that we don't want to show to others something we all do? And is it really wrong to show a different side of yourself if that's what you wish to be? We're all works in progress. Maybe some people out there have it figured out. I don't know. I don't know if it's even possible to reach a point of completion as a person, but I don't think it's a bad thing to constantly be in a state of transformation or improvement. Can what you said even be considered hiding your true self? To me, what you're showing is also, in a way, your true self. Not everything will reflect how you naturally are. Is a person's self only defined by their natural tendencies? Isn't who they aspire to be also a part of who they are? I'm still struggling with this myself. When I found out you were Mana, I couldn't stop myself from thinking about my own self-satisfaction and validation. These were my natural thoughts. That's who I am, and I hated myself for it. But I was also someone who wanted to overcome that and be a better person. I still have those negative, selfish feelings, and I probably haven't fully come to terms with them. It's like you said earlier, I'm trying to come to terms with my natural tendencies and find the strength to move forward by accepting them. In that way, I'm also trying to be the self I aspire to be, despite how I think naturally.
Hi, Pokey. Thanks for the alert, Chaos.
Wouldn't you still consider that to be my true self? I would. Is it any different for you? I'm going to have to think about it some more. My head is all over the place right now. Same here. Sorry if what I said didn't make any sense. No, I understood what you were saying. I think. It's just myself that I need to understand, and I think that's going to take a bit more time. Maybe once I do, I can decide how I want to proceed with Mana. It's definitely not going to be straightforward, though. It's not simple as saying, hey, look at me, I'm this depressed, broken person. But I'm trying to improve by being this better person. Hope you can accept me. That might not be something that should be shared with people. I don't want people to worry about me. And that's not who I want to be known as. I don't want to be someone who's defined by my weaknesses or struggles. I want to be known as that person who's struggling or is... I don't want to be known as that person who's struggling or is depressed. I want to be known as that person who was and is able to overcome those struggles. It's not as simple as just be yourself, isn't it? It kind of reminds me of our first conversation when we had met. Oh yeah, whatever I decide to do, I wonder if my fans will still accept me. I'm sure they will. That's what we do. You really think so? I see. I'll have to think about it some more. I don't think it's something I'll figure out and become comfortable with right away. That's completely fine, isn't it? Let's find the right answer together. You're just gonna keep saying embarrassing lines, aren't you? Thank you, though. I think she is actually an indie streamer, because she did say that she did it all on her own, but she's like one of those big indie streamers. As for the relationships I talked about earlier, my parents and the friend I made as a VTuber, I think that for my parents, I still want to continue choosing my own path in life. I believe that in time, they'll come to understand what I want for myself, but I want to become a better daughter regardless. I think when this is all over, I'll have to have a long talk with them. I know they'll come to understand. That's just how family is, right?
Hi, Pokey.
As for my friend, there's something that I want to do, but I need to think about it more. I'll let you know once I found my answer. I want you to be there with me. Of course. I think that just leaves my immediate problem that has to be addressed. My anniversary stream is only in 3 days. How much is there still left to do? Well, there's final checks I have to do with the art pieces I commissioned, making sure everything is set up correctly with my vendor for merchandise. I have to put together the visuals, such as the news for the merchandise as well as the thumbnail for stream. Okay, well, that isn't too bad. I also have to finish the script for my program, prepare the audio and video files I'll be using, as well as other assets, rehearse the songs I'll be singing, pick out the fan letters I'll be showing, choose the clips I'll be putting together as highlights for the year. You said it's in 3 days? Meaning we only have tomorrow and the next day to work on it? Yeah. You had all this to do and you were spending your last few days with me? Yeah, don't you feel special? Yeah, I feel special, all right. So how are we gonna do all this? I don't know. We'll just have to get it done, I guess. Can you come over early tomorrow? The last few days have been such a roller coaster, and I guess it hasn't stopped yet. Okay, I'll come over early tomorrow. We should probably call it here today, so we can get a good rest for tomorrow. I think we've been lacking in sleep for the past 2 days. Agreed. I stand up and immediately notice my exhaustion from the events of today. I guess it wasn't just emotional exhaustion that I'm feeling. Makoto stands up and leads me out the door. Makoto walks with me to the gate in front of her house. After I reach the gate, I turn to her. I guess this is it for tonight. Good night. I'll see you tomorrow. Wait. Makoto immediately walks up to me and locks me into a warm embrace. Makoto? Hush. Let me have this before you go. After recovering from being caught off guard, I return the hug. My heart is pounding so loudly that I'm sure Makoto can hear it. We stay like this for about 10 seconds until Makoto releases me. Thanks. For that, and for everything else today. Of course. Anytime. Thank you too for everything. Makoto smiles for a few seconds before waving to me and turning to walk back to her house. I watch as she reaches to the door of her house and turns her head to give me one last smile before entering her house. Her smile was unlike the sad ones that she usually gives. This one was of hope for the future. As uncertain as it may be, we'll walk down whatever path it takes us, together. Ew, cuties. Ew, healthy communication and touching. Ew. Let me be selfish, ooh woo. Hi, Laroque, how are you? I'm drinking water, hang on. Cooties. Okay, now I'm kind of curious, hang on. I'm gonna very quickly look at the playthrough that I had looked up before and see how much longer we have. It's been like 2 hours. Isn't that crazy? What is this called? VTuber Connect. There we go. It's a wild Pocky. Gasp! I think you're like 2.5 hours left? Left? How are we not done? What is happening? Okay, hang on.
All right, everyone.
Oh, hang on. Okay, maybe that... Oh, wait, so do I have that full hour left? Hang on, guys. Okay, well, we got through that. Okay, never mind. So we're at part 5. Ew, couple having healthy relationship. Ew. Wait, okay, so maybe we are here. Wait, now I'm very confused. I'm like, where did I don't know where I am now. Hang on. Hang on. Now I'm a little lost. Okay, we haven't gotten
Do I
there.
need to get you a leash?
Plaza read chat. I can look this up less than 3.
Oh, okay. Sounds good. Hi, Karumi Flower. Came from Dev's repost of the stream. Thanks for playing this. Such a great novel. I love it. It's so sad. It's making my heart hurt. You were at 5:30 when you ended last night. Oh, true. Bye, Fando. Have a good one. A healthy relationship? What's that? Yeah, that's crazy. Matter of fact, what even is a relationship? Imagine relationshiping. Couldn't be me.
Hi, Givens. How are you, cutie?
All right. New day. So we have probably around like 3. The dev reposted it? Did they? That's pretty cool. They're awesome. Let me look. I'm creeping my Twitter now.
What is it now,
Ah.
Daddy?
These type of hard-hitting emotional games are great to see you play. This is like the Indian-Canadian Identity Guy game from a while back. Love you for showing us these sad, hard but amazing games. Pocket 186 heart. Pocket 186 heart.
Oh, I agree. Thanks, Chips. Happy 4-month anniversary, cutie, by the way. I'm just chilling. I'm happy to hear that.
So that's what I meant to read, so they know you're playing it? Oh, that's so cool. We've been recognized. Oh my god, we have been recognized. That's scary. That's very scary. Oh, well, cute story. Needs more girls. It's me. I'm the girls. What do you mean more girls? I'm the only girl in your life, right? 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 I'm the only girl in your life, right? Right? You're not a girl, Pocky. They aren't real. Shh. What do you mean, nope? Mods, ban Lee. Right now. Ban him right now. Ban him. Ban him right now. Yeah. Ban Lee. I agree. We're banning Lee. Sorry, Pocky. Yeah! Me not sobbing every 5 minutes at this playthrough. Aww. I'm banning Lee right now. I'm blocking his number. Once again, I find myself in front of Makoto's place, but this time with a newly found resolve and laptop in hand. What the heck? I gotta take care of Mum's stink. Okay, fine. I suppose that's understood. But also with the worry we wouldn't be able to finish everything in time. I ring the doorbell to Makoto's house and look around the neighborhood. It's a cool, quiet morning. A neighbor can be seen walking their dog. It's such a nice morning. It probably helps that the last night was the first night that I didn't sleep way past midnight. My thoughts are interrupted as Makoto opens the door and comes out to open the gate. Good morning. Good morning. It feels a bit weird to say that. I haven't gotten out of bed this early in a while. It's kind of nice. Time for my 1 a.m. CBT. No C or B, though? Huh? Not the only gal, but definitely an adorable one. What? VTubers can sleep before midnight, not me. The playthrough I have up, you still have 3 hours left? That's crazy. Makoto gestures me to follow her, and we make our way to her room. I take a seat on the floor of Makoto's room and sign into my laptop. Makoto takes a seat at her desk. So, what grunt work do you have for me? Well, you could start by massaging my shoulders. I sure can see how that directly helps with your anniversary stream. But actually, could you find some clips that I could use for highlight moments to show this year? Just find some of my most popular moments and find which VOD they're from and let me know when it happened. Okay, I'll make sure to pick out the most embarrassing moments for this year. What was that? Can you repeat that? I said I'll pick out your cutest and coolest moments for this year. Ah, okay. I thought I misheard you for a second there. Makoto turns her chair and gets to work on her computer. I open the lid of my laptop and start researching what clips I could give her. Ooh, grunts. They're cute enemies in Halo. I agree. Pick me! I can do this! I've been training! She's just farming you for free labor? Yes. I mean, did you expect the stream highlights to be like 10 minutes long? Yes. After some time, I found a good amount of clips that I can give to Makoto. There's a few clips with her most intense boss fights. There's some funny moments, some clumsy and cute moments. Going back and seeing those moments made me a bit nostalgic, even though it hasn't been that long. These types of moments are what got me through some of my dark times. Hey, Makoto, I'm gonna send you the list of clips. Makoto turns to me and stretches her arms. It seems like she was working out of some image editor. Thanks. There's something that came to mind when I was looking at these clips. I think you can already piece it together from what I've told you, but about half a year ago, I was in a pretty bad headspace. I wasn't able to find that kind of relationship I was looking for after entering university, so I was pretty depressed and lonely for a bit. But looking at some of your best moments, they reminded me of how I was able to get through those tough times. I turned to your content a lot, and it was my light for a while. I don't think I went about it in the most healthy way afterwards, using it as a replacement for what I was looking for, but I still value the experiences I've had. So if anything, I'm at least one person whose life you were able to make brighter through VTubing. I'm really glad to hear that. I hope I can continue making your life a bit brighter, both as Mana and as Makoto. And I do hope you'll find what you're looking for. I think I have. Eh? I immediately get embarrassed and look away from Makoto. I clear my throat to clear out the awkwardness. By the way, you haven't eaten yet, have you? Let me stop by the store and grab some food for us so you can continue working. Yeah, thanks. He can't say this in person. You have to donate $15 to say this. Yeah! I love their back and forth banter. Pocky's not the only girl in my life. I have sisters, a niece, and another niece on the way. I can't believe you guys are admitting in chat that you hate me. That's crazy. Here, use this key to lock the door behind you and to let yourself in. Thanks. See you soon. I arrive at the store where Makoto and I had first met. I let out a deep sigh. I'm still kind of crazy about Makoto, aren't I?
Huh? Karumi Flower, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in.
Bros TTSing IRL? That's crazy. Makoto's so huggable, I agree. I still don't know where our relationship is at. Well, at the very least, we're friends, I guess. But I think we've shared some really personal experiences that just saying we're friends might be a bit reductive. Or maybe I'm reading too deep into this. I haven't really explicitly asked her what she thinks, but maybe right now isn't the best time with the work we have to get done. I also don't really understand my own feelings all that well. I might be misinterpreting as well. This is probably something that should wait until after the anniversary stream. We're busy as it is.
Hi, Panda. How are you, cutie?
I should be thinking about not making things uncomfortable for her instead of trying to rush things. Who would have known that not too long ago, my life would change so much from meeting someone here? Life sure works in mysterious ways. Is it weird to feel nostalgic like this when it's only been a week? I wonder where we're going to go from here on out. I let out a deep sigh. Even though I assured Makoto on so many things, I'm not confident at all in myself. I don't have very many answers to problems laid out in front of us, and I can't help but feel just being there for her isn't enough. No, I shouldn't think like this. I need to do what I can. I bring my hands up to my face and quickly slap my cheeks to try and dispel my anxiety.
Hi, Crow. How are you?
Let's get the food and go back.
I drink my water. Thanks, Crow.
I have so much water for today. I open the door to Makoto's room and see her continue to be hard at work. Once she notices I came inside, she turns her chair to me and leans back. I hand her the key as well as a bento box. Thanks. No problem. Are you making good progress? Yes, actually. I should be ready for the stream going at this pace. That's good. We both open our convenience store's bentos and start eating. I guess now would be a good time to ask her about various things I've been wondering about. So, if you don't mind me asking questions about what it's like being Mana, go ahead. I'm sure there's a lot of stuff you're wondering about. What's it like being famous? Well, it's cool, I guess. It's nice that I can keep my private life a secret. It's like I'm a superhero or magical girl. There's obvious downsides that it has, like how much negativity will inevitably come when I bring so much attention to myself. I think the biggest thing is the validation I can get from all the people that support me. It's a double-edged sword. It's easy to fall into the trap of using your audience for self-validation, but at the same time, it's not like people's impressions are not worth anything. My fans are naturally going to be supportive of what I do, but I try to be realistic about myself. Yeah, you seem to be pretty harsh on yourselves despite all the praise you get. I think you could definitely be more proud of yourself. That's a tall order.
Hi, Kizna. How are you?
You never get an MC that's this mature about stuff, but they're usually gung-ho in these games. I can fix her. I guess it might be. This is a bit of a vague question, but what do you think about your relationship between you and the Mana fans? From a fan perspective, it's a bit hard to get noticed as an individual. We can see how you present yourself on stream and see how you interact with chat, but we kind of have to accept the fact that you'll never get to know us as individuals. I've actually thought about this a lot. It's kind of weird to think about, isn't it? You have one person able to have the majority of an agency and community, and the only way for the other side to make themselves known is through chat, which can be impersonal. I can even choose to not read chat. I could make it completely one way almost. Even if I try my best to interact with chat, I don't know them as people, and they don't know me fully as a person either. But even so, I love the Mana fans. They've given me more than I can ever hope to return. I don't believe the relationship we hold is something as shallow as a way for me to make money or a way for Mana fans to get entertainment. There's definitely something special there, but it's different than other types of relationships. And I think it's easy for it to turn into an unhealthy relationship, both for the VTuber and the fan. Yeah, I understand from experience. I used the stream reviewer relationship as a way to substitute for what I wanted from a more intimate mutual relationship. Maybe they can give a similar feeling in some ways, but ultimately they're two different things. And I've experienced how easy it can be to fall into an obsession as well. That can happen to a VTuber as well, developing an over-reliance on interactions with chat as a substitute for what they might really want, or getting obsessed with someone because they ended up making things too personal. Has that ever happened to you? Obsession with someone? No, I try to keep a reasonable distance from my viewers. I think I might give them the wrong idea if I tried to get closer to them. I think it can work depending on the streamer. There's nothing wrong with getting to know someone who watches your stream, but you have to establish that interpersonal one-on-one connection first. And I don't think that's possible for me to do that with every viewer that wants to do that. I'm sure there are people out there that are nice and I would want to be friends with, but I can't be expected to try and get to know every single person that wants to get friendly. Yeah, that makes sense. It's hard to find the correct way to interact with my fans. On one hand, I want to get to know my community and I want to be able to acknowledge people. But at the same time, I don't want to create any expectations that our interactions will turn into anything more than a streamer-viewer dynamic. Bye, Evan. I love you. I can fix her PC. I'm gonna head out later, everyone. Bye, LaRoque. Have a good one. It gets messy for the people who keep giving money, though. I would feel particularly at fault because of my actions, a viewer ended up developing an over-reliance with me, despite the fact that I can't return the same attention. Even it could be that the viewer misinterpreted you. I don't think you're at fault at all. Wow, I love you, Robert. I think there will be people that develop that parasocial reliance regardless of what I do. But I want to think about the things that are in my control. It's impossible for me to invest the time and energy into acknowledging every one of my fans, but I don't want to just ignore them. I'm still trying to find that balance between being engaged with my fans while maintaining enough distance to not create any expectations. I can see how that would be difficult for streamers to deal with. There really doesn't seem to be an easy solution. The way people interact with any entertainment medium is complex, and it doesn't help that streaming as a medium is fairly new. Add VTubing as another, even newer layer on top of that, and it becomes even more complicated. I'm still trying to understand my own experiences. Same here. This is all still new to me, and I'm constantly finding myself thinking and doing things that aren't healthy, like developing an over-reliance on streaming at times. I was aware of what I should be looking for in my relationship with my viewers in terms of it being healthy and positive for me. But it's hard to not just turn to streaming when I'm feeling lonely or if I want to escape from everything. Is there anything wrong with feeling like that, though? I'm sure I would do the same thing. I think the problem arises when you're just using it as a way to avoid your issues. In that case, I guess the problem isn't with VTubing itself, but with the mindset to try and escape from everything. But I guess there are times when the best thing to do is to try and take a break from everything. And VTubing is just a way to be able to do that, both from the viewer and streamer side. There is, of course, when VTubing itself becomes a problem, like how we mentioned before about developing an unhealthy relationship. Yeah, I don't think there's a correct way to watch VTubers, similar to how there isn't correct ways to consume other forms of media. But at the same time, there are other ways you can go about it that will be unhealthy for you. And a lot of times, it can happen without you knowing or without you wanting it. I guess the best thing to do is just try and be aware of our experience with VTubing as much as possible. You might be right. Why is it so complicated? I guess that's part of what makes it fun and interesting, though. Here, I'll make it easy for you. The objective way to enjoy my stream is to forfeit all mortal possessions to me. Did you guys hear that? The objective way to enjoy my stream is to forfeit all of your mortal possessions to me. Gimme, gimme! Gimme, gimme! You can't have my cat. Gimme, gimme! Gimme, gimme! I wonder why they never talk about parasociality. I feel like they kind of did, though. Raise that timer for Pocky. Oh my god, we're under 6 hours.
Daddy.
Okay, we're no longer under 6 hours, but we're at 6 hours. Talon, stop touching that. So true, let me get my bank details. Okay. Make sure to take a photo of your credit card and make sure to take a photo of the 3 digits behind it as well. But you said,
What is it now, Daddy?
Medro, stop touching. Joke's on you, I've got no mortal possessions. Me neither, that's why I need yours. Gimme, gimme. Gimme, gimme. You guys are so silly. Hey, you said before that you don't need my money. True, I don't. I'll be happy if you just continue supporting me in your own way. I can do that. Makoto smiles at me before finishing her food. Why are you always telling me that? Telling you what? Social security number 2? After cleaning up, she showed me some things to review and give my opinion on as a viewer as she continued her own work. We would work silently, but occasionally make small talk as a break from work. Stop touching? Oh yeah? You want something else to touch? This went on for a few hours. VTuber Connect! Makoto leans back in her chair and stretches her arms above her head. I think that's enough for today. Yeah, it's getting pretty late. Hi, Pizza! How are you? What's your progress looking like? I should be able to get everything done by tomorrow night. That's good. I feel like I didn't do too much, though. It's not too late to massage my shoulders. You serious? I'll actually do it if you want. Oh, sure, I won't turn down a free massage. Huh? Stop edging the timer? Yeah, guys, stop edging my timer. After walking over to the back of Makoto's chair, I put my hands on her shoulders. She flinches when I make contact, but immediately calms her body. I start rhythmically exerting force on the tense muscles. From my perspective, I can only really see the top of Makoto's head. Her hair is a bit messy, but there's a certain charm to that. So, this kind of reminds me of when my sister used to make me massage her shoulders. Oh, you were a good little brother, weren't you? If by good little brother you mean being made to do it against my will by my sister, then yes. I still think that makes you a kind brother. Wouldn't a kind brother have been willing to make that act of kindness in the first place? That kind of goes back to what we were talking about yesterday, about a person's natural self versus who they wish to be. I've been thinking about that lately. Not specifically about being a good brother, but about kindness. Before, I thought it was a truly genuinely kind person would just naturally be that way, and not have mean or ugly thoughts that come to mind. Does that kind of person even exist out there? When we observe people from the outside, then maybe. But unless we know exactly what they're thinking about, we'll never know. No sister talk? Did you download explicit DLC? No! Don't make this weird, guys. Honestly, it's probably impossible to always have nice thoughts. At least for me, it's definitely impossible. So you're saying it also matters how people present themselves? But I think there's definitely people out there who are naturally inclined to have spiteful thoughts than others. I think so too, but I think it's kind of hard to tell since we see what we see is a combination of that and how they're able to do with their thoughts. I'm not sure one is more valuable than the other though. Say you had two people. One who naturally had a lot of awful thoughts but was able to present themselves kindly because they know it's the right thing to do despite their natural tendencies. And one who naturally always just had nice thoughts and always presented themselves kindly. Can you really say one is kinder than the other? I think the knee-jerk answer for many would be the latter, but it also shows a lot of mental fortitude to be able to act kind despite your natural tendency to be mean. Now that you ask that, maybe neither can be said to be more kind than the other. Yeah, I think so too. It's something I've recently opened my eyes to, from experiences with you. I don't think I really did anything. If anything, I think you're the one who's kind going by either definition. Nah, I think I have a lot farther to go before I can call myself kind. I naturally have a lot of bad thoughts and have trouble expressing myself kindly. Maybe one day that kind self won't just be an aspiration. That makes two of us. Let's keep working at it together. Yeah. I start to notice the exhaustion in my hands after massaging Makoto for the entire conversation. I release her shoulders and start leaning on Makoto's chair as support. Thanks. I'll give that a passing grade. In response to that unsatisfactory response, I flick the back of her head. Hey! Makoto turns, not realizing that my face was resting on my arm on top of her chair. Our faces are only inches apart. We both jump slightly back in embarrassment. So, are you hungry? Did you want to go get dinner? Yeah, sure. Actually, there's something I need to do first. Makoto's expression suddenly shifts from embarrassed to serious. Yeah, what is it? I can see that Makoto is struggling to get her words out. I can only assume that it's about something serious. Do you remember that friend I mentioned yesterday? The VTuber friend I made when I was starting out? Yeah. I'm going to call her. Can I ask you to be here with me? I can see that Makoto's visibly shaken. Knowing her and what she told me yesterday, this must not have been easy to decide to do. I want to ask her if it's too soon, but I can already see that she's found the resolve. Of course. Thanks. Makoto slowly reaches for her phone and unlocks it. Her hands are shaking as she navigates through her phone to find the right contact. Makoto takes deep breaths, though they're unsteady. Her finger stops moving and her eyes fill with what I can only describe as fear. I haven't even pressed the button to call yet, and I already feel like I'm about to throw up. Makoto's breathing gets louder as she looks to be overwhelmed by fear and anxiety. I walk to Makoto and take her free hand and put it between mine. Her fingers feel cold against my palms, but I can see that her shaking is abating slowly. Thanks. It's okay. Take your time. No, I need to do this. She just finished her stream, so she should still be around. Makoto takes a deep breath and firmly grasps my hands with hers. She pushes the button to call with her thumb on her other hand. Makoto's grasp gets tighter as her phone starts to ring. Her hand is shaking more than before. I hold my breath as I listen for the call to get picked up. Every individual ring is the only thing both of us can focus on. Just when I think I would hear a voicemail, the ringing stops. The call is picked up. Makoto? Makoto flinches at her voice, her eyes filled with genuine fear. Makoto swallows and gathers up her courage. Aika? They know each other's real names? I guess they were pretty close. Yeah! What's wrong? It's been a while since we talked, hasn't it? Aika, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Makoto? What are you apologizing for? It shouldn't have been me. It should have been you. I didn't deserve any of the attention I got as a VTuber. I know how much you wanted it. You were always there for me, but I couldn't do anything for you. I only ended up hurting you. I'm so sorry. No, Makoto, no, what are you saying? It's my fault for getting you involved with someone like me. All I ever did was rely on you, and I couldn't do anything for you in return. You have every right to hate me. Makoto? How could I ever hate you? In the back of my mind, I did feel jealous, and I hated that I did. But above that, I felt so happy for you as a friend that you were succeeding. I valued our friendship more than any amount of pain that those ugly feelings of jealousy would bring. You were more important to me than all of that, Makoto. So please, don't blame yourself. I could never, ever hate you. Why? I deserve to be hated. Why does everybody keep showing me such kindness? Why don't you get angry at me? Why don't you resent me? It would be so much easier that way. Makoto, you've never done anything deserving of my hate. Please, please don't say that. You're my precious friend. How could I hate you? Aika, I'm so glad. I'm so glad. Tears start flooding down Makoto's face. Unable to hold it in any longer, Makoto starts sobbing uncontrollably. I continue to hold Makoto's hand, unable to hold back my own tears. Makoto, you're such a dummy. Such a big, dumb... The sounds of Aika's own crying start emanating from Makoto's phone. I'm so happy for you, Makoto. She didn't hate you after all. You were loved all along. I'm so glad. I put my arm around Makoto and hold her close as she continues to sob. I don't try to stop my own tears of happiness from being shed. See, Makoto? You deserve to be loved. Baka! Aww. After some time, Makoto and Aika have calmed down. Makoto's eyes are still red and she's still sniffling, but she's able to speak now. Sorry, Makoto. I never knew what you were going through. I actually thought the same as you, that maybe you hated me because I was in the wrong. I don't think I could hate you no matter how hard I try. You're such an amazing person who's always there for me. No, I wasn't there for you when you needed it most. I can't imagine what you've been going through. That's it. I've decided. Huh? You and me. It's waning. Oh no. You and me, we're gonna catch up on everything we've missed out by not talking to each other these past few months. But after all I've done, I don't deserve... No buts! I'm not taking no for an answer. I've decided I don't want us to be separated like before again. I want us to be there for each other. I know there will be inevitably things we don't like to think about, and that will create distance between us. But let's be able to talk about it and share our feelings, okay? Makoto's being overpowered by some radiant energy. I couldn't really tell before, but Aika really does seem like a bright person. I squeeze Makoto's hand as she turns her head to me. I know she's likely thinking if it's okay to accept Aika's kindness, despite her own perceived undeservedness. I give her a smile and nod to tell her that the answer she's already come to is okay to accept. Okay. Thank you, Makoto. I'm so happy. Aika's voice trails off as she starts to choke up again. Let's make a lot of memories from here on out, okay? Let's have a sleepover sometime where we'll talk our hearts out. We'll eat lots of good food together and laugh together, and we'll also struggle and hurt each other, but that's okay. I'm looking forward to hearing about everything that's happened. Have you learned not to make your eggs explode yet? Hey, that was one time! Makoto lets out an unconstrained laugh, as if to try and make up for the laughs she's missed out on. I hear a faint voice come from Makoto's phone. Oh, my little brother's calling me. Makoto, let's catch up later tonight, okay? Yeah, I'll call you later tonight. Thanks for everything. I should be the one thanking you. Bye-bye. See you later. Makoto hangs up the call and immediately collapses onto me in exhaustion. She leans her head against my chest while I support the rest of her body. I'm happy for you. She didn't hate you after all. Yeah, I'm so glad. Sorry, let me stay like this for a while. Of course, take your time. My heart is beating uncontrollably in response to Makoto's body leaning against mine. I'm sure she's able to feel how fast my heart is beating, but I don't care at this point. I just want to stay here like this, able to support her. Aww! What the heck? Makoto sits across from me, filling her mouth with hamburger steak. Makoto and Aiko have some catching up to do tonight. I probably shouldn't keep Makoto here long. I guess I have kind of had her to myself for the past few days after all. Why are you staring at me again? You seem to like looking at me eat a lot. Sorry, does that make you self-conscious? A little. Sorry. I was just thinking to myself. Do you have anything you're wondering about? Well, I guess I do have some other unrelated stuff, but I was just thinking I shouldn't keep you here too long to myself. You should take time tonight to talk to Aika. Oh, you don't have to worry about that. We have plenty of time to catch up now. You have me all to yourself right now. Wow, I feel honored. You should. Now, what other unrelated stuff were you wondering about? Yeah, they're just weird questions I was just thinking about in my own time. Probably better not to ask. Well, now you're making me curious. I'm going to keep poking at you until you ask. Okay, fine. How do you feel about people drawing explicit material of you? As, you know... Makoto stares at me for a few seconds before breaking into laughter. That's what you were wondering? Well, it's fine, isn't it? My design is hella cute after all. You don't feel ashamed in any way? I mean, maybe there's a hint of that, but I've long since accepted that people would draw their own fan content of me like that. Bro, this man... After all that, that is what he asked? I'm not gonna lie. Why does that feel like such a boy response? Such a boy question. Like, why didn't you ask about literally anything else? There's so many other things I feel like you could talk about. Why that? He's asking the real question that...
Oh no!
Shut the fuck up, Lee. Bro thinking with his head, if you know what I mean. I hate it here. It's definitely not the same as if it happened with me as Makoto. Begone impure thoughts. Oh my god. Oh, were you thinking dirty thoughts? No, stop it. Makoto breaks out into laughter again. I'm surprised she's able to continue eating like that. What's your reason for asking about Mana's explicit content? Have you masturbated to it before? I hate it here. I start choking on the water I was drinking. Makoto doesn't hold back this time. She starts clutching her stomach because she's laughing so hard. I look around at the table to see if anyone's giving us funny looks. Thankfully, the restaurant is fairly empty, but the waitress is giving a look of concern at Makoto. All right, calm yourself before they come over to our table. Makoto's still catching her breath. Okay, I think I'm good. I kind of want to know the answer to the question now. No, I'm not telling you. I'll take this knowledge to my grave. Isn't that basically a yes, then? Interpret it how you will. It's okay. You're a healthy young boy, and I know that my model is quite cute. Nothing wrong with indulging in that. I'm not offended or creeped out. Makoto starts laughing to herself again, barely able to muster the breath from before. I knew I shouldn't have asked. I guess I'm glad at least she's showing so much more life than I think I've ever seen from her. I hate it here. Breathe, Makoto, breathe. Okay. Can I ask a question myself? Will your question involve my masturbation habits again? Nope. If it's okay. It's actually kind of an unpleasant question to ask, and not in a joking way. Oh, sure, fire away. Does it bother you if the female VTubers you watch interact with guys? Like if Mana were to theoretically collab with another male VTuber? Oh. Sorry if that makes you uncomfortable, but I want to know. This isn't specifically about male viewers with female streamers. It'll depend on the person and situation. I'm curious how people feel about streamers they might be attracted to. I've been thinking about what I want for myself in the future and about our conversation yesterday about the relationship between streamer and viewer. Even if I have to take all the precautions to prevent people from developing an unhealthy relationship with me, I still feel like there might be problems. Particularly with how people might naturally feel towards streamers, despite their own mindset to maintain a healthy relationship. I see. For me, it depends. Some VTubers, I don't have any problems with them doing that. I think for most VTubers, I have a healthy mindset of support for... I just want to be able to support them, and I don't mind if I don't get their attention. And I definitely do not have any ounce of romantic interest for them. But for some others, I think I naturally try to frame them in the context of being a romantic partner, even if I don't want to think of them like that. It's a lingering feeling in the back of my mind when I watch them. It's kind of disgusting, isn't it? Fans should be just supporting the VTuber the best they can, but I instinctively try to reduce them to someone that should be relying on my own affection. I don't know, can you really blame people if they can't help it? I'm sure I could help it somewhat, but maybe there's something wrong with me. Don't say that. I can see what you mean. There's a twinge of discomfort when you see it happen. I don't know if I can bring myself to condemn people just for feeling that way, but to act on it and express negativity towards a streamer because you feel that way, that's just selfish, heartless. Yeah. It's such a common occurrence as well. You see VTubers get hit with negativity all the time for collabing with people of the opposite gender. It really is selfish to act on one's own discomfort and lash out at someone when they aren't even doing anything wrong. For what? Just to make themselves feel a little bit better? To ensure that they don't feel uncomfortable again, even if it's at the expense of another person's freedom and feelings? It's just, I don't even know how to describe it. I want with all my heart for people to have the freedom to express themselves the way they want to be and be accepted. Why does it have to be inevitable that some people are going to be upset if someone wants to do that? I know that nobody can appease everyone, but I hate the thought of having to alienate people if I continue to pursue something I wanted. In a way, you could see it as alienating the people that you wouldn't want as part of your community. Those people who are willing to spread negativity for such a selfish reason might not be the type of people you would want to surround yourself with. But it's not just that. What if I were to suddenly start collabing with a bunch of male VTubers? Even if I don't consider the people that would suddenly start spreading negativity, wouldn't there be people who don't express anything but still feel discomfort? Is the answer to just ignore all that and just do whatever I want? I think so. Those feelings are inherently selfish
Do
and
I need
creepy.
to get you a leash?
I gotta head out, Pocket.
Bye,
Gotta work
Talon.
tomorrow.
I'll
Have
miss
a good rest of
you.
stream. Love you so many. Bye. Also,
Thanks for being
take the
here.
last of my bits.
Thank you for the biddies, even though you're not supposed to spend money on me. But thank you, I appreciate you. Have a great rest of your night.
Wait a minute, she collabed with Foggy and Grave. Chat, we riot! It's true. Not just that, but if you have trauma related to the opposite gender, introducing them to what was a safe space can feel like an attack. I mean, don't be rude, but you can expect to lose some follows for it. I don't know how I feel about that statement. At the end of the day, if you're unfollowing someone because they're collabing with someone of the opposite gender, I feel like that's just really weird. I can understand having trauma with an opposite gender. If, like, I get that. But I don't think it would ever stop me from following someone. Like, at the end of the day, if you don't want to watch something, no one's asking you to watch it. I mean, if it makes you feel bad, why would you stick around? I don't know how to... why not just watch the collab? Or not watch the collab, yeah. Why unfollow? Yeah, because then it just kind of sounds like the only reason you follow them is because that they weren't collabing with people. I also just think if, like, you get so upset about following, about watching someone because they're just themselves and you don't want to see them interacting with other people, like, isn't that in itself very selfish? There's a difference in disliking the other streamer, whether male or female, but unfollowing your VTuber is what the heck, bro. Yeah, like, if you don't really like the other streamer, that's fine. Like, nobody's saying you have to watch every single stream that your favorite streamers are doing. But if you, like, very specifically, like, if you really like this person and then one day they decide to stream with some random male VTuber you've never known, and you go, okay, well, I'm gonna unfollow then. Well, it would happen again. And yeah, I mean, I don't follow one person forever. I come and go. I mean, I guess. But, like, can you really be like, well, I feel like everybody collabs with everybody. Unless there's, like, streamers out there who will never collab with anybody. Like, so where do you draw the line? What if you realize that there's chat and chat is male? Like, I don't know. If that's how you want to live your life, that's fine. But if you, as long as you're not going out of your way to tell the streamer, like, well, you're collaborating with men, so I'm unfollowing. Like, if you're just leaving, you know, at the end of the day, if you're doing something for you and you're not hurting anybody, cool, you know? That still doesn't feel like a healthy mindset. It's not my mindset, so... like, as long as you're not pushing that mindset on other people, I don't really know. Streamers can't always cater to every individual viewer's needs. It's true. Yeah. I'm always like, I don't know. In my head, that would be like, oh, well, they're playing this one game I don't like. Or like, well, you watch streams to be comfortable, and if it's not comfortable, don't stay. You know what? Fair enough. If that's the way you see your life, go about your life as it is. As long as you're not going out of your way. You know what? No, it doesn't matter what the issue is, because at the end of the day, as long as you're not going out of your way to tell the VTuber or the streamer that, oh, I'm leaving because you're collaborating with people. If you're going out of your way to do that, I think you're an asshole. If you're not and you're just unfollowing and you're leaving, that's fine. I've unfollowed people for playing a game I didn't care about. Yeah, again, that's fine. If you don't want to see people doing things, that's fine. I think the main issue is if you are going out of your way to tell a streamer that you're doing that, I think you're being an asshole. And that's a very quick way to get yourself banned. Like, if somebody comes in here and is like, oh, you're talking about men, I'm leaving. I would ban them, and I'd be like, okay, cool. You know? I would feel the same way if, like, somebody came in and they would be like, oh, you're gay, I'm leaving. Yeah, okay. I didn't want you here anyway, I guess. That's what I mean by don't be rude. Just don't tell them and go, yeah. If you do whatever makes you comfortable, you know, as long as you are not hurting somebody else or hindering other people's rights, you do you, man. You do you. Whether or not we understand the logic there, you do you. You know, I'm not going to sit here and tell you that your way of thinking is wrong. It's not my way of thinking. I understand that other people have different ways of thinking. We will nod and smile. You do you, man. I don't think you should hold yourself back just because a minority feels that way. What about your own feelings? I can't just ignore the fact that I might be upsetting people or causing discomfort. Like I said, those feelings are for selfish reasons. There's no reason why you should prevent yourself from doing something you want to do because of it. You should think about yourself more. That's what I should be saying. You're not thinking enough about yourself. No, I've thought about myself enough. Makoto notices the pained look on my face and immediately calms herself down. Sorry, this probably isn't the most pleasant conversation for you. No, don't apologize. I think it's better to have this conversation. I've just been thinking about these things lately. I want to meet new people and seek opportunities in the future, but that might mean putting myself in a situation that would upset more people. I totally get that and support that. Sorry, I don't know if I have a clear answer for you. I just think as a viewer, the VTubers should be able to express themselves the way they want, and the fans will match and support that. Like you said, it's impossible to appease everybody. It would be ideal if people could be more empathetic and not lash out at VTubers because they don't like what they see. And also if people didn't feel discomfort in the first place at something that's so normal as interacting with someone of the opposite gender. But I don't think those are worth restricting yourself for. Makoto lets out a long sigh and she sinks into the back of her seat. Why can't things be simple? Maybe we're just making it more complicated than it is. Maybe. I think it's great that you're opening up to these opportunities though. Not just with VTubers of the opposite gender, but collabing in general. I'm excited to see how fun those streams will be. Thanks. Oh, he absolutely masturbated. Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. That's why he didn't want to tell her. So would it bother you if I collabed with a male VTuber? I mean, no matter how I feel, I don't want to restrict any of the activities you do. Honestly, I'll probably feel a twinge of jealousy, but I wish I could just watch it without those feelings. Don't change your mind just because I said that. Don't worry, I still have a solid grasp of what I want to do. But you know, I would probably feel a bit jealous as well if you watched other female VTubers. Huh? Makoto quickly clears her throat. I know it's a bit selfish to feel that way, but that's just how I naturally feel. Likewise, don't change your viewing habits because I said that. Don't worry about that. I already watch all your streams before anybody else's. Good, good. I grant you honorary status as Mana fan. Wait, was I not a Mana fan before? Anyway, she's changing the subject. Thinking about it, I'm not really looking forward to all the tiresome aspects of collabing. Having to put myself out there and getting to know people or asking to collab, I don't know. I don't really want to bother others. I think it's fine to stay to myself, but there's so many awesome people out there. I want to get to know them. But there's so many problems that come with it, like worrying or taking into consideration comparative fame. Not that smaller VTubers are inferior, but if I were to collab with a relatively lesser known one, it would bring unwanted hate towards them. Like people saying they're just trying to leech off another person. And I could also get people trying to ask me to collab because they're trying to get something out of me rather than wanting to get to know me. I'm sure there's a lot of worries from their perspective as well. I wish I didn't have to worry about all that stuff. Yeah, that honestly sounds like a huge hassle. I find myself asking why things can't just be simple and straightforward pretty often nowadays. Hang in there. Don't worry, I'll find a balance between doing what I want and considering how my viewers feel. I just have to think about some things more and actually see how I like doing things in the future. I have absolute confidence that you'll be able to find that balance. Take your time. The Mana fans will always be there for you. Thanks. I'm happy that we had this conversation. I honestly don't know if it's the right thing to be transparent about these kinds of ugly feelings, but I think I'm glad that we're both aware. I think so too. Maybe it's better if these kinds of things are left in our minds, but I want to be as honest with myself as possible. I want both myself and Makoto to be able to accept all of me, all my ugliness, flaws, and mistakes. Do you want to get going now? Sure. I feel like I painted a target on my head for a hypothetical. I don't think it's a target so much as like, I mean, you chose to admit something. It's just not the way a lot of us, I think, feel. And again, as long as you are not hurting anybody, you're fine. I really don't, I could not care less, you know? Hi, Deadfall. Thank you so much for the follow. Fun fact, Mars has the same stuff in its atmosphere as Earth, just the amounts are opposite. Ooh. That was very left field. Wonder what the heck was going through her head. I don't know. Maybe she's thinking about collabing. Hang on. I'm gonna go grab a snack. My tummy empty. Tummy is empty. I want a snack. I eat snack. Puppy, how much longer do we have? I saw Pocket Trash VT. It equaled instant follow. Oh, thank you. Welcome. You are the snack? No, nobody pays to eat me. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I have to pay now? Yes. Okay, it looks like we still have like 40 minutes and then another 45 minutes. So still well over an hour. Very interesting. That's okay, Pink Pony Streams. Again, you are entitled to watch what you want to watch, you know? 2 hours and 18 minutes, holy heck. 2 hours and 2 minutes? Okay. Mm-hmm. I'm just om-nomming real quick. Mm-hmm. Hi, Wyatt. How are you? Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, I drink water. It's been nice hearing you read this. Really? I avoid visual novels sometimes because I feel like people don't really like hearing me read things when I can't like chat with you guys more, you know? Peanut M&Ms? Ooh, I do love M&Ms. I'm not really a fan of the peanut ones, but I do like M&Ms. Pog band. Hiya! So that's how it went, huh? Yeah. I'm happy for both of you. I really am. It seems like she's on the path to realizing how much she actually means to the people around her. Mm-hmm. I hope you realize the same lesson as well. I'll get there someday. I don't make the rules, even though I am the law. To think she went through all that by herself. She's a strong person, isn't she? For sure. And I think she just recently learned one of the greatest strengths of all. What's that? The strength to rely on others. It sounds a bit contradictory, doesn't it? You would think that a strong person wouldn't have to rely on others, right? But not being able to rely on others can actually be a sign of weakness, not strength. You remember that one anime we used to watch as television as kids? One of the lines is something along the lines of, "No person can stand alone." I'm surprised you remember that. Well, you could say it stuck with me. Despite personally growing out of anime, I don't think I've grown out of a lot of the messages that they taught. It's been nice knowing y'all, RIP. But anyway, I think it's true. Forming bonds and leaning on each other are a part of what makes us human. Those bonds can be a part of your personal strength. Is that why the power of friendship always wins in anime? I guess so. Either that or the writers are lazy and don't know how to resolve it in another way. I'd rather we find our strength through our own power and bonds rather than some poorly written cop-out, so I'm going to hope that real life isn't some garbage anime. I can hear Yoko-ni's laughing through the phone. I think if this was you from before you met Makoto, you would have preferred a cheap cop-out as an easy way out. I think so too. Can't say it isn't still tempting though. I'm sure the answers will come to you in time, and when they do, it'll be all the more rewarding you took this path. I sure do hope so. Honestly, I'm already grateful I took this path. The experiences I've had, the things I've learned, the bond I've made with Makoto, I truly am grateful for. Speaking of which, are you gonna confess to Makoto? Huh? I mean, she probably already knows. I don't want to rush it either, especially with how I developed a lot of my feelings because of my unhealthy obsession. I can't say I fully understand your feelings, but I feel like you're really underselling the value of experiences you've had with Makoto thus far. Can you really say that the feelings you have aren't largely because you actually do love her? I don't know. Can this really be considered love? A lot of it was from a one-sided obsession born out of admiration and insecurity. I don't think that's how meaningful relationships are supposed to be formed. What even is love anyway? I barely even know how I'm supposed to feel. I think we'll be up all night if we try to define that. I don't know if we can ever get to a point where we can fully understand our own feelings. Even if we did, I'm not sure we would be able to accurately put them into words. You'll just have to think really hard about what she means to you. What she means to me.
What is love? Baby, don't hurt me. Don't hurt me. No more.
At the very least, you aren't just thinking about being validated by being with her anymore, right? Can't say I've completely overcome those feelings, but I think I can say I like her for reasons past that. I like everything about her. She's an incredible person in so many ways. Maybe it doesn't have to be any more complicated than that. I don't think there's a right way that relationships are supposed to be formed. Same with being deserving of someone's love. It's not like you do something specific and are suddenly deserving of someone's affection. I guess I'm making it sound really complicated. But what I'm trying to say is that you trust her and want to be with her. Isn't that pretty clear that she wants to be with you as well? Isn't that itself fine? I mean, she said she wants me to walk the same path as her, but I'm not sure if she likes me romantically. If she doesn't, then what would our relationship become if I were to just confess to her? I can hear Yoko-ni let out a big sigh. I can't say your fears are completely unreasonable. I guess there isn't really a need to rush things. You two can afford to take the time to figure out your own feelings. But at the same time, make sure to use the time of this time of your life well. For me, the time I spent at college was dazzling, but ephemeral. I spent a lot of time goofing off and chasing after things that I shouldn't have. So make sure you think about things, alright? Yeah, understood. I do remember when you were going off to college, you were talking about how you were going to have the time of your life and meet a wonderful boyfriend. I did, didn't I? I don't think I ever found exactly what I was looking for, but I don't regret how things turned out. I think I'm a better person overall because of it. Sorry, I didn't notice. I was just a dumb kid back then. I wish I could have supported you in some way if you were going through your own struggles. Thanks, Shoma, but you already did a lot for me. Just continue being the great person you are, okay? Just doing that gives me a whole lot of strength. So don't feel bad about it, and maybe I can tell you about it sometime when the time is right. Yeah, sure. I would love that. Is there anything I can help with going forward? Though if it's relationship advice, I'm not sure how much I would be able to give. I'm sure you'd give some interesting advice. I really do appreciate that you're reaching out, but I think I know what I have to do moving forward. I don't think I'm ready for a relationship yet. Maybe it's bad to say that considering I'm pretty much in my mid-late 20s, and a lot of my friends are starting to get married. There are a lot of things that I want to get sorted before I feel like I'm actually before I feel like I'm ready to actively pursue a relationship. I'm insecure about a lot of things. I don't feel like I'm where I need to be financially and career-wise, and there are aspects of my appearance I want to improve. There are some mental and emotional struggles I want to overcome first. There's so many things I have to sort out. Life is just so busy and hectic right now. Honestly, listing it off makes it feel like I might never reach a point where I feel like I'm ready. You're already such an amazing person, though. Thanks. But don't worry, I'm working through the things that I can immediately grasp and address. If someone I end up really liking would come into my life and accept me for who I am right now, then that would be ideal. But I'm not going to rely on that. I'm going to work through the hurdles in front of me right now and create that opportunity for myself when I'm ready. I wanted her so bad to go, yeah, it turns out I don't like men, only women. I like that. I'm sure you'll find a relationship with someone who will accept and love you. There's no way that you don't. I hope so. Otherwise, I'll never hear the end of it from our parents. Very true. Yoko-ni and I chuckled to ourselves. By the way, did you want to get dinner with us? Maybe tomorrow? So you can meet Makoto. Are you sure? I would be happy to, but I know you two are busy with VTuber stuff. And I kind of want you two to have some alone time together. It's fine. Makoto said she wants to meet you as well. Alright, just let me know tomorrow then. Spin-off game when Ryoko discovers her sexuality? Yes, 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 yes. That's what I want. Sounds good. I'm gonna head off for tonight. Talk to you tomorrow. Yep, see you tomorrow. I hang up my phone and fall back onto my bed. I really am fortunate to have such great people around me. I know I shouldn't think like this, but it really makes me think that I'm not someone deserving of them. At the very least, I guess it makes me more motivated to become that kind of person who's deserving of their love. Yoko-ni is going through a lot of her own struggles. It really is amazing that she's been able to support me despite her own issues. Maybe once this is all over, I'll try to reach out to her more and give back to her. What Makoto means to me, eh? I mean, how can I even describe that? I can't even begin to describe the feelings I have whenever I spend time with her. I can never say for certain, but I'm confident that I would have fallen in love with her, even if I hadn't known she was Mana. Even if she doesn't think so, I think she's a beautiful, kind, and strong person. She inspires me to become a better version of myself and to confront my problems. Maybe I should just wait until after the anniversary. We're both kind of focused on that for now. I'll just get ready to sleep. Armless? What are we doing? Armless? Oh, did I say armless instead of harmless? Armless? Armless. I find myself once again ringing the doorbell to Makoto's place, almost as if it's become my daily routine. The familiar sight of Makoto coming out to the gate plays out in front of me. I'd think I would have gotten used to the sight of Makoto without having my heart race, but that isn't the case. Morning. Hey. Makoto gives me a warm smile before leading me into her house. Makoto takes a seat at her chair and turns it towards me as I take my seat on the floor. So, did you get to talk to Aika last night? Yep, we talked for hours. We caught up on a lot of things. It was really nice. I was actually afraid I wouldn't be able to wake up in time this morning since we talked into the night. Well, you don't seem any more tired than usual. But I think your eyes have a bit more life to them recently. You're probably imagining things. Maybe she's right. But she's definitely showing a lot more life in general compared to before. I can tell she's smiling a lot more. It really makes me happy to see. Maybe. Oh yeah, my sister said she's free to eat dinner with us tonight. Oh, awesome. I really want to meet her. I think she's gonna love you. We'll see, but we have a lot of work to do until then. I think we'll finish by dinner since Aika offered to help with some of the work. That's great. I'm really happy for you. Huh? What's that all about? It's nothing. So, what do you have for me today? Can you read through my submitted fan letters and pick out the ones I'll read on stream? Hold on, that sounds pretty important. Are you sure I should be the one to pick them? Yeah, it makes it more interesting. When I read them on stream, I'll be able to show my live, natural reaction.
Wyatt, thank you for the 69 biddies. I appreciate you.
With 5.5 hours left, I think I fixed the counter to update the points automatically. Ooh. And I trust you'll pick some good ones. You don't think that I'll pick out some embarrassing ones for you to read? Do it and see what happens. I'm gonna do it. Yeah, you won't. You'll see. Don't say I didn't warn you. Makoto gives me a sly smile before turning her chair and navigating through some windows on her computer. Send me your email so I can give you access to the form and responses. Oh, sure. I pull out my form and send Makoto my email address. After a few seconds, Makoto picks up her phone and responds to the notification. She starts to type on her keyboard. There, I've given you access. By the way, Sho Hase 35, that's the name you go by on the internet? Isn't that just taken from your real name? I recognize it from my streams. Huh? You're lying, but I don't type that much in chat. But you've sent some super chats before, right? Yeah, but I don't think I've sent too many, and it's not like I said anything notable. Oh yeah? Do you want me to recite some of the things you said? Stop! I don't want to remember what I've said in the past. Sorry. I hope you'll continue to support me as you always have. But I feel like I haven't really done much. That's not true. And regardless of how much you did, I think it's enough for you to just be here with me. Asking for a lot there, aren't we? But I can do that. Gladly. It worked. Had to test it out my own. Picks his own. Wait, picks his own what? Wait, what? Thank you, Wyatt. Now we have to wait for subs. Their banter and how they bounce off of one another is super. Oh, picks his own letter. Yeah. You're so smart. Makoto returns one last smile before returning to her computer to get started on her work. I open my laptop and log on to my email. I see the email that informs me that I was given access to Mana's fan letter form. Wow, there's a lot here.
Do I need to get you a leash?
Insert silly banter with Pocky chat laughs.
So funny. Yeah, so funny. I guess I can see why this work needs to be split. This would have taken Makoto forever. I'm not sure I have time to go through all these. I guess I can quickly filter some non-serious responses. Don't clip me. Why are you clipping me? I spent the next few hours looking at various fan letters, covering just about every type of response I could think of. There were plenty of funny jokes, heartfelt words of support, and thankful comments. Fortunately, I didn't really see any unpleasant responses, but there were some that seemed uninspired that I could tell that the person was just trying to make a joke without really caring. Overall, the responses were overwhelmingly positive and supporting of Mana. I ended up picking about 10 messages that I really connected with, and I feel like Makoto would be happy to hear. Plus, one extra. I look over to Makoto to see her busy at work within a video editing software I'm unfamiliar with. I don't really want to distract her. I guess I'll just sit back and watch her work. I lean back on the wall of the room and start to observe Makoto. She really is talented, isn't she? Even if she herself doesn't think so, it's hard for anyone to deny the work she puts into things to get as good as she has at so many things. I could see that even before meeting Makoto. Just as Mana, she was someone who was amazing in so many ways. But even someone like that can go through their own internal struggles that they never show on screen. It really makes me wonder, how many other VTubers that I watch could be going through something similar? Some of them do share their struggles with their viewers, but many of them also might feel like they shouldn't be burdening their viewers with their problems. Some might feel like their stream is a place for positive vibes, where people can escape from the burdens that may tie them down outside of stream. I don't think there's an objectively right way to go about it, like there isn't a right way to stream. I don't even know how I should be approaching it as a viewer. It doesn't seem right to assume they might be going through some tough times when they themselves wouldn't want me thinking about that. But at the same time, I don't think I should be insensitive to their potential experiences as a human being. Maybe I'm just thinking about it too hard. Is it as simple as just watch and enjoy, nothing more to it? No, I think that's disingenuous to the complexity of our experiences with media and people. There's nothing wrong with approaching streams like that, but there's definitely more to it that I can just immediately understand. The VTuber themselves, as well as everybody else in chat, are human beings like me. Like Yoko-ni said, we could all be lost in life, figuring things out. Maybe the best thing to do is just be mindful of that, and try to treat everybody as people. It seems so obvious, but it's easy to forget that there are humans behind the screen. My train of thought is interrupted as Makoto starts yawning and stretches her arms. She turns to me, looking bereft of energy. Did you finish? Yep, I picked some I thought would be good to read on stream. I sent them to you through email. Awesome, thanks. Say, can I make a selfish request? Sure, what is it? Makoto stands up from her chair and starts walking over to me. Once in front of me, she turns around to face her back to me and sits between my legs. She then leans back so that my body is supporting hers. I start panicking at the abruptness of Makoto's actions, unsure of what to do. I have a selfish request. Can you hold me? I just want to be like this for now. I place one arm on her shoulders and place the other hand to rest on top of her head.
That's so cute! Look at them! Tanyo-pan, thank you so much for the follow. Welcome on in! And thank you for the I love you.
And for the Pocky care package, I'm drinking. Oh my god, not my butt. Leave my butt alone.
I'm gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. I am gonna be the prettiest girl at the party. I give you kisses. Mwah. Mwah. Mwah.
It's Tanyo?
Tanyo? Like Panyo? Panyo is a tiny little fish.
Smash.
She's a little fish in the deep blue sea. Tanyo, a tiny little fish. Da-na-na, da-na-na, da-na-da-da.
Hi, Tanyo-pan. Welcome on in, cutie. How are you? Never enough care packages for a subathon. I agree. Okay, breaking news about the president. The president of Nintendo said Switch games will be backwards compatible with Switch 2. We all need to pay attention to the news right now. Is there other news? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Nope, just that. Only Nintendo.
I know you. Sylvie loves you. Ah! I love Sylvie. Yeah, them.
Only Nintendo. Yep, only Nintendo. Yep. Man, that... Oh god, that is not looking great, is it? Ah. I'm very surprised, actually. How do you keep finding me? They're following you.
But yeah, hi Tanya. It's nice to meet you, especially if everybody here seems to love you.
I will love you more, I bet. I bet I will love you more than everybody else. Mwah. How's that? That's perfect, thanks. Those are all the states we knew. The bigger states, they usually lean to a certain side. It will take longer to count. It's not as bad as it seems. Okay. Sorry about this. No, I like this as well. Makoto lets out a sigh so large that I'm afraid her soul might leave her body. I've been so tired. We've been through a lot the past couple of days. I guess she's been trying to stay strong through everything. You've done an amazing job so far. It's not just the work I've done on the anniversary, it's everything that happened in the past, as well as the fear of the future. I'm afraid of the future as well. I don't know if things will get better, but all we can do is face it together, right? Wah. Oh, yeah, okay. This is where you're supposed to tell me that things will definitely get better. Would you believe me if I said that? Probably not, but I'd appreciate it anyways. Alright, things will definitely get better. Thanks. Sorry for being so weak and selfish. You're not. I am. Look at me right now. I should be able to take everything on, but here I am, having to ask you to comfort me. There's nothing wrong with that. You don't have to face everything alone. Even if this is the only thing I can provide for you, then let me help you. Thanks. This feels nice. I might start asking for this more often. Be my guest. We stayed quiet, simply appreciating each other's presence and warmth of human contact. I wish I could freeze this moment in time, so that I can stay like this with Makoto forever. This might be a fleeting moment in time, but this mere grain of sand in my life means more to me than I can express in words. Shoma? Yeah, I'm here. Is this really okay? Yeah, I think so. I'll stay here for as long as it takes to convince you that it is. So, forever? Well, if that's what it takes. Nah, there's still so many things that need to be done. But at the very least, let me stay like this for a little while. I could feel Makoto completely relax her body, using only Mia for support for her upper half. She closes her eyes and places her head right below mine. She looks completely burnt out. All the labor required of her, as well as the emotional energy that she's expended in the last few days, must be taking its toll on her. Hey, Shoma? Yeah? Why are some people so cruel? What do you mean? Did something happen? There were some comments about me that I read online. People are saying negative things? About what? I know there has to be negative reaction somewhere, but I usually only see positive opinions. It's not too difficult to find negative comments if I go digging, whether it be in unmoderated communities or just some far corner of the social media. People in most of the big communities won't express any negative thoughts because there are consequences. Some show their true thoughts when given complete anonymity and have any consequence taken away. But why? There will always be people who are dissatisfied. Do you have to go searching for those kinds of opinions? I don't know. I just don't want to upset people, even though I know it's impossible. I know I shouldn't be looking at those comments, but I don't know. Some of my viewers are there. I just get curious. Maybe because I'm seeking validation. Some of my viewers are completely obsessed over what I do. I really don't know why. I'm just a messed up girl. Don't say that. You have so much more value than that. No, I really am messed up. Because of people's obsession, they react strongly to every little thing I do. Some just straight up express their love for me. Others are just completely spiteful and misconstrue any action because of their entitlement. You know how I ended the karaoke stream early because of what happened? Yeah. Well, instantly, people started saying extremely negative things about me. That I don't care about my viewers at all. If I would just end the stream all of a sudden like that without explaining anything. Or maybe that I'm just self-centered that would use streaming as a convenient way to manipulate people into giving me a quick buck and take a break when I want. What? People are actually saying that? How can they come to those kinds of conclusions? That's not even the end of it. There's so many other comments that assume stuff about me. Some seemingly do it out of a parasocial obsession, like they can't go on without me streaming every day and will be upset if I don't stream. Some might hate me more and will grasp at any chance to dox me or try to twist narratives to make me look bad. That's just so wrong. Yeah. It's like I'm not even a person to them. Makoto suddenly punches out into the empty air in front of her. Why are some people like this? How can they be so cruel? Can't people just try and be nice? I'm only human. I have feelings too. Makoto's hand slowly falls back to her side, as if she's used up the remaining reserves of her energy. People say it all the time. If you want to make it as a streamer, you have to be thick-skinned and be ready to handle negativity. But it still hurts me. No matter how hard I try to be indifferent about what people say, I can never fully bring myself to do that. Maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm just weak. I've been here for like a minute and it's too fucking real. I know, I'm sorry, Icarus. There's no way that's your fault. Anybody would be affected by negativity. It's awful that people would say those things in the first place. It's just too cruel. I'm so sorry you have to deal with this. Come on, why are you apologizing? Well, I didn't write the hateful messages, but I'm guilty of forming my own obsession and pushing my own expectations onto you. That's different. I get that there are some things people do naturally without any ill intent, but there are others that just completely disregard having any ounce of empathy. Makoto lets out another big sigh. I know I should focus on the positive parts of the community, but it's just so hard sometimes. Maybe one day those people will come to understand. Even if they don't, there are still so many people that support you. Yeah, I think I'll be okay, as long as I don't have to face it myself. You're not alone. Thanks. Hey, Shoma? Yeah, I'm scared. What are you scared about? About a lot of things. What if I can't meet everybody's expectations? What if I end up hurting more people? What if people just continue to be heartless? There's so much that I still need to do and work on. How am I supposed to do it all? Will I ever be truly able to call myself a happy person? Will I even be able to give back the kindness that so many people have shown me? There's so many things that I don't know. So many things that I worry about. I have so much uncertainty about how things are going to turn out, and I have no idea what unforeseen events can happen. That's why I'm scared. Sorry, I don't have a good answer to those questions. Honestly, I'm scared too. I've been having so much anxiety recently about the future and knowing how my current self will be equipped to handle it all. Even right now, I don't think I'm ready to continue trying to take the necessary steps forward. Unfortunately, life doesn't seem to care if we're ready or not. Yeah, cruel, isn't it? But even so, it might not be all that bad. Like right now. Thanks for this. I think I needed it as well. We could switch places if you want. No, I think I'm fine like this. Being able to support you. I've been unsure of what I can provide for you. I know you've already told me multiple times that it's enough for me to just be here, but I want to be able to do more for you. I wish I knew the answers or what the right thing to say is, but I'm not even sure about it myself. My insecurity eats away at me. I'm afraid you'll realize how worthless I am and leave me. I know I shouldn't think like that, but it's a thought in the back of my mind that haunts me. I try to sound confident and supportive, but maybe I'm just desperate to prove my worth. The reasons I want you to hold me like this isn't because I'm looking to be held by anybody. I want you to hold me and be with me. I've mentioned this before, but you've done more for me than I could ever think to repay back, even if you might not know it. You're someone special to me, and just by being here, supporting me, I feel like I'm able to face tomorrow, as well as the rest of the future. So please don't feel insecure about your worth to me. You don't have to prove anything. I value Shoma Hasegawa for all that he is. You're someone special to me. Thanks. You're someone special to me too. Much of the tension that I was starting to feel starts dissipating. I'm not sure if I'll ever fully shake off my feelings of insecurity or ever stop being able to ask or ever stop asking myself if it's okay for someone like me to be with her. But I think that's okay. One more thing. Yeah? I'm sorry for telling you you'll never come to understand me. You don't have to apologize. You were right. Don't say that. You understand enough for me to be happy. I've been thinking about it, and I've realized that the one who didn't understand me was myself. I don't even know if it was truly possible to understand myself, let alone others understanding me or understanding more other people. I don't think it's fully possible, but that's okay, I think. Maybe trying by itself is enough. If just trying is enough, then it sure doesn't feel like it a lot of the time. But at the same time, there are moments where I felt happy that people try to understand me. So thank you for that. That's what I should be saying. Another thing I've realized, I've never really fully understood you either, despite my best efforts. Sorry about that. Come on, you don't have to apologize. I'm glad you try. But still, maybe it ended up working out. I didn't understand your feelings, but because of that, we ended up like this, which I can be glad for. Yeah, I couldn't have predicted any of this earlier. It reminded me that I really don't understand any of the other Mana fans either. You keep surprising me with your views as a fan, and I continue to wonder why I get the support I can get. That's all the more reason that I'm thankful, that I've been given this opportunity and level of support despite my inability to understand. I've sadly missed so much that I can't finish watching it, but I'll lurk. No worries, Aninishi. So thanks again. You gave him a postcard? He still owes you. You're so right. Of course. I'm sure I'm able to speak for the rest of the Mana fans as well when I say this. We'll always be here for you. I pull Makoto closer to me and close my eyes, appreciating each other's presence and warmth, sharing our vulnerabilities, accepting and being accepted. How can I describe what I'm feeling? All I can say for sure is that I wish we could stay like this forever. I'm just here for the vibes and feels, mood. After some time, I feel Makoto perk up her head. Should we get going now? Isn't it near that time that we agreed to meet your sister? I think we still have some time, but I guess we should get there first so she doesn't have to wait for us. All right, let's get ready to go then. I wait for Makoto to get up so that she's no longer leaning on me, but she doesn't move. I think you need to get off me first. I'm having trouble to find the motivation to get up. Help. Huh? What am I supposed to do here? I don't know. Do something. I contemplate for a moment before deciding on something I might regret. I place my hands on Makoto's waist and start tickling her. Makoto immediately makes a sound that I've never heard from her before and jumps up. She turns around, her face red with what I assume is both anger and embarrassment. You really want to get smacked, don't you? Even if it will make her angrier, I'm unable to contain my laughter at her reaction. Sorry, I couldn't help myself. I'll accept my punishment. What should it be? Maybe I'll have you commit seppuku. Or maybe I'll ban you from my stream. Whoa. I'll take the seppuku, thank you very much. Huh? Wouldn't you not be able to watch my stream if you're dead? It's about the message. Sure. Okay, let's go before I actually decide to smack you. Yes, ma'am. I don't think there's actually an NSFW DLC, don't worry. Makoto and I arrive at the restaurant a bit earlier than the agreed upon time. After calling my sister to inform her that we're here, Makoto and I grab a table. I'm kind of nervous. I'm pretty sure that'll go away once you meet her. She's pretty easy to talk to. And I'm not just saying that because I grew up with her. She was able to make friends pretty easily. I see. What about you then? We don't talk about that. Makoto and I chat for a bit before I notice Yokoni coming over to our table. Sorry I'm late. I got caught up in some traffic. No, you're fine. We didn't wait that long. Yokoni gasps as soon as she sees Makoto. Hello. You must be Shoma's sister. Yokoni immediately takes a seat next to Makoto and starts embracing her. But you're Makoto? You're so much more adorable than I expected. Sorry, I don't typically hug people right after I meet them, but I know you and Shoma have been through a lot. Just call me Yoka. No need for any formalities. Makoto is startled by the sudden smothering of affection. She's flailing her arms, unsure of what to do. After a few seconds, Yokoni lets go of Makoto. If there's anything I can do to help with, please don't hesitate to ask. Thanks. Yokoni, you're scaring her. Sorry. I really do want to thank you though, Makoto. You've done so much for Shoma. I really can't thank you enough. He's the one that's done so much for me. I should thank you as well for being a pillar of support for him. Well, Shoma's clung to me ever since he was a little boy. This is false. More like you dragged me everywhere with you. Makoto, why don't I tell you about the times that Shoma clung to me while we were young? Stop! Interesting, tell me more. You two don't encourage her. Well, there was this time that Shoma and I went to... Yokoni began telling stories of her childhood with the context that I was always attached to her. She would conveniently leave out the parts where I would be forced to tag along. All my objections were immediately shot down, as expected. This continued for a bit until we got our food. Wow, Shoma, you sure were a clingy kid, weren't you? You're having the time of your life right now, aren't you? Makoto burst out laughing, almost choking on the bite she was swallowing. Yokoni seemed to be amused at Makoto's disregard for keeping up appearances as I was. Even now, he's still like that. He always wants me to pat his head. What other lies are you going to tell? I'm not surprised. Even today, just before you arrived, he tried to get physical and intimate with me. Why are you saying it in a way that's so easily misunderstood? Come on, Shoma, you need to control yourself. You two are having way too much fun. Sorry. It really does make me happy to see how far you've come, though. Just over a week ago, you would scoff at trying to meet new people. But now, I can tell you and Makoto have come a really long way together. It almost feels like you two can take on anything together. I think we're a long ways from reaching that point. Yeah, I'm not sure either of us exactly knows where to go from here. Nothing wrong with that. You're both smart, kind people. I'm sure the answers will come to you in no time. I sure hope so. If it makes you feel any better, I'm still figuring things out myself. Is that supposed to make us feel better or worse? Most people would think that working adults have their lives figured out. Maybe some do out there, but I have my fair share of clinging to the past and wandering aimlessly. It's just that as an adult, I'm expected to use most of my day doing things to try and provide for myself while I also figure things out. That sounds depressing. Sorry, it's not all that bad. You don't have to worry about that, though. There's plenty to appreciate in the current moment. That's true. Shoma, could you give us a few minutes? There's something I want to talk to Makoto about. Oh, sure. Pocky, I need to do groceries, but the stream is so good. Aw, go do your groceries, cutie. Guess I'll use the restroom. Thanks, it won't take long. I get up from the table and make my way to the restroom. I wonder what she wanted to talk to Makoto about. I guess there's no point in thinking about that. I'm sure there are plenty of things they could talk about that they wouldn't want me hearing. I think he already did get his manga back. After a few minutes, I make my way back to the table. Makoto and Yoko-ni are both smiling. Are you two done, or should I walk around? You're good. You can sit down. I assume you're not going to tell me what you talked about. Definitely not. Yeah, I figured. It wasn't much. Let's just call it some girl talk. Right. Well, I think I have to get going soon. I know it's been short, but I got some things I got to take care of. That's all right. Thanks for coming. It was nice meeting you. Aw, you as well. I'll be leaving town tomorrow, so it might be a bit until I see you two again. Shoma, Makoto, I know life can be tough, but I truly believe that our greatest strength as people is the connections we make and the bonds we form with others. Neither of you are alone. Please don't forget that. Thanks. We won't forget. Great. Now both of you, give me a hug before I go. Yoko-ni gave each of us a hug before going to pay the bill. After paying, she said one last goodbye to us before leaving. Your sister's quite the character. She is, isn't she? Here and gone like a storm. Do you want to get going? Sure. Back to your place? Is there still work that needs to be done? No, there's a few things I need to rehearse, but I can do them on my own time tonight. Overall, we're basically done. Oh, that's great then. Yeah. Want to stop by the beach before you head back? Sure. Thanks. Let's go. Ooh. Puppy, how much longer do we have? Hang on, I'm gonna go look. I'm looking. I'm looking. I'm looking at the finale. Hang on. Oh, we've still got like 40 fucking minutes. Oh my god. Makoto and I walk across the shore. The sounds of the ocean waves in the air. Stars decorate the night sky. The night sky really is beautiful out here, isn't it? Yep. That's why I love taking walks out here at night. I actually took inspiration for the design of Mana here. I was actually guessing that was the case. Yeah, I wouldn't say it's particularly unique, but when I look at the sky, there's so many beautiful stars out here. They all have varying degrees of brightness, and there are so many out here that aren't visible to the naked eye. But I think that's okay. We all find meaning in our lives in our own way, and we also assign meaning to things in our own way. People find it in themselves to assign meaning to even the dimmest of stars. Not every star has to be as bright as those that make up the most well-known constellations. There's someone out there that'll notice the loading star, even in the deepest corner of the sky. I became Mana in hopes that I could be a star that people can find hope and happiness in, no matter how bright I shine. And that maybe I can eventually become a star that's able to shine bright. And maybe I could find my own meaning. And you know what? I think I was able to find it. I really am happy to hear that. I'm really living in the current moment as a VTuber. VTubers have only recently become a thing, and I have no idea what the future holds as one. This may be a fleeting page in the entire story of my life, but right now, I love what I do, and I want to keep doing it, despite all the hardships that come with it. It's not something I ever want to give up, even though I know it will have to end eventually. Even when I no longer shine, I want people to still know I'm out there, somewhere in the night sky, doing my best. I want people to remember that I was someone that was able to bring out at least a little bit of hope and happiness to their lives. The connections that we form, the happiness we share, the memories we create. VTubing really is amazing, isn't it? It really is. Despite all the hardships and negative thoughts and feelings that can come with VTubing, for both the VTuber and the fans, I don't regret my experiences at all. There's just something special about it that lets me unabashedly and wholeheartedly enjoy and support someone. There's an unfiltered sentimentality and heart at the core of VTubing that just feels so natural. Yeah, you're completely right. People are brought together by these similar interests, and VTubers are able to express themselves in a way they want. We're able to form so many different kinds of amazing connections, whether it be between VTubers, between VTuber and viewers, or between viewers. We're all able to come together and become something greater. We're able to accomplish amazing things. Makoto walks towards the water and reaches out towards the night sky. She stares out at the infinite array of stars for a few seconds before turning back to me. Hey, Shoma? Yeah? I really do love VTubing. Yeah. There's something else I want to tell you and ask of you. But let me save it for after the anniversary stream. Will you hear me out tomorrow after the stream at this location? Of course. Thanks. I need to head back so I can do some final checks and rehearsing. Good night, Shoma. Good night. Makoto returns one last smile for the night before heading back towards the direction of her place. I think I've been able to find my own meaning as well, Makoto. Tomorrow is when it all happens, eh? Oddly, I'm not feeling as nervous as I was before. I take one last look at the beach before turning to head back to my apartment. Right now, I can only look back at the events of the last week with gratitude. My life really has turned upside down, but I've been able to find someone who's truly precious to me. Aww, this is so cute.
Konmana, it's your shining star in the night sky, Mana Orion. I'm back. Did everybody miss me? I thought so. It's been an incredibly hectic past few days. It feels like I went on an odyssey and I finally returned home.
You can say that again.
I was able to learn a lot of things, both about myself and about others, and just about life in general as well. What happened? The details aren't important. The important thing is that I'm here and I'm doing well. But anyway, welcome to my first anniversary. I can't believe it's already been a year. Whether you've been here since the beginning or you've just recently joined, thank you for being here and supporting me. You guys have made this into something unforgettable for me. I hope that one day I can give back even a little bit of what everybody has done for me. So, I have a lot of stuff planned for today. I guess the first thing would be what you guys might have already noticed. We have new badges! I wanted to make the one-year badge look really special, so I hope everyone likes and looks forward to getting it. Thank you, Ina Mama, for the designs. Something tells me you've all noticed the no emotes as well. I don't know what it is, but maybe it's because you guys are all spamming them. Yep, there are a few emotes added as well, also by Ina Mama. Thank you so much. I hope you guys like them. So, before I get into any of the other things I have planned for today, I want to talk about some stuff. This might be sudden, but it's also important, so please hear me out. Let me tell you guys a bit of a story. A story about a star in a night sky. There was once a lonely girl. This girl didn't shine. Every time she tried getting close to others, she would just end up hurting them. There wasn't really anything redeeming about her. She was ugly, mean, weak, and always unhappy and tired. She didn't want to be like that. She wanted to be someone that could shine. One that could be happy about her own existence. But despite her efforts, she struggled to change. There were just too many things about herself that she was unsatisfied with. One night, she looked up at the night sky and saw the beauty of the countless stars. She thought, if only I could shine like that. Then, she was given the chance to change. She was given the ability to transform into a new star at night. This new star would be one that shined. It would be one that others could look up to. It would be a self that she could be happy with. At first, there weren't very many people that would find it in the night sky or pay it any mind. But slowly, the star started to grow brighter and people started to look towards it for light. As more people looked towards it and believed in it, the star grew brighter and brighter. And eventually, it became one of the brightest stars in the night sky. It was a happy time for the girl. She thought she was finally making progress to becoming the self she wanted to be. Unfortunately, that happiness did not last. She found herself overwhelmed by the responsibilities that came with being a star. Maybe she had grown too fast. Maybe she would never have been ready for such responsibilities. Even as a star, she ended up hurting others, both her fellow stars and people that looked up to her. If she continued to make the same mistakes even as a star, had she really changed or grown at all? Was she just lying to all the people that looked up to her, that she was still this ugly, weak person all along? The girl ended up lost about what to do with both her human and star self. She thought maybe it would be better to disappear. But despite the pitiful state that she was in and the pain she had brought to others, the very people that she had hurt were still looking towards her with love and kindness, even as her ugly human self. How could they love and accept her, despite what form she took? She didn't understand. She even tried pushing them away. But no matter what she did, they still smiled at her. They were happy about her entire existence. The girl didn't really know what to do. What could she do? If she continued existing and being with these people, she would continue hurting them despite her own love for them. But they just continued to accept her and that they might get hurt. They told her it was okay. They want to be with her anyway. Finally, the girl gave in and accepted them. She was still weak, ugly, and mean. She would still hurt others. She might never find the answers to her problems. She might never become the self that she aspires to be. Things might never get any better for her. But she wasn't alone anymore. Her problems didn't magically go away. She didn't suddenly become the self she wanted to be. But she now felt like she could continue taking steps forward. She never discarded her ability to transform into a star. That's something she still valued. It was her opportunity to be the self she aspired to be. How she was as a star might not have been how she naturally was, but she continued becoming a star in hopes that one day she could truly become that greater self. So she continued taking steps forward into the future. She didn't know where it would lead, but with the people she values by her side, she felt ready for that uncertain future. And maybe one day, she'll truly shine brighter than she ever could have imagined. The end. Makoto. How did everybody like the story? I see a lot of crying in chat. That's just my awesome storytelling abilities, right? What happened to the girl? Who knows? Their future is up to her to grasp. I wouldn't worry too much about her, though. She'll be fine. The reason I told this story is to show that stars aren't perfect. In fact, they're not much different than regular people in this story. They have their own struggles and circumstances. They might shine bright at night, but they might also have sides to themselves where they don't shine. I know it can be hard to tell because they're looked at from a distance, but the stars in the story are individuals with their own hopes, dreams, and insecurities. They have feelings too. It's because of both the other stars and people that look up to them that the girl was able to find a home in the sky that she valued. Hi, Yokuni, how are you? Let's all try our best to make our own night sky the best place we can. One other thing I wanted to talk about. People can really only look up to certain stars. The Freshie, thank you so much for the follow. Oh, come on in, darling. And with some extra effort, maybe make their voice loud enough to be heard for a second. But that might be the extent to which some people can make themselves individually known to the stars. Even though stars might appreciate every single person that looks towards them, some stars just can't give the same attention back. Doing good. Nice to see you, as always, on my wake up. Ah, you're so sweet. I should point out, just in case... oh no, hang on. Oh, heck. The Freshie, I know your name has 2007. Just as a heads up, I am an 18 plus stream, so if you're not over the age of 18 just yet, I am gonna have to ask you to head on out, but you're more than welcome to come back once you're 18, okay, darling? That's just the extent of the star's ability, and I know that might be painful for some people that might seek individual specialized attention from a star. I believe that relationships are built on mutual interaction. Both parties have to be in on it, communicating on equal ground. If a relationship is built on one-way viewing, is that really something that's intimate or deeply impersonal? One party doesn't even know that the other exists, and the other might just be viewing on one side that might not tell the entire story. That could very well be the same as one-sidedly worshipping the ideal. The relationship between Star and its viewers has its own value, but it's not one that I think people should seek as a replacement for other types of relationships. Hi, I'm Fleshy. Hi, Fleshy. It's nice to meet you. Like I said, this is an 18 plus stream, but thank you so much for telling me your pronouns. Often the star can't possibly spend the time and effort needed to form intimate relationships with every individual that looks up at it. Sure, there are a lot of nice people out there and kindness is something that's invaluable, but contrary to what's depicted in a lot of media, I don't believe that just being nice alone makes you deserving of someone's feelings. Oof! Y'all hear that? There's a lot more to compatibility than just being nice, and it's impossible to know without interacting directly one-on-one. Sorry for being preachy, but I felt like I had to say this. For all the people that might wish for something more than just being able to look up at the stars, I don't condemn you for feeling that way. But what you're looking for very likely won't be found in the stars. I do hope that you eventually find what you're truly looking for, even if it might not be in the night sky. I know I said a bunch of stuff just now. I'm going to continue trying to be the Mana that I aspire to be, and that everybody can at least find a little bit of light in. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but I hope that everybody will continue to accept and support me as I continue to work at it. There will be changes that come as I continue to grow. Not every change will make people happy. I can only do the best that I can and be the best version of myself I can be. So that's exactly what I'll do. I'll do my best. This is only the start of my journey. Please continue to watch over me as I work to become a star that shines bright in my own way. So that's how she planned to do it. This is the Mana she wants to present and strive for. I know some people might be taken aback, since she said a lot of the things that might come as a surprise, or that people didn't want to hear. We basically never see her be vulnerable and open like this. But I believe in both Makoto and the Mana fans. It doesn't take long for the chat window to be filled with messages of support and affirmation. People start spamming the Mana heart emote, and eventually the entire chat window consists of red hearts. Ah, stop it, guys! I really don't have the words to describe how thankful I am for how all of you have made this dream come true for me. Really, truly, thank you. Alright, enough of all that serious talk. Let's get the actual fun stuff. Okay, so first off, we have a collection of clips that I've put together that feature some highlights throughout the year. I can already see myself cringing at myself throughout the entire thing, but I know all of you will enjoy watching me squirm. Let me pull it up real quick. There we go. A window video appears on the screen, showing a paused frame of Mana's debut screen. Wow, she actually decided to show this. I thought she'd leave it out and scold me later for choosing a clip from her debut. Yes, this is from my debut thing and stream, and no, we're not watching the whole thing. Why are you guys laughing already? I haven't even shown anything. Hi, Jay Sizzle, how are you? I'm probably gonna regret showing this. Mana gives a loud, audible sigh. Alright, here we go. The video doesn't play for longer than 5 seconds before Mana pauses the video, closes her eyes, and turns her head into a visible display of pain. I love you, Jay Sizzle. She starts groaning in pain at seeing herself during her debut stream. Okay, just bear with it. Eventually, Mana was able to get through the debut stream clip, albeit with frequent pausing. The rest of the clips that followed went relatively smoothly, with plenty of laughs, embarrassment, and ironic self-praise from Mana. Looks like that was the last clip. Well, that was fun. And painful, but fun. I just wanted to backseat past me the entire time while I was watching those clips. Like, you idiot, what are you saying? But past me was also cute and innocent, so I wanted to pat her on the head and give her some words of encouragement. Something like, you're screwed. It only gets harder from here. Yeah, I'm sure past Mana would have really appreciated that. Man, it sure feels weird looking back at my past self. Okay, next we have fan letter reading. I can't read through all of them, otherwise I'd be here until my 2nd anniversary, so I had some picked out. I haven't actually read through any of them, so I'll be reading and reacting live. First, we have a letter from Triangular Turtle Tiger. Thank you, Mana and fellow Mana fans, for a wonderful year of laughter. Love and laughter? What did that say? Of laughs and wonder. Your streams have been something I could always rely on for the time of heart and joy, and it wouldn't have been possible without you. Here's to all the great memories that we have made, and also to another year of wonderful Mana streams. Oh, thank you! It wouldn't have been possible without all of you either. Let's make the next year even better than the first, yeah? I'm gonna grab some water. My poor throat. Okay, next we have... Mana continued to go through the letters that I had picked out. She reacted to every letter positively, her responses ranging from sly teasing to strong fondness. Lastly, we have a letter from... Shohas35. Makoto might scold me for slipping my own letter in there, but I kind of wanted her to let her know my own thoughts on her as Mana. Mana, meeting you has been a pivotal moment in my life, in more ways than one. These days have been filled with so much joy and laughter thanks to you. But amidst those moments of joy in life are also inevitable points of hardship and struggle. I've realized that there aren't easy answers to what life throws at us, but you've provided a place where we can all connect and make memories and have fun, despite where we might be going through. There might only be so much that I and the rest of the Mana fans can do for you during your own times of hardship. If the only thing we can provide in return is to be here for you and foster this community that you've created, then we'll do just that. Even if we don't understand you fully, and regardless of what the future holds, this will always be a place you can return to, and we'll always be here to support you. And don't feel like you're undeserving of any support that you get. I truly believe that it's not just what you've done, but also who you are that makes you deserving of all the love and support that you get. You are not alone. Let's face the future together. Thank you, Showhouse35. I was in a bit of a rush, so I'm not sure if I managed to get everything I wanted to say across. But I think I managed to say what I wanted to say as a Mana fan. Man, I wanted to get past the serious stuff, but we have Showhouse here at 35 here being all sappy. I truly am so thankful and happy that you all gave me a chance to be a part of your life and make this dream come true. To have the chance to be able to share the things I love, to connect with all of you, to have been part of something greater than I could ever have been alone. Truly, I'm so thankful. I could hear Mana's voice starting to waver towards the end. A sniffle can be heard through the stream audio. Is she gonna start crying on stream? Mana's model could be seen shaking her head. She sits up and opens her eyes. No, I'm not gonna cry. Stop it, guys. You guys are being weird now, spamming those hearts. Come on, stop that. In response to Mana's emotional display, the chat once again fills with hearts and words of encouragement and affection. All right, I'm going to move on to the next thing I have planned since you guys are being all sappy. Let's sing a few songs. I know my last stream was a karaoke stream that I had to end that stream suddenly, so I didn't get to finish. After that, I have some new merchandise to reveal. Yay! Then I got something put together and recorded to show you guys, so that'll be fun. I actually have something a bit different in terms of songs today. I felt like singing something different than what I usually sing. Okay, let's start. The song that starts playing has a tone distinctly more upbeat than what Mana usually sings. What would usually be something more melancholic is now one filled with hope for the future and gratitude for what's been experienced, despite any mistakes and regrets. Again and again, we've made mistakes. Our lingering regrets and eternal affection will reboot our love. More than ever, Mana shines brighter than I've ever previously seen her. You wanted to become a star that people could find hope and happiness in, didn't you? I don't think you have to worry about that. You've already achieved it, and to me, you've become the brightest star of all. So let's connect our love. The feeling I want to put into words and the right answer I want to convey are one and the same. Thank you. Ah, so cute! I slowly walk towards the shoreline, looking back at the imprints my souls have left behind in the sand. The warm glow of the sun can be seen in the distance as it starts to make its exit for the day. I'm still feeling a whirl of emotions from the anniversary stream prior to arriving at the beach. There was plenty of excitement and fondness for the stream, but there were also feelings of worry and anxiety for what might come. This new strength that Mana showed, one that's born out of acceptance of one's weakness and truths. I know the reaction on stream was positive, but how are people going to feel off stream? And in the future when there might be more changes? Did her words even make a difference to the people that needed to hear it? I let out a loud, audible sigh in an attempt to ease my concerns. Careful there. They say every time you sigh, a little bit of happiness escapes from you. I turn around in reaction to the familiar warm voice behind me. Aren't you the one who's always sighing? If what you say is true, then let's try to salvage what we have left. Sure, I've got enough happiness to go around. Makoto returns a smile as she starts to walk alongside me by the water. She returns her gaze to the ocean with an expression on her face that I can't quite ascertain. So, what did you think of the stream? I think you did amazing. You were shining brighter than I've previously seen you. Thanks. I still don't know if I made the right choice or if I'm on the correct path. I just did what I felt was right for me. I don't know if people will come to fully accept the changes that I showed and that I'll be making in the future, but this is how I want to express myself, I think. I'm not sure either, but I think you made the right choice. Take it from Showhouse35, the biggest Mana fan out there. Oh yeah, that was a bit of a cheeky thing you did, putting in your own letter. It was so long too, you didn't even pay attention to the character limit. Oh yeah, I guess I wasn't really thinking about that. But thanks, I really liked it, even though you said some embarrassing things. Hey, it wasn't that embarrassing. Was it? It sure was. Let's face the future together, eh? We were able to make it through this whole anniversary ordeal, but I'm not sure how things will go from here. Are you sure you want to continue walking down this path with me? Sorry, I know I'm bringing this up again, but I don't see this path being smooth sailing from now on. I don't even know if I found any solutions to my problems. And I know I've said this before, but I don't have the answers to your problems. I can't be that knight in shining armor. I can't be the protagonist that will save you or figure out your problems. I'm just me. I have plenty of my own problems I'll bring. I'm not even sure if I'm still doing this out of my own insecurities. Hi, Bob! How are you, darling? I just know that I want to continue being with you. If you're fine with all that, then I would be the happiest guy to keep walking down this path with you. I'd rather have Shoma Hasagawa than a knight in shining armor or one of those protagonists. And you've already done so much for me. It really makes me feel like I should do more for you. Like you said, you're just you. But that's exactly why I want you to stay with me on this path. It's just my own confidence in myself that I'm bringing this up. Say, can I be a little selfish? I'm gonna ask you a bunch of annoying questions just to give myself an ease of mind. Sure, go ahead. I know you already said you would accept these parts of me, but I just want to selfishly reaffirm. You'll accept the side of me that'll annoy and burden you? Yes. I'm going to make selfish requests of you. Please do. I have so many problems. That makes 2 of us. You're inevitably going to get hurt. That's okay. I'm going to complain a bunch to you. I know. I want you to tell me your problems. And Makoto, I'll say it as many times as it takes. I want all and every part of you. I wouldn't have it any other way. If you're looking for your soulmate or someone who can complete you, then you won't find that with me. This is me. This is who I am. This is all that I have. I'm just a girl with a lot of problems. I'm not looking for my soulmate or someone who can complete me. I just want you. You really are. Come on, what the heck? I'm so happy. Hey, it's not just me. There are plenty of people around you who all accept and love you. Yeah, what's wrong with all of you? Makoto takes a moment to wipe her tears with her sleeve. Shoma, there isn't much value to the path I walk, but I want you to be there with me, side by side. We'll probably stumble a lot and feel lost, but if you're there with me, then I feel like everything will be okay. Will you walk this path with me? Not just as someone who's involved with me, but as someone I love. Is that a no? Of course it's a yes. I was just shocked. I think you've made me the happiest girl in the world at this moment. Weird coming from my mouth, isn't it? I don't think so. I think this happiness just fits you. You think so? I hope you can continue making me this happy then. I'll try my best. Let's go, Shoma, to this unknown future. Yeah. No matter where it leads, no matter what awaits us at the end, we'll walk it together, one step at a time. Yeah. Ah, that was so cute. Dear reader, thanks for reaching the end of VTuber Connect. Ever since I started watching VTubers, I've always been captivated by the power of the connections that are made. This game is my love letter to VTubing as a medium. It's a love letter in which I attempt to hide nothing but embrace everything. Not everything about VTubing as a medium is dazzling. There are plenty of things that we would prefer not to experience or think about. But I believe that's what makes it human. It's true to a life in a way that's reflective of who we are as a people. And similar to people, I believe that it has the power to move, inspire, and connect us in a way that isn't really seen elsewhere. My personal experience with VTubers reflects this. Despite any of the negative experiences, thoughts, and feelings I've had with VTubers, I'm ultimately thankful that I've been able to share in their experiences and be a part of their communities. One of my hopes was this story was to get people to be more conscious about their experiences with VTubing as a medium, and that maybe we would come to a better understanding of each other, both from the perspective of the VTuber and the viewer. It's easy to forget that there's a human behind every screen. We're all going through our own individual experiences and have our own unique stories. We don't know what others might be going through, and we can't make assumptions that may or may not be in a good spot. We may not always be able to do much for the people that need help, but I truly believe that there's power in being understood, even if we may not fully come to understand them. Just feeling like they're understood, or knowing that someone has made the attempt to understand, can have a significant effect. Of course, it's impossible to truly 100% understand everything about a person, and oftentimes it's best not to pry into or share certain experiences, but just coming to an understanding of the possible experiences of others can go a long way. This is just one of the many ways that we can connect with others. Thank you for playing through VTuber Connect. I hope that I was able to connect with you in some way through this game. Verum. Aww, that was beautiful. Puck, you have 0 minutes remaining. Wow, thanks, puppy. Thanks. That's very helpful. That was so beautiful. What the heck? That was so cute. I had one job. Yeah, you did. And you did great. That was so beautiful. What did you guys think? What did everybody think of it? But it's so beautiful. It was a very beautiful story, and I think it definitely touches on a lot of very interesting topics that I think a lot of people forget when it comes to VTubing as a media. It's free, I know. I think... Hang on. I'm just gonna go and... Hang on, I wonder... Does she have... She's currently working on a new game! Wait, what is this? What's this? It's called Our Ephemeral Nights.
As he enters his final semester of college, Kev continues to wonder if there's something more to the future he's carving out for himself. After a chance encounter with Vivi, an inspiring voice actor also in her final semester, he experiences the beautiful and fleeting days before his graduation. I'm so excited. Hang on, do they have a tipping jar or something? Oh, coffee! I found their Ko-Fi. Ko-Fi, coffee. Aha! If any of you would like to send some money to support Verum and thank them for making such a beautiful story, please go ahead, check it out. Don't mind me casually going to click a bunch of things. Don't mind me. They also have comments on Itch.io open too to send thoughts. We're gonna do that. You did amazing in voicing it. I'm just a little guy. I'm just a little guy. What do you mean? I said, thank you for making VTuber Connect. It was such a beautiful game. My community and I really enjoyed going through the story and connecting with all the love and energy you put into the storyline / characters. Okay. But I love you all so very many. Thank you so much for just spending time with me and just appreciating my presence like I appreciate yours. I love you guys so very many. So have a great rest of your night, okay? Love you bunches.